Hello, hello. Welcome to another episode of OnPoint, the Gaming Newscast. I am CMoney. On the other side of the screen is the very lovely Doodle.
What's up, everybody? Welcome.
Welcome.
Yes.
And over in the center, you see the beautiful picture of our boy, MADMAN.
That's our baby. Yes.
All right. So we are here, guys. We are pumped. It's been a week.
It's been a week.
We got Starfield launching, which we're going to get into discussions. It's going to be
a spicy one.
Fun time.
Yes.
For sure. Guys, thank you so much for hanging with us. We really appreciate it. We're going to go ahead and kind of get into a little housekeeping before we jump into the topics at hand. So obviously we are live with you guys, which is very exciting to us. But we want to kind of put out there the fact that, we mentioned it last week, so we'll just kind of put it out there this week so we know that it's official now. So YouTube has decided that they don't want to monetize us for all the other content that we have on our channel outside of podcasts. So we have officially launched our Patreon, just in case, you guys want to support us in any other way. Again, just being here is a support and hanging with us. So we really appreciate that. But I did link it as a pinned comment here, and it is on our Twitter profile. So if there's ever any support you want to throw our way, we really, really appreciate it. And as far as our shows are concerned, obviously we're on OnPoint today, but we will be having our Monday show, right?
Yes.
It's a Morning Quest, and that's going to be with Doodle and myself, and that's going to be at 9 a.m. Eastern time. And then the big one is Tuesday at 7 p.m.
I'm so excited.
We have our brand new show,
Yes.
him, and a guest. And that guest is going to be none other than Mr. Boomstick XL.
Yeah.
He will be joining us on the show. So we're very, very excited. And then remember, 1 week from Tuesday, our second show, we have King David joining us. So,
yeah.
Let's go.
Very, very excited. We have a lot of cool things kicking off. So it's a fun time ahead. Now, before we go ahead and get into the topics, which we have, I also want to kind of mention that if you've been following, our channel and watching our podcast, you know that they have been pretty long as of late. Last week we cracked over 7 hours, which was
That's the longest one.
It's a lot.
Right?
It's a lot.
But I don't think it's going to be this long.
It was fun, but it's a lot. So what we're doing is we're purposely going in and kind of making it a little more focused, so we don't go so far. So we might not hit the breadth of topics that we used to, but we're still going to go deep on the biggest.
Yes, we realize that we talk a lot. And
we do.
Yeah, we have a lot to say.
Yeah,
we do have
we
a
need
lot
to talk
to
a
say.
little less.
We do have a lot to say. That being said, we're going to add something that we do. Something that we do.
He's going to keep going.
Which is we're going to just kind of talk about what we have going on as far as individually.
Media.
So I'm going to go ahead and start that by saying, Doodle.
Yes, what's up, baby?
What have you been playing or what have you been watching that's piqued your interest?
Well, I've played a little bit of Starfield, all right?
Cool.
It's popping right now.
Absolutely.
Yes.
My go back is just Animal Crossing. I can't quit it.
Your
all
net that
right?
catches you when you fall.
It's just,
That's right.
that, like, just that easy access, feeling good, like that comfort food. Like, I just always go back to Animal Crossing. It's my thing. Who would have thought?
Right?
I
I don't know.
mean, it's definitely fun. I mean, I have I think like 800 hours in it. So it's
I think I may have hit 2,000. Don't you think by now?
I think so.
And that's like easy up on it.
Yeah,
but
I think so.
I never tried the Animal Crossing games until New Horizons though. Like, I remember when you bought it for me, I was like, I'm probably not going to play that. and then like you could not rip it off my hands.
No,
But yeah, and then my reality TV, you guys, I told you how much I love it. Ultimatum is like insane.
Spicy.
This season.
Cool. It is very different.
I'm so into it. Yes, it is very different this time around, and I think I like it. I don't know.
I'm definitely digging it. So
yeah, and then the Housewives, I watched some of them. I'm on Orange County right now, and I just love the freaking gossip and the back and forth and the stabbing in the back and just watching people's behavior because they forget that they're
on TV.
On TV, yeah.
Do you think that they forget sometimes genuinely, or are they just like they just know that?
I'm not sure. It's so blatant.
I
don't
think they
even
get caught up.
Understand? Yeah, I think they get caught up.
Do you think
it's
they
crazy.
act worse on TV, or is that just how they act?
I mean, it's obviously amplified, right?
Probably. I don't know, but like, I remember you walked in the room and you were like, "What are you watching?" I was like, "Juicy drama, baby."
It's a bit much sometimes. It's a bit much sometimes.
Yeah, it gets crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. And what about you, man? Anything you've been playing or watching that's kind of been?
So I haven't been able to play too much. I play a little Fire Emblem Three Houses a little earlier in the week, but haven't gotten down to sit down and play, or on my Xbox or Resident Evil. Sea of Stars today. I forgot. Yeah, the game's quite good. It's still the beginning. I mean, I haven't gotten enough into it, a tiny bit over an hour, but the game's good. I like it. It's very reminiscent of Secret of Mana from back at Super Nintendo, and the combat's super smooth, which I did not expect. It looks good. So yeah. I plan to go back to it at some point, so I'm interested in the game.
Nice.
All right. Well,
have you been watching anything?
I did start Neon Genesis Evangelion. I watched 4 episodes.
Neon who?
Evangelion.
Is that an anime?
Yeah, it's mecha, which I don't usually like mecha, but it looks pretty good. So yeah, it's good so far. Again, it's the beginning. Not too much is happening, but still. It's a legendary series. It's a fan favorite. So yeah.
Nice.
Cool. All right, and then as far as I'm concerned,
what
Starfield.
have you been doing? See, I feel like everybody knows what you've been doing.
Starfield. For the last 2 days, it's been Starfield. The week before that, I couldn't really play anything because I just been so focused on the idea of Starfield. So since that's what I've been playing, we're just gonna jump in.
Let's
to
go.
the topics because. As you can see, we did title this episode The Love-Hate Relationship with Starfield. Now, to be clear, this is not my love-hate relationship. Okay? I'm only love.
Reviews have been all over the place.
This is pure love on my end. Nothing else.
Not a single quirk or something like that.
The reviews haven't been all over the place. Okay? The reviews have been lopsided in one very large direction, which is super positive. The reviews have been tarnished by some low level force.
Whoa!
So we're gonna get on the juicy juice. We're gonna get into it.
Let's go.
But I do want to say what's up to Shintaro in the chat. Fonto, what is good, my man?
Welcome.
G Maybe, welcome.
Welcome.
Purpleberry Page, what is good, people? Welcome.
Shin, Fonto, welcome, you guys. Thank you for being here.
So
let's go.
First thing, let's start off a little. Let's start off soft,
yes,
and nice, right?
Okay.
So basically, let's do it this way. Starfield launched,
yes,
okay, and right before the launch, or right on that same day, or something like that. But they released this dope ass song that they did a music video for by Imagine Dragons,
yes,
called "Children of the Sky." I don't know if you guys watched it or heard it.
The song's pretty fire.
But it's pretty fire, right? Like we all heard it here.
It's good. It's
what
good.
What do you think? You like it?
It's like they made a song for Starfield. That's pretty dope.
It's funny that they basically become the
Absolutely.
They basically become the unofficial band for video games because they've done a number of League of Legends songs, including the theme song for Arcane Enemy.
So, that's good to know. I thought this was like a first time situation.
This is not the first rodeo.
Imagine Dragon must be gamers and they have good taste in games.
Okay. So, all right. It
really set the stage. Though.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
It was good. They
really
did a beautiful video.
Absolutely.
Compacted nice scenes, and it was good. It was good.
Absolutely. Really highlighting the beauty
of the game.
That is Starfield.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, haven't played it. If you haven't watched our live streams on it, it is beautiful.
It's stunning. Yes.
The environments, the world, it's pretty damn good. All right. So to kind of pop off the launch, we got a peek at Todd Howard's letter that he wrote to the team.
Okay.
Right before it went live. Right.
Okay.
So it's actually pretty nice. So I'm going to read it so we can kind of get an idea of the mindset that Todd wanted his team to be in before we get in it. I like this type of stuff. This was cool. So he writes it. I knocked on Robert Altman's door. Got a few minutes. Now, Robert Altman was the person who was like, he started Bethesda and he passed away recently.
Oh,
okay.
Poor guy.
So he says, sure. It was early 2013. We were developing Fallout 4 and Skyrim was still enjoying enormous success. I was there to pitch him on our next game. It would not be a sequel to our current games. He looked concerned, but a grand space RPG and our first new IP in over 25 years. Looks curious. It would delve into creation and the search for our place in the universe. He had a slight twinkle. You would explore the galaxy in ways only video games can do, and it would be called Starfield.
All right.
Smiles. Sounds fantastic. Robert would be the very first to believe in us, no matter the situation. Our path to creating Starfield would be a long and winding one where we made other games along the way. Fallout 4, Skyrim, Fallout Shelter, Skyrim VR, Fallout 76, Skyrim again. The core development from 2020 to 2023 saw enormous changes in our lives. A global pandemic, Robert's passing, and becoming a part of Xbox. It's incredible to be at the moment where Starfield is finally launching this week. It only exists because everyone else believed as well. We've been supported for decades by everyone at ZeniMax, all doing their best work yet. Special thanks to our publishing teams who aim to create not just another release, but something that would capture the minds and inspire gamers everywhere. And to our partners in QA and who had the difficult task of testing a game where anything can and will happen. And thanks to Jamie Letter and our admin HR teams who supported everyone during the most challenging years any of us have ever faced. And of course, there's Phil Spencer. His support of every game and every player has been unwavering and fierce. Joining Xbox brought us closer to so many we had worked with for over 20 years. I cannot imagine a better place to create games where the diversity of studios, creators, and games are allowed to flourish. This support came from the entire Xbox leadership team in all areas of publishing and dev support. Special thanks to the magicians at ATG, whose spells and incantations help make this our best performing game. Most importantly is the team I work with at Bethesda Game Studio. It's an incredible blessing to be surrounded by so many talented and inspirational people every day. Moments like this make you reflect back. Some of us have been together for decades, some joined more recently, but everyone has the same passion. I could not be prouder of their continued dedication to create something truly special. Lastly, a huge thanks to all of you within the Xbox and Bethesda family. Your enthusiasm and encouragement have meant the world to us. Creating this game has been one of the most challenging and thrilling experiences of our careers, a journey we'll never forget. And as we come to the end of this chapter, we pass it along to you. Each of you is receiving the game with early access and can begin playing this Friday, September 1st. But since it's one global time, you can actually play Thursday evening. Thanks, New Zealand. We hope you get a chance to play and that our journey is as rewarding as yours, or your journey is as rewarding as ours. All our best, Todd. So I know that was long, but I wanted to read that because it sets the stage for the travesty of the bullshit that comes.
Oh my God.
That was literally what I was saying in my head.
Nonsense.
A 7 came out of that.
Well, no, IGN gave it a 7,
And
the other losers who did.
Oh my god,
but
the losers.
This is gonna
Their
be
opinions
interesting.
are disgusting.
It's not their opinions.
I thought we weren't there yet.
We weren't there
I don't
yet.
want to start talking.
Hey, we weren't there yet. I was just saying to set the stage.
Yes,
to show
it was a beautiful
the
letter.
amount
Obviously,
of effort and energy that was put into this game by a team who's been working, who makes hits, who makes amazing titles that have survived the test of time. Games that, although not 97 or 98 Metacritic now, have been played for decades at this point because of how long lasting their titles are. All right. So
CMoney,
go ahead.
This story sounds really familiar. Really familiar.
To what?
Doesn't it sound like a certain movie that had time and dedication and that everyone loved, but you give so much shit to?
No. What?
Go ahead, man. Say it.
You seriously don't know?
I don't know what movie you're talking about that was 25 years in the making.
Oh, not 25 years in the making.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't sound like anything.
They weren't making it for 25 years.
This game was being made for 25 years?
No, it
it's
was
a game
not.
that he's been wanting to make for 25 years. 25 years in the making. He
probably would look at the stars. Like, imagine making a game like that.
Something that he's been wanting to make.
He's been wanting to make for 25 years.
Yes.
But he's been making it for 8.
He's been active development for 8.
It took him 8 years to make the game.
Yes. But again, it's a powerful statement that he's putting out there into the world, letting them know that there's a lot of hard work that went into this amazing game. Right now,
yes, a lot of people involved.
That has been achieved because the player counts has. Understand this. Remember, Starfield is not released.
Mm-hmm.
This is early access to the people who bought the premium edition.
Yes.
So you had to pay $100 or the upgrade on Game Pass or the Constellation edition, right? So this is not the general public, okay? But just the amount of people who paid for the early access and have been playing, they cracked the top 4 in Steam completely in just the first hour alone. Okay, so as soon as it went live, it busted through.
Listen, it's an anticipated game. Everyone's been waiting to see, to get their hands on it. It's been talked about for quite a while.
Yep.
So, I mean, what do you expect?
So to give you some context, right? So Steam hasn't actually put their list out, but there's this Steam DB that kind of knows how to do a backdoor into the system that gets all the information. So with just early access, literally just early access, the first hour of the release alone.
Yes.
Now, we weren't included in that hour because we couldn't get in until about an hour and a half later after our technical difficulties.
That was a fail.
Also keep in mind, this is only Steam. So remember, it's also on Game Pass on PC.
Yes.
Like we played it on Game Pass on PC. We paid for the upgrade there. So this doesn't even count in the numbers regardless.
Okay.
So only Steam people and 234,000 people playing right off the rip. Early access, only the people who paid more for it.
Which means that once everybody else hits.
Once September 6th comes where the rest of the world can get in, it's a whole different ballgame. Now for comparison, Baldur's Gate 3 was at the same point in time about 392,000, but full release, everybody on Steam able to play it, paying $50 for the game or $60. So without a full release, that's really, really impressive for a game that only people who paid a lot of money can get into. So that was very dope.
So you're paying more just to get the access,
just for early access.
That's a little messed up.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry. It's a premium edition, so there's other stuff that comes in there. Yeah. I'm just talking about. I thought
it was just for the early access. I'm like, damn, that's a little little messed up.
No, this is for
to do to the fans.
Yeah, this is for like if you pay the early access. I'm sorry, you pay the extra money, you're going to get these extra perks. Plus, you can play early.
Yeah.
Right. Now, Metacritic, this thing got unfortunately reduced greatly by some of the lower scores, but it did still, even with all the hate that these bigger outlets try to give it, it's still sitting at a very respectable 88 Metacritic.
Okay.
Which is really, really good.
CMoney
on PC.
Fire Emblem Three Houses at 89.
Damn,
it's a great game.
It is.
But did IGN give it a 7?
They gave it a 9.
Okay, so then what would our score be if IGN wasn't
but
a bitch ass?
let me ask you a question. Why are we just
Damn. Right? So let's put this in perspective. Okay,
but we can't just put it in IGN. They were not the
and
only
GameStop
ones
and PC Gamer. They
scored
only one.
it. Yeah.
I mean, I know
All three.
7. So
We're gonna dig into why.
I mean, we already
I'm
know
just saying.
IGN were little bitches because they were always infamous because there was a Pokemon game on a 3DS where one of the complaints was that there was too much water.
Yeah,
literally, and that was where their name went to shit.
Yeah, it's asinine. If you look at like the amount of hundreds and 90s in this game got is crazy. The other thing to keep in mind is that Metacritic doesn't weigh each one the same. So bigger outlets have more pull.
Of course.
So even though you can have 110s, lesser, bigger companies giving it a 7 is an issue.
It's a big
deal.
Like
it means more. But again, we're gonna dive deep into the other stuff. I just want to kind of put the
you want to have your moment about the game that you've been waiting for.
Yes. Okay. And then I'm gonna listen. This is where we're going now. We're gonna go into the bullshit now because
let's go.
This is where the issue is. Okay. Now, before we dive in, let's go back. Let's go to the chat and
let's go.
Let's see what's going on.
Oh, it's burning.
Guys,
it's like fire.
We're so happy to be here.
It's like a forest fire down there, bro.
All right. So where is it here? G maybe says David Jaffe's latest video said Starfield is great, that he loves the game, but it's ugly as hell.
It's fair. The motion capture doesn't look that great.
Absolutely. The facial animation is one of the best that I've seen.
Compared to something like The Last of Us, which came out back in 2020 for the PS4.
Thank you, MADMAN. Yes.
First of all,
that is true.
First of all, Last of Us.
Last of Us is like next level.
Let's quantify what we're talking about here.
Go ahead.
Last of Us is a tightly made.
Nobody told them to make a big ass world, galaxy, and all that other crap. You can't compare.
That's like.
But then you might
as well be saying the cars look better in Forza than there. They're very different situations.
So this is the situation. The way you're excusing it is what I'm not okay with, because you're trying to say, if you're making a game that big, then that's not an excuse. Oh, this game is so big, so this is why.
The facial animation in this game is
Are you kidding me? When when Allie grabs that gun and shoots his dude and Joel's freaking face. Are you kidding me?
Spoilers, by the way.
They're not doing facial animation only. They're doing a performance. This is not what's happening in this game. You talk to hundreds of characters.
Yes, I told you the same thing when you were stuck.
Wait, hold on. So they're not doing individual
Is that what you're
characters.
talking about?
I'm sorry.
I mean, they're not doing motion capture. They're animating like CGI, like Pixar.
For this.
Yeah, for Starfield, these are like animated characters.
Well, they're animated. I mean, they probably do motion capture for the face, like facial capture. But what I'm saying is that they're not, like Joel and Allie are acting out this big performance that sells you on the whole thing, not just the conversation that you're having. So it's a very different situation.
To be fair, that makes sense.
And obviously, we're talking about main characters.
It wasn't just... Obviously, I'm sure they're going to have these moments. I hope they're going to have these
moments. Well, maybe in the main story.
Listen, Last of Us is amazing. Nobody's bringing Last of Us into this. There's no reason to compare it. Yeah, but that's just unnecessary because nobody's talking bad about Last of Us. We're talking about the situation at hand where people are trying to, these places
people
are trying to do things.
People are stating their opinion?
Now, you watch, but let's not take a different taste because you watched the same video that I watched and you had the same opinion that I had. So, with
Let's get
Dan Stapleton
into
and IGN. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if you guys watched Unlocked, okay? But there was stuff. See?
Finish your sentence. You were talking to me, so tell me what you were saying.
We were looking at the chat. And
but let's finish. But you were talking to me. You were talking directly.
We're going to stay talking about this.
You didn't finish what you were saying to me.
Yeah, because
you were calling me out on something.
Yeah, because we're going to stay talking about this, but I don't want to forget talking to them.
Okay,
I'm going to bring it right back, and then we'll talk about it. So... Where is it? Okay. G maybe says there were many others that had to uninstall and reinstall at launch for it to work on PC. So I heard. Okay, so I wasn't alone having to figure this shit out. OpenCritic has it at a 92. Yes.
Wow.
That's what's up, Fonto.
All right.
Good job. Thank you for letting us know. Yes, IGN US only. Facts. IGN Japan scored it a 10. Fun fact, all the other IGN scored it between 9 and 10s. It's only the U.S. that had an issue, which the U.S. is the only place that has Dan Stapleton. But that was at Fonzo says there is no facial capture. There's thousands of characters. It's AI generated and very impressive in comparison to previous Bethesda games. Bethesda never used mocap. That's because they're fucking beasts.
Oh, the best.
CMoney said, I'm sorry, CMoney says, I'm CMoney. Shintaro says, CMoney facts. The facial animations in Starfield are some of the best I've seen. Purpleberry says, well, their faces aren't bad, but they could have more of a personality.
Agreed, 100%.
Absolutely. Okay, so we're gonna dive into it because you watched the Unlock with me. You watched it too, Madman. Okay. So
is that the one? The
one with the 4 people?
I saw a little bit of it in the beginning. Yes.
Yeah, we didn't watch the whole thing.
I didn't finish. We didn't watch the whole thing. I don't know if you watched the whole thing.
We were already disgusted.
That's not why I have just.
That's not why. But still, I was disgusted. No, but all right. So the issue that we have, and there was an article that somebody wrote on some website, HITC, but they were kind of going in on it, and they, it's called Starfield IGN review faces accusations of anti-Xbox bias from fans. So they put all this stuff together, which is pretty dope. And I want to hone in on a couple things, but I want to start with that Unlock episode that they had, where there was Ryan McCaffrey, 2 other people, and then Dan Stapleton. So Dan went ahead and explained why he gave it a 7, which is good, everybody, to Dan. 7 is good. He knows it's good. He believes it's good. But he was saying that his first 12 hours of the game were boring. He didn't understand what to do, that it was hard to get into, that it was blah, blah, blah. Just more nonsense. Did you hear anything else other than blah, blah, blah from him? Because I feel like that's what he was saying.
He sounds like the adults from Peanuts.
Exactly.
That's funny. That's such a good movie.
That's exactly what it sounded like.
So he did state that it was boring for the first 12 hours. I don't think it was necessarily boring. I thought the game was beautiful. He also said that the jetpack, you have to work too much,
which is
to get
incorrect.
into things. I listen, I do have to agree with some of the things that he says.
Well, not that, because you have a jetpack if you pick the character that starts with a jetpack.
But that's what he was speaking about. You kind of don't have enough context to know what you want to choose or how it's going to affect the game, right? You never played this game before. So it was a little confusing how much stuff they had in there.
Well,
there were a lot of choices, and you were confused too.
I think playing a game and trying to figure out
what to go with.
I think playing a game and trying to figure out some of the systems that you're not quite understanding how they work is not the same as it being a bad game.
It's not like you can go right back and go ahead and switch things up if you made it.
Yeah, but it's like if we gave you, it's just a different type of game, right? Because it's like if somebody was just handed the controller and said, "Hey, go play Animal Crossing for the first time," you'll know exactly what to do. You won't, right? You have to figure it out. You have to understand what to do.
But I think you've stated many times that this is no Animal Crossing. Anytime I've made any type of comparison, the first thing you do is try to shut it down.
If you're playing a different type of game that you don't understand, right? There's going to be a learning curve,
yes,
right?
I agree.
Not every game is 100% easy to just understand and play.
That is correct. But I will tell you this. There are games, right? Because I never, like I said before, I never played Animal Crossing before. And when I started playing, I wanted to keep playing. I wanted to do more.
Exactly. He
didn't want to. He didn't. He felt like it wasn't engaging enough. He felt like he had to get through 12 hours.
Well, CMoney, even though I think he's wrong, you could at least put him in your you could put yourself in his shoes and kind of think about what he might be feeling. Remember when you had played Super Mario Galaxy with Doodle, 5 minutes into the tutorial, you were like, so is this the greatest Mario game of all time? I don't think so. No shit, it's not going to be the greatest in 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, meaning that you have to, what he's saying is, if you put yourself, he had to play 12 hours to be able to.
He had to play.
To get into the game. He found it boring for 12 straight hours, right?
So this is the thing. So I thought we were going to be able to talk about it without me going deeper, but I guess we have to do it the opposite way because Dan Stapleton, the problem with Dan Stapleton is not his perspective.
Did I hear anything other than that? right? And you can explain who he is to anybody that may not know who he is.
Dan Stapleton was is the like boss over there.
Okay.
He's the chief, whatever it is. He gets to decide what happens and what goes down. And every man in the suits rolls through him. So he has to okay it or not okay it. In this particular situation, he requested to do the review. Okay. Now, the problem with that is that, number one, Dan Stapleton,
who's Dave?
Has been on, I said, I've changed my word.
I'm sorry. I didn't know you were that.
I was very confused for a second. I thought I was like confusing people. So he went ahead and again, I'm just going to go through it here because my boy Sentu, he's on Twitter. If you guys are on Twitter, you've probably seen him before. Sentasugi? Senta something. He put everything together here, and he did some deep diving. All right, so I'll read you his tweet here, and then some of the other things. So, revisit the Starfield IGN reviewer Dan Stapleton's opinion of Xbox having Starfield as an exclusive.
Mm-hmm.
One of Dan Stapleton's biggest issues was that he was super pissed that Bethesda got bought by Xbox, taking it away from his precious PlayStation. Okay. Why do I say precious PlayStation? Because my man is running around dressed up as Kratos. Okay. Posting that stuff out there when he's supposed to be a non-biased person. He's the guy in charge. He's not on the PlayStation podcast. Bro. He's not a PlayStation guy on the team on the outward view, right? He's supposed to be the guy in charge.
Yes.
So to go out there and just put it out there, his affinity for this is already an issue.
Okay. So can I say though, like you're super you love Master Chief, right?
Yep.
And you claim that you just love games in general, right?
I think this guy's
obviously
bullshit.
I'm a bias to Xbox.
I mean, here's
a
problem.
Okay.
With PlayStation, his problem is that he's complaining why they're just taking away games from the consumers. Meanwhile, PlayStation does that every goddamn time.
There's no message from Dan Stapleton.
But no one gives a shit if it's PlayStation taking away Final Fantasy VII and Spider-Man from Xbox players.
Okay, so I get that. They've made them exclusive and they've paid extra to make them exclusive, right? But as great as it is.
Xbox bought the building to make it exclusive.
And listen, that's great. Good. They have the money to do so.
Yep.
If they couldn't figure out how to make games to captivate people, go buy the buildings and bring them in, right?
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
But at the end of the day, we were having a conversation about a football game, I believe, on our last podcast and how
NFL 2K and the depth of it.
And how wrong it was that they went ahead.
They bought the license.
But at the end of the day, we all understand, as shady as that was, money talks, and they did what they had to do to crush the competition.
Yeah, Xbox did what they had to do.
They're out there buying these things, and they're doing what they have to do. But people are going to be there. There are a lot of people out there that are going to be pissed off about this.
Sure,
right?
but like when you're the head of a journalism brand that is supposed to be unbiased,
exactly,
you make the review, and even though here's the thing: if IGN was the only one who gave it a 7, everyone else gave it 10s. There's no doubting that they're suspect and pretty bullshit. But I can understand that they had to have it had to have altered his opinion. Like the way he talks about it, he said that the game becomes amazing and shit like that after 12 hours. But the 12 hours are pretty rough. Even if it was that 10 or 9.5, it's like a rough beginning would maybe drop it to an 8, but
especially
7,
for a game that's 70, 80, 90, 100, 120, 140 hours that people put in this review.
That's like 1/10 or 1/12.
It's nothing.
And
so
listen,
it's just
I agree
the tutorial.
with the 7
at least drop it to an 8,
low,
not a goddamn
but I
7.
also agree with the 10 being high. Like,
I don't
for
think
you,
the game is
for sure.
Yes, in my opinion.
Of course,
so I get
course.
it. You guys are pissed about the 7, but then
nobody's saying they had to give it a 10.
No one.
At least
it's
a 9. Like a 9 would
to give
been
it a 7 when it's clearly not a 7.
Like here's the thing: if they put it a 9, no one would question it. It's just like a 9's great. So
I mean it's still it
some people
shouldn't.
Think
it's not a 7. They gave Forspoken, which was one of the most busted, whack, horrible games, universally hated. It's they closed the studio who made that game
because it was that bad.
That's how bad it was. Like not even the studio could show the publisher Square that it was no, we did good. It's just that people are hating. No, game's trash.
But Square Enix defends Balan Wonderland still.
Yeah. So they closed the company who made that game, and they gave that game a 6. So you're telling me Starfield is a
little bit better than Forspoken? That's bullshit.
Come on, fam. That's wild.
Even an 8. Like, they gave Mario Strikers Battle League an 8, and that game was not an 8. So, like, gee, it should have been a 9.
It's different strokes for different folks, right? Now, the problem is he went ahead knowing that he has this bias already naturally towards Xbox. He said, I'm going to be there. Now,
maybe he was excited to try the game.
Excited on an Xbox?
Listen, I don't think that we can be ignorant enough to think that we didn't see this possibly coming.
Like, if it was from
maybe
a 7 from an Xbox
7,
guy or something like that.
Like you expected it to be on the lower end, right? We did see the disrespect that was coming in.
I honestly didn't think they would disrespect Bethesda
Starfield
that much with a game that he literally, first of all, literally played Fallout 4 when it was multi-platform, when it wasn't owned by Xbox. Same people who make the same game, same ideas in the game. Obviously, it's different, but it's still Bethesda DNA RPG.
Yeah.
Okay. Gave it a 9.5, I think, or 9.4 or something really high. Oof. Okay. For Fallout 4, same guy. Right. But then the Xbox owned Bethesda shows up with a game that is receiving 10s and 9s everywhere else. First of all, just to be clear,
Fallout 4 is a controversial
70,
one back
80
then.
reviews. 3 places gave it a 7. IGN, GameSpot, and PC Gamer, which all 3 have similar bias scenarios to discuss, but IGN is just the most egregious because of all the other stuff they do.
But IGN has been out there disrespecting and leaving Xbox out. Period.
But this is just the next. This is just the next thing that they're doing. But he's
beating part of it. If you give it to an Xbox fan or someone who's very unbiased,
and I agree with the fact
sense.
that they should have not given. Like, he should not have been reviewing the game.
Let's put it right here though. He said his problem with the game was the first 12 hours. After that, it opens up. He has fun. Everything's great. Okay. If right on that same podcast, Ryan McCaffrey spoke and he literally said, I had the exact opposite experience as you, Dan, in those beginning 12 hours. I had a great time because I did this mission and it led to this one and I was doing this and it was great. He did exactly what I did because he's literally was on the same mission I was on and he loved it just like I did. Now, he's the Xbox guy. So let's just put this all together now. If Dan Stapleton didn't take it out of the hands of, didn't take it out of the hands of the Xbox team who should have reviewed the Xbox exclusive game, right?
Yeah.
I think we would have had a different outcome. Right.
Much more
considering that if the only problem was the first 12 hours
out of like 100
and Ryan said
game.
his first 12 hours were amazing.
That game would have gotten a goddamn maybe a 9 or 10,
probably a 9 or a 10, maybe a 9 because Ryan's he'll do it just to not do it. Right. He'll be like, I didn't give it a 10, but I gave it a 9.
But it's not good as The Last of Us.
Just like he gave Halo Infinite a 9. But that would have been a whole different experience.
Another thing, I think Halo Infinite has generally been less liked than Starfield.
No, Halo Infinite was extremely liked across the board. That's why it has a high Metacritic. The only problem with Halo was the live service.
The
multiplayer, not the multiplayer, the live service. The multiplayer is the best multiplayer out there. Yeah. Fight me. I don't give a shit. There's nothing that could touch Halo multiplayer.
Fortnite.
Not.
I mean, you got Master Chief and Darth Vader, and
that's Fortnite is fun, and it's
James
cool,
on the same team.
But gameplay, competitive stuff, no. Halo is can't be touched.
Peaked.
But it's the live service that they had an issue with. That's the only reason because they didn't have enough content to keep people playing.
And listen, you guys do understand that this is 100% valid because CMoney is not.
I'm the biggest Halo fan there is. But
I mean, here's the problem. If you were reviewing it, you would have given it 10. But the problem is that if you reviewed Halo 5, Halo 3, you probably would give them both 10s, even though we know for God's sake they're not 10s.
And this is the problem we run into, right? And it's like, who should be reviewing these games, right? Should it ideally,
I think unbiased is the best.
Yeah, but there is no unbiased, right? Realistically speaking, there's always
like, at what point?
At least the biasness should be in the realm of who's going to play it, right? So if I'm a Halo fan, I'm going to tell you whether I like that Halo game or not. And that's coming from a Halo fan. It's obviously not the perspective of somebody who hates Halo.
If you're a Halo groupie or a hater of it, your opinion then is invalid. Is that what you're saying?
No, what you're saying is that if you like a certain thing and you haven't played the new game, right? But at least you're predisposed to it, you will either really like it or not. The important thing is to know, did the people making the game make a good Halo game for the people who like Halo?
Oh, for the fans or for the
fans, right? Then everybody else, whether they like it or not, doesn't really matter, because as long as the fans like it,
I think it should be
it's complicated.
Somebody that reviews a game should be someone that enjoys that type of game.
Yeah, like if you don't like, it's like asking CMoney here to review Persona 5.
Exactly.
Which is an excellent
I would not like that game. And so I wouldn't review it.
Exactly.
Right? So that's why it doesn't make any sense. You don't want me to review Persona 5 because I don't like it. You want MADMAN to review Persona 5 because he likes that type of game. So if he plays Persona 4 and he's like, I don't really like that when Persona 5 was much better, then it's like, okay, his opinion means more than somebody like me who's just looking at it like, I know it's a good game. I'm sure it's a 9 or a 10 for the people who like it. It's just not for me because I don't like that type of game. But I would never say that ain't no 9, that ain't no 10. Absolutely, it's a 9 or a 10 for those people who like that game. They don't need to cater to me.
I actually did play Persona 4 before 5. Actually, 4 is what made me want to play 5.
Okay, so you see, that he was able to judge Persona 5 based off his love for Persona 4 versus if I did play it, obviously I said I did not like it. I thought it was okay, but I don't like it. But that doesn't mean I can't recognize
that it's crafted really
what it is. And again, I understand the pissed offness of the 7. But I don't think the game, after seeing it, should be a full-blown 10. I also don't think it should be a 7.
Have been him. That's the big problem. If it was an Xbox fan and that Xbox fan,
if it was Ryan McCaffrey who went ahead and loved the first 12 hours and said it was a 7, then there would be like, what do you mean? Like, why? Right? We wouldn't be saying that. Why would IGN give this review to this scumbag who has? I mean, if you want to know, when I say scumbag, if you want to do your own Google on Dan Stapleton and see the racism and all that other shit that he has going on, that you can do. I'm not going to go into that here, but why would you give it to him who purposely chose not to?
You said that there was no choice.
Well, no, I'll tell you right now. He did a tweet a couple days ago or yesterday, I think, trying to, because they're trying to justify all this shit. So he says his Fallout 4 review was 3,100 reviews. So his Starfield review is 3,900 reviews. So it's about, 3,500 words, give or take. So somebody asked him, genuine question, do you pick yourself to review the tentpole Bethesda games? Dan Stapleton says, of course. Who else would pick me?
Oh my God.
The guy says, I don't know. I just figured, what if someone on the team really wanted to review it? LOL.
Who gives a
he writes, they always have the option to challenge me in single combat.
What the hell?
But otherwise, being the director of reviews has its perks. So meaning somebody like Ryan McCaffrey says, hey, I think I'm going to review this game. He says, nah, homie, it's me. I'm doing it. Ryan literally is an Xbox guy. The game comes out on Xbox and PC. You don't need a PlayStation perspective on this game. It has nothing to do with them. So you want somebody who enjoys Xbox to look at an Xbox game and see if it's good or not. Okay? He would definitively, based off of what the way Dan put it, the first 12 hours were crap. Everything else was amazing. Ryan McCaffrey thought the first 12 hours were great, right? So you can speculate that would just continue on. And it wouldn't have been a 7, 8 or 9, sure, not a 7. And it's just bullshit. But I
agree with that.
Yeah. Let me get the chat has some thoughts here. So G maybe says the difference between an opinion and a journalist review is the professional responsibility behind it. If he was transparent about his opinion, then we shouldn't be shocked if we know of his bias.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know. It's messy because there's nothing wrong with disliking
I agree with you.
a game or anything really that's like super critically acclaimed. Plenty of games you don't like. Just this year, you had your opinions on Across the Spider-Verse, even though it's pretty like people call it masterpiece and shit.
Well, first of all, I liked Across the Spider-Verse. I had a very simple complaint. A very simple complaint. Aside from the Miles Morales discussion that you and I agree with 100%.
We had a 4-hour discussion going back and forth, and it got really intense.
But you and I already agree about the Miles Morales situation, that we feel
after 4 hours
that it's messed up that he didn't get a live action movie first. Okay, so that was the biggest.
Just that was the biggest in mind would probably not qualify you to review Spider-Verse.
Of course, which I wouldn't do. Right, but that plus the art style on the second one, if you look behind, it's constantly blurry, has that chromatic aberration.
I get what you're saying.
I don't like that look. It's very difficult for me to see. So for me, I don't like the look of it most of the time. Doesn't mean there's not dope scenes when that's not prevalent or is not the biggest thing. And it doesn't mean the movie's not good. I enjoyed the movie. I think it was a good movie. But I don't think that those things were just not for me with the looks, which I wear glasses, obviously.
I know. I told
it's
you.
It's difficult for me to enjoy things like that mess with my eyes.
Yeah,
right?
just like the other parts, like Earth 65 with Gwen's World, with like you really hate the paint aesthetic, and Mumbattan, which like the Indian hand drawn, which is very imperfect, but it reflects Indian like old drawings from like decades and shit like that ago. I don't know. I actually recently watched Into Spider-Verse and Across Spider-Verse back to back. I don't know why. Across Spider-Verse is like such a huge jump in my opinion. Like it almost makes the Into Spider-Verse look borderline a bit basic.
Okay, because you enjoy the different art styles that make it more amplified. But the actual let's not go into too much of a tangent because we're trying to, of course, keep the podcast a little more.
Yeah, we're doing great.
Short.
By the way,
this is the main topic. So this is the
it's gonna be a little longer.
G maybe says, Madman, I haven't started Sea of Stars yet, but if it's anything like Chained Echoes, I know I will love it.
I don't know the game
I played
is.
it too. It's pretty dope. We're actually going to talk a little bit about. No, I don't know which one that is.
Sea of Stars. Oh yeah.
G maybe says gaining new fans is just as important as pleasing old fans when it comes to the bottom line.
Yeah,
I would say I agree with that in general, but I think for Xbox specifically with Game Pass, it's more about whether or not you like the game enough to stay subscribed and whether it's worth it to you. But I agree, you definitely want to bring in new fans. And then G maybe says single combat, LOL, challenge accepted. Right?
Let's go.
Freaking Dan Stapleton. Okay. So that was just that unlocked situation and just kind of showing that it just would have been different. And I think that the bias between, IGN and Xbox is just it's so tangible. Like you can see it. We see it all the time.
There's tension there, a lot of it.
Like we spent 2 episodes talking about IGN giving this extra hate to Xbox.
Yeah, like it's pretty
the
bad.
last 2 podcasts.
Things kept coming up.
Here's
they
the third
just
one.
Don't stop.
And
we just might as well make a jingle for it. IGN hates Xbox.
I think they're done right now. I think the goal was to get to the score.
Okay,
so wait till Hellblade 2 comes out.
There's a bigger discussion I want to have on this topic too, besides what took place. But just kind of going a little deeper, I've talked about this. I know I was in Boom Show and I talked about this, and we've talked about it ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
But what do you feel about the idea that, aside from the hate of it,
okay,
the fact that IGN and GameStop, especially GameSpot, which
I love
GameSpot.
You
look at them and you kind of wonder how they even exist because they put out the same trailer as IGN,
mm-hmm.
and GameSpot has like 15,000 views and IGN has like 15 million views. You know what I'm saying? Like it's crazy the difference in them. But these bigger, smaller sites like GameSpot,
like
and
sub-tier,
PC
like
Gamer,
Game Rant, the Gamer.
Well, no, not done because see, they're more lean. They're smaller teams, so they don't have a huge overhead, so they can be more truthful and they want the clicks, but they don't always have to be crazy for them. Whereas somebody like GameStop, which is obviously struggling, they need the clicks, right? So what we were talking about and what I kind of brought up was the idea that for the clicks, right? When they look at a game like Starfield and they see so many people, they know millions and millions and millions of people are going to be looking for this game, looking for information on this game, right? If they went ahead and gave it a higher score, right, there would be just one of many, right?
Yeah.
Like one of many people who get a very high score. So you can kind of look, if you have a favorite place, the reality is a lot of like the hardcore people have moved away from the IGNs and the GameSpots of the world. And they have gone to more like influencer type people or YouTubers who are really good at reviewing games and things like that, like ACG or Mr. Matty Plays and things like that. Even Randall Thor, when he finally does one, he makes them pretty good. So people are moving away from there, right? So if they go ahead and put the high score, it's like, why even bother? It's like, oh, we know that's the score. We don't need to read it. We don't need to click. But they go ahead and you have Dan Stapleton, who's already predisposed to wanting to screw over Xbox. On top of it, if you go ahead and give it that lower score, you have so many more people who want to go watch Unlock to see why the hell this happened. So many more people that want to click
everywhere. I look for why it's not, right? So if I see anything lower, like 5 stars, and I'm seeing 5 stars everywhere, and I see this, they get a 2 or 3 stars somewhere. I'm curious to see what's the problem.
Exactly.
I understand that everybody else likes it, but I want to know what the problem is. So I will click there if I'm looking for a review on something I'm trying to buy or something that I want, and I'm not sure about it.
Because you want to know if
because
the problem is something that you can live with.
That I can relate to. Like if I'm going to have that same issue. If that person had an issue with, the way it fits or the whatever, then I'm like, okay, do those issues apply to me, or do I not care about that? And then that's how I make my decisions. Like, okay, that didn't matter. Go ahead and buy it. Or, oh, shoot, that's a great point. Done so. But understanding that everybody else already likes it. So that was a good observation when it comes to that.
Yeah. So I think that with IGN, or again, already being, in the situation where Dan Stapleton loves to kind of give shit to Xbox, I think it just makes sense. And then you think about GameSpot being that smaller, entity who's like, we need the clicks. Again, they're also kind of predisposed to doing that.
I think where he was really arrogant was when he came in and reviewed the game. He could have went ahead and given it to someone else. It didn't need to be whoever he thought was going to give it the highest score. But knowing, I don't know exactly what he's done, but like knowing what he's done himself or what people know him for, to take that type of stance and then kind of make it seem like, okay, well, what I say goes no matter what, right?
Yep.
It was very ballsy, but then we know that this is what they've been doing. This is what, like, as disrespectful as it is and as big of a problem as this is, it's also like goes hand in hand with everything else that's been happening.
Absolutely.
So for him, okay, it was really ballsy for him to go ahead and say, I'm going to do it, knowing that what everybody else knows about whatever it is that he did.
Yep.
So that's a bigger problem, because that's not just saying we're going to score it low if this was planned out. This is also saying, what's coming to whoever knows about this stuff and the hardcore Xbox fans.
Yep.
So,
Absolutely.
And that's what they did when they did they forgot to put, the Xbox, that the games were coming into Xbox. They went ahead and they kind of said, oh, we didn't mean to, but there was no apology, right?
Yep.
But then they doubled down and did it again. So it was kind of like,
multiple times.
We got you again.
Wait, hold on. I do have a question, though. Well, more like a question about what someone said in the chat here. G, maybe. If journalistic sensationalism is what people click on, then why isn't it even across the board? If controversy sells, why wouldn't they do that for Tears of the Kingdom?
Because
I like that.
So that's a good thing. So
yeah.
Because Tears of the Kingdom is made by Nintendo.
Oh my gosh!
And
Didn't
not
you
by
guys
Xbox.
just say? Didn't you guys just talk about a Nintendo game before
We
that?
were? What?
I thought you brought up.
Pokemon, like I think it was like Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. When that game came out, IGN gave it like a 7, but one of the cons was that it had too much water. Because, well,
So it's like the
if you
stupid
know
reason,
the context,
but they also gave
then
Mario Strikers a higher
8 out of 10. It's like
a higher
honestly,
grade.
it's better than Starfield.
But that's why this is
What?
such a sensitive
That's
situation,
the problem
right?
with this whole thing. It's a mix of everything, right? So there's such a thing as having the bias there, right? Which is them wanting to purposely give shit to Xbox, and understanding that Dan Stapleton as a person was the one who did this, right?
Mhm.
Because IGN put up a tweet and they were like, look at our Forza review. We gave it this high score, and it was, I think they gave it a 10, and it was game of the year. Okay.
For them.
For them. Yeah. But Dan Stapleton didn't review it. Right.
But that's what
So
I'm
the
saying.
argument
It was
is-
a bold move for them to do. And I
Exactly.
understand, but this is something that is kind of like, okay, this happened. And, you know, as bad as it is or disrespectful as it felt, it's kind of like, you know, you can't, the more, if this was done on purpose, the more kind of kicking and screaming in a way of being like hurt, the more satisfaction that he's receiving from this entire situation. I think the movement is bigger than that. So the discussion is, what do we do from here if we felt blatantly disrespected multiple times, right? So this was like the last straw. The question is, what do we do from that?
I think the question is less, what do we do from that? And more, what does Xbox do from that?
Yes, but I also think we need to go ahead and kind of take a look at, you know, there's not following, there's not clicking. Like
Absolutely.
there are things that you guys can do, because at the end of the day, it goes back to, like I've talked about, you know, PlayStation fans and how, yeah, they go out there and they act a certain way, but they're also very loyal. So you guys do need to do your part, and you're responsible for that. And then you let Phil do what he has to do on his end. Again, not in a freaking violent, let me go run around running my mouth and shutting down anything I hear that doesn't sit with what I'm saying, but like not clicking, not subscribing, not following, whatever it is that you guys have to do. I did notice, you know, that pop I was talking about of the little robot, right?
Oh, from Starfield?
Yes. They,
Yeah, Starfield
you know,
pop.
We're gonna talk
IGN
about it
had
later,
an oh, you have it, is that a topic?
Well,
Okay.
it's not a topic. It's just in this
Run
whole
by
thing
it.
we were going to talk about.
Okay, because so
I was
should
just trying to, it's a nice thing. So I'm trying to keep it out of
Okay,
the
so I
messy
won't
and
go
we're-
into that then.
Yeah.
I'll talk about it later.
Well, but I agree with what you're saying. Like, yeah, we should stop watching them. The problem is that the rest of the world doesn't care, right? So the millions of people that go to IGN are not the people that we're talking to on Twitter, right?
Mhm.
They're not the people upset in Twitter. They're people who know nothing really about gaming outside of what they're told,
Yes.
right? They don't go do their own research.
Mhm.
They go to Walmart and they see Starfield came out and they're like, oh, dope. Or they go to Walmart, go see that Starfield came out and say, oh, what's that? Let me go to IGN and see what they gave it. A 7, whack.
Yeah.
Metacritic, right? People say, oh, but there's Metacritic, right? They go to Metacritic
An
and see
88.
all the other people gave it these high scores. That's not, Metacritic doesn't do anywhere near the numbers that IGN does. Okay, they're not even in the same stratosphere, right? IGN is mainstream. Everybody goes there to just look at their stuff. And I'm not talking about hardcore. I'm talking about the everyman who doesn't really know about this stuff, right?
The only thing that
The
ticks
grandma
me
and
off
grandpa
about
who going to go do a
Metacritic-
review. Guess what? Who do you think pays the most money on Google to have their name pop up on top when you do a search
IGN.
for a review? IGN, right?
I do have to wonder, though, with Metacritic, the only thing that annoys me is that they divide their scores by platform, meaning that the PS3 version got 1 point higher than the 360 version.
Which
And that's
doesn't make
stupid.
any sense.
It's literally stupid. Unless it's like a main console then handheld, or
The
like
reason they
PC
do
version
that,
is so
the
drastic.
reason they do that is because sometimes the platform can have problems, right?
Yeah,
so,
but
like for instance,
that's not the
Cyberpunk,
game,
right?
that's the platform.
Like if Cyberpunk is reviewed on PC before when it first launched,
Yeah, I know.
the reviews on PC were amazing. The reviews on Xbox and PlayStation were horrible, right? Because there was horrible glitches, they couldn't run right, all this other stuff. Cyberpunk was great on PC. It worked
Yeah.
amazingly, right? So there was no real
So this
issue
is
with
a cyberpunk situation, right? Where you kind of just have to let it ride out.
It's a different
that's
scenario.
It. There's nothing to do to change anything.
Cyberpunk was at a shitty state. Starfield is not like they're going to change the first 12 hours. It's just that's just how it is. And some people will dislike it. Some people will have to suck it up. Some people will just like it, you know?
Well, those were buggy situations. Cyberpunk was an amazing game. But that's the thing. I mean, let's go back to chat real quick to see. So Fonto says media was a platform to provide a balanced report. Entertainment media started as a basic opinion platform, but now, due to instant reader reaction, hit pieces are their bread and butter. Controversy breeds clicks and ultimately money.
Yeah.
You read G Maybes. Purpleberry says, why would they even let him do that? Well, he made himself do that because he was the guy in charge. Fonso says, which is the world we now live in. And I think journalism has lost some integrity because of it.
100%. See, but
Without
that's
a
the
doubt.
problem. That's the root of it. And you know why? Because there's so much money involved, right? I agree with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Fonto says sensationalism can be very particular. That's why it's sensationalism. G maybe says Xbox and Starfield are on everyone's minds. The mind share is starting to change, and there is going to be resistance to this change. We are just starting to see who is fighting this change.
Yep.
Absolutely. Fonto says also new IPs are easier to build bias towards as they don't have a broadly established fan base. Those are true. Those are true. Absolutely. Purpleberry says with the generation coming up now, we're so screwed. Yeah, these new people are it's the younger people at IGN who really kind of have that hardcore bias.
They don't care. I don't know
Dan.
if they don't have bills to pay or what, but they go ahead, they do these things, and then they kind of don't necessarily care about the consequences. And they didn't get a slap on the wrist for it. As a matter of fact, the leader of that section went ahead and jumped in on it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. G maybe says IGN is also struggling to remain relevant. I don't believe that the new generation looks up information on a site like that first. They look for what's trending and YouTube.
Yeah, that's true.
That's
very true.
That's also a very
deal.
true
That's
thing.
a huge
and
statement.
that kind of lends to the idea that they're doing this also for the clicks because they want people to go to them because they went ahead and did this lower, score.
I will tell you though, I bet that the PlayStation fans were really happy to go ahead and read that review, and it kind of gave them. I don't know what's
we don't need
being
it.
said
So,
out there. I can only imagine how excited that made them.
Relief, yeah.
So really funny though. I got the email on Thursday from PlayStation that my order was shipping, and on Friday it was here. So I've never ordered directly from PlayStation, systems or anything like that. But it was really fast, by the way. But it's just crazy that it happened between those 2 days. They had it. They sent me the information on freaking Thursday, and boom, it's here on Friday. Just the 2 days.
Well, they purposely did that to give the their PlayStation people something to be excited about while everybody else
it's
is
smart,
singing and dancing about Starfield. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Fonso says facts about what G maybe said. No, I mean, I agree. And to be honest with you, I think that's why I think on one of the other podcasts I was on with Boom, I brought this up, but their mess ups, the way they're losing that relevance, that IGN and these outlets is what has essentially led to the rise of the YouTube influencer, right? That's what makes people want to connect with these fan bases, because you go to, a place like IGN used to have fan bases. The Xbox team used to actually be Xbox heads. They loved Xbox. That was their stuff. Now the Xbox Unlocked has people from PlayStation who go into it and people from these other places that sit there and just talk. And Ryan McCaffrey is basically the only constant now. They've essentially squeezed out everybody who was an actual Xbox head there. Same thing with, PlayStation has it because there's so many more PlayStation people who are at IGN. But they lost a sense of community, right? Kind of funny with Greg Miller you know, he's a huge PlayStation head, right? But he went and he left IGN and he basically took his little crew and they went and they started Kind of Funny and they kept community. That's what he did at IGN. He kept community, right? Like he made people feel like they were part of something bigger than just a website. They made them like all part of that podcast, right? It was like, just like it was almost basically their own YouTube channel, right?
Yeah.
That's what they did. And that's why when they left, now look at how huge they are and how successful they are. They keep growing it because they've kept that community and kept growing it. And I think that that's what this allows now is that people are out there looking for the sense of community, right?
Yeah.
Going out there and finding people who like things like they do and that they go ahead and can relate to them, you know? Like that's why, you know, these fan bases start growing and you know, they exist.
Yeah,
You know
I
what I'm
agree.
saying? So I just think at the end of the day, with everything that's going on with IGN and these other places, this was just a really bad look. You know,
It is because you can't necessarily trust the situation anymore. Again,
exactly.
a 7, it's he says it's good. It's not good when you look at other scores, right? Other games.
Well,
and I think
you know that.
I think that's the problem.
That.
And I think,
you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like he's not
but
stupid
he got
to it.
to say that, and you can't necessarily, again, they don't have that community where they connect with you or they talk to you, right? So he just said that, and that's just what you have to kind of deal with.
Yep.
And that's kind of how they shut down the other situation. But yeah. He seemed pretty pricky when he was talking.
You can see it.
He brought up
Yeah.
like you can obviously I don't think the game was a 7, but he brought up some good things that I thought made sense, but because the game is not perfection, but at the end of the day, like it's not a 7.
Yeah, it's definitely not a 7. And again, the first 12 hours, obviously in the same podcast, you have somebody else who's saying they loved it, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that who was supposedly predisposed to like Bethesda type games, right, is going out there and purposely doing this, right? And that's just what it is. There's no other way around it. He purposely went ahead and did this. G maybe in the chat says, I wish Destin could completely separate from the two. Destin is one of the last Xbox heads over there that actually gives a shit about Xbox. I follow his channel and he's like his own channel is really good. But yeah, like he's one of the last ones. It's him and Ryan were the last ones. They took out Miranda, which she was an actual Xbox head.
What did they do with her? Throw her out?
No, they just put her to work somewhere else. They took her off the camera, and so she's not forward facing anymore. She's in the back again.
Okay, so I think but this is the thing. This is what I'm saying. Yes, Phil can only do so much because he also has to, you know, keep it pretty in there. You know, he still has to. There's still certain things.
Like, does he need? I guess that's the bigger question. Like, what is Xbox? What should Xbox do?
Okay, so that should be that's what you guys need to start asking your you know.
Well, I'm sure Xbox is getting blown up all the time.
I hope that they then have that backbone that I keep talking about and come out a little crazy, you know?
Like, it would be crazy.
They have the status. They have the studios. They have the games coming out. Fuck IGN.
I think this is what G-Maybe was trying to...
that they should take.
Yeah, I think that's what G-May was trying to allude to before when he said, like, the conversation's changing. You know, Xbox does have more studios now. They have all these big games. And it's going to get to the point where they're just going on all cylinders. This is why it's so important that Phil has to never let go of the idea of doing the exclusives. They can't say, oh, yeah, go ahead. We can put this multi-platform game out there because this legacy was here. No. He has to keep it exclusive as much as humanly possible because that's the only way there's separation.
They've made it very clear that they don't necessarily like.
I wouldn't be surprised if they have like some sort of Xbox uprising in IGN headquarters or some shit like that. But yeah, it is pretty rough for Xbox fans at IGN. Imagine if you worked at IGN. Oh, that would be something.
But obviously, that's the thing, right? These people, you know, this is their livelihood, right? You know, they're there, and as much as you know, YouTube is there, and these people have these channels. It's not like Destin's not making his salary on YouTube. You know what I'm saying?
And this is the thing. I said it on our last podcast. Philly needs to start bringing up something else, right? He has the money to do so. You've invested so much. You can't feel cornered into using IGN, right? When he felt cornered with Jim, he went out and bought all this stuff. So now we're in that same situation. What are you going to do? I feel like he needs to go ahead and have
He needs to buy IGN.
No.
Buy IGN, fire Dan Stapleton, then sell IGN. You know what I'm saying? Just
you don't have to fire
boom, boom.
everybody.
Xbox.
There are two people left are into Xbox. At that point, you kind
That's
of
wild.
build your own thing or find a smaller guy, start funding it, bringing it up, and just make your own shit.
You know what's
Simple.
funny? It's so not hard to bring on people in an official capacity to be on Podcast Unlocked.
No.
Like first of all, nobody needs to live there. Okay. Nobody needs to live in San Francisco or wherever they are to go into that office. They do it literally. Ryan's at home. He's in his house streaming. So are the other guests.
Yeah.
So it's like, why not go find some Xbox YouTubers who are prominent figures and bring them on the show?
I agree.
And make them part of it and let that be your board of people who are discussing what's important to Xbox fans once a week. I mean, obviously we're talking games, right? So we know the level of importance of this is low. We're not talking like politics or things that are going to, define our world. We're talking about gaming. We're talking about our hobby that we love.
Yeah.
And just like a sports team, right? A sports fan has their sports team, right? That they defend till their death, right? Like the guy,
they go hard, bro.
They go hard. They have the worst team. They like the worst team ever. And they will never sit there and disrespect their team.
Not at all.
They fucking fight to the bone.
I love that shit.
And then they bitch about it to their friends who also love the team in private.
In private.
Exactly.
Yes.
But they go hard. So as much as people want to say it's just games, right?
It's just a game,
our sports,
guys. It's
right?
just a game.
This is our place where we get to kind of pick a team that we really enjoy. And yeah, it's all gaming. And yeah, I might watch another football game that's not my team playing, right? Sure, they do that. But that doesn't mean that, they don't have a preference, right? They love to watch their team play.
Yeah.
Right. So yes, for Xbox, I love to watch my team win. I love to see my team succeed. And I love to see them get their fair shake. Now, if a game's not great, like, look, Redfall, I don't agree with the score. I think it should have been better. I like the game. But I can understand that it was buggy. I understand that it's not what everybody thought it was going to be. And for all intents and purposes, it wasn't like a game up to the caliber
of Arcane.
That was expected.
No, that Xbox should have delivered. And I agree with that. It's not at that level for sure. So the lower scores are
justifiable.
Justified. I get it. Okay, great. I wouldn't give it that score, but I can accept the fact that it got a lower score. That's not Starfield. If you like this type of game, you are happy with this game. Even if you're thinking this low, like the slow burn, if you pick bad traits or whatever it is, maybe there's a combination that you could pick that screws you a little bit and makes you have to work harder. Read it. I read it and I said, I want a jetpack. It says that I get a jetpack if I pick a bounty hunter. So I picked the bounty hunter, right? And I got my jetpack. I got piloting skills that are great. I got this, that. So I made my choice and I played. I'm like probably 10 hours in now and I'm loving it. I love walking through there. I love the cameras. Like we were talking while we were playing. I love the choice. Like this is the only game that I ever like literally swap between cameras on a normal basis.
Yeah.
Right. Like if I'm out in the world, I want to go ahead and
be able to
be
see
the world. So I use third person, right? And I like how they give you different third persons, right? They give you your Gears of War, Resident Evil 4.
Like on the shoulder.
Behind the shoulder, but tight third person. And then they give you
Extended.
like the Horizon Zero Dawn, physical, see the whole body, running third person.
This game was well thought out because I did
Absolutely.
say about it being for, to try to pull as much as it's like boxed into a certain type of gamer, it's also, they try to go ahead and try to be inclusive. But it is stunning. So it did need that view. So you can take those pictures.
Yeah, absolutely. Sincero says Gen Z talks so much shit, even though they don't have great taste in video games. Yeah.
They just play Call of Duty and not much else.
G Maybe says, unfortunately, Phil will have to take the bullets for as long as he holds the position. But he's like freaking Wolverine. He will just keep coming. He's building a great team of X-Men to support him.
Yeah, he is.
He really is. And I hope when he sees things like this, like we all see it. The discourse is crazy. People are going everywhere. Like IGN had to do a Spaces discussing it. Like I said, they're like, oh, well, look at what we did for Forza. Like they're trying to justify.
No, okay,
this shit
so this is the difference.
like
So I don't think that's what they're trying. The people are asking for. I don't think people want to know what did
we don't
you
give a shit
do.
why you thought it happened.
I don't think that people are looking for what did you score other games. They want a reason, a substantial reason as to why you guys gave them a 7. That's it. They're coming out and they know very well that they're using terms that you guys are not looking for.
Yep.
Because that's not the answer. The answer is what drove you to a 7. How do you deduct? At this point, we want a breakdown of how you got to this number.
Yep.
You know, what made you deduct that 1 point or that half a point? That's the question.
Yep. Like,
right?
is
I don't
it the
give a
starting
shit what
hours?
you scored some other crap, right? Because obviously that moment's passed.
Especially since it wasn't Dan Stapleton.
This game was so anticipated, and it was, listen, it's like next level though when you look at around it and everything else. The voice acting for me, dreadful, because I feel like it kind of tones me out and I'm not listening.
For Starfield?
Yes, for me. I feel like it zones me out. Oh, judgment. I feel
like
it from in my own room. But the voice acting for me, it doesn't pull me in. So I kind of tune out when they're talking. It's very one level. The rain was another thing for me. I didn't feel like it looked amazing. It sounded great, but it didn't look amazing. And the blood did look good in some areas, but in some other, it looked kind of like paint. But with that said, it's a humongous place and it's filled with a lot of good. So again, I can see where points could be knocked off, but I don't see where 3 points come from. So that's the question. You're pulling my charger.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's my charger.
Sorry.
I did not charge my phone, you guys, yet again.
So, yeah, I mean, obviously...
At this point, I'm going to start announcing when I do charge my phone. Like, you guys, guess what? My phone is charged.
We'll let everybody know. So, yeah. So, basically, I mean, listen, obviously, everybody has their opinions on what the games are. I find the voice acting extremely well done. Oh, my gosh.
Wait. But the getting kind of lost in there, it does have some glitches, but like getting kind of lost in there where you're kind of stuck and it doesn't just flows and you just go ahead and feel like you naturally know what to do. That's a big deal. That's a big one.
What do you mean? As far as
the game, like kind of how when you get stuck, like when you were trying to figure out the way to put on your helmet, or like when we were trying to get out of that ship to get into your ship and it was just stuck there and you kind of didn't know what to do.
That had to be
we don't know if it was a bug, but at the end of the day, like we saw that dude, right? And there was a video. I don't know if you were paying attention, but I saw a video where we saw the guy that, was questioning you and trying to get you to work for him. And he looked like mad chill. So I think that you did have the option to go ahead and either work for him or not, right? But you kind of were forced into just shooting everybody and leaving because the game wouldn't let you out. There was no password. And because it's such a big world again, and there are so many people in there, their lines are kind of like very limited, where it's just like, go, get out of my way. Don't look. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because they don't know what your problem is.
Yeah,
they don't
I do
think
feel
that
like
a problem.
If you can't figure it out after like 10 minutes, like it should be like, okay, let me, like a panic room.
Yeah, but I guess the game doesn't know that you're, I get what you're saying. I guess the game doesn't know that you're having an issue because they think you're just wandering around.
Listen, when you had a meltdown and started shooting everybody and going back and forth with it, I think that was a hint right there. Kind of like, all right, guys,
we glitched it out because we kept fucking with it, going back, like killing them, going back, killing them, going back.
That's possible too.
So I might have to go.
There should be a help button.
Well,
You know
no,
what's
I think I
funny?
just have to go back to to load it before, like when we first got caught, and then play it again.
I think you got really confident and cocky for a little bit where you were like, nah, yo, I could do this.
When I was trying to shoot them?
Yes, that was cool. You were trying to
because
show
I was
off.
trying to impress you.
You know what I'm saying?
And I got it until they murdered me
and
multiple
then you
times.
got chased by the police
Yeah,
and
it was really
everybody
bad.
else robbing $300. That was not
You
cool.
literally
see?
robbed the bank.
I robbed the ATM.
No, an ATM. He
Just-
didn't even go.
just to show her
but
some action,
let me
you know
tell
what
you
I'm
something,
saying?
okay?
Mm-hmm.
The bank was like 2 steps away,
It
but
was.
he
I
didn't
didn't
go
see it.
into the bank.
I didn't
You
see the bank.
it.
It was 2 steps away.
It was 2 steps away.
I just saw the
You could
ATM.
have literally left like with a lot of money. Again, we were told where the store, you were looking for the store, right? At that
Yeah,
moment.
Outland.
And instead of selling your shit first and then going to rob the place,
Yeah.
he did the other way
Yeah.
around.
And I couldn't buy anything or
And
sell
that was
anything because they attacked me.
So you still packing your stuff.
Listen, that's still fun though. I had a fucking great time doing it. I'll tell you that much. So G Baby says, kind of wrapping up the fact that Phil's building a great team of X-Men to support him. He is also bringing up the fact, so as long as they're the X-Men, they will always suffer animosity and hatred. Yeah.
That's how it goes.
Sounds about right.
Mutants. Yeah.
She maybe says, no, Satya Nadella looks like Professor X. He does.
Yeah.
He does. Chitaro says, CMoney, same. I'm Team Xbox. I'll always be Team Xbox. I will never change because I love Xbox.
Damn.
That's,
Yo,
listen, Shin,
dedication,
that is
bro.
dedication right there. That's
Facts.
commitment. Shin
Facts.
is locked down.
Purpleberry says, Doodle, exactly.
Yes,
That's what I
baby.
meant about them needing more personality.
Yes, like you don't feel. Again, we made this same observation when we were talking about Final Fantasy, and it's like, oh, you doped me out, you know? And that's the feeling I get. Like when I think it was BG3, you were saying the acting is on point on this game. In our podcast.
On point.
But yeah, it's like it kept you kind of engaged and awake and listening. Like there are situations where you don't have to make yourself listen. Your body just naturally
So, but
wants-
again, obviously, you're only talking from
wants
your
to, 'cause it's,
perspective
like,
because when I
demanding.
hear it and I watch it, I'm totally engaged.
but you're like super like ingrained into like
Yeah,
you've
like
been
I love
anticipating
it.
this game.
Yeah, but
and
I
it's
could anticipate something
such
and
a
be
big
like,
deal.
this is trash,
Well,
right?
again, Doodle,
But-
remember,
Like,
opinions, you could
yes.
genuinely think it's great.
Good,
I do.
but
So,
in my opinion, it's
also
not.
think about time, right? So I already told you guys that when I play games, I don't just play. It
Yeah.
has to call me. So I can't pretend to like Starfield. If I like it, I'll know because it's the only thing I want to play.
So you're telling me that when you hear them talking, you don't hear the same one level
don't.
tone?
I hear
you
a normal
range
conversation.
when they're talking?
Because
like,
people don't do that.
But people do.
No, not in general. Not in this situation.
You have a
This is
lack
at a.
of like,
They're at a
if
place.
I talk to you like this the whole entire time,
Some
no
people
matter
talk like
what
that.
I'm saying to
There's
you,
some
you're not
people who are like that.
It is kind of fair. Some people
There are people who talk
I'm
like
not-
that.
yes,
Even in whisper.
So
but
this
I'm
is hundreds
saying
of people they're
that
making.
this
Not everyone
tone
has the
right
same
here is
tone.
not gonna get my attention.
Not everyone's
don't-
attention grabbing. That's
Yeah.
why there's so few
It's a
people who
world.
are
But
like
that's
on
the
YouTube who have
thing.
likable
But it's
personalities.
just something that you're facts. But that's that's something that you personally are looking for, and I could understand that, and that's fair,
Mm-hmm.
right? I'm just telling you that, like, it's not a fact that that's the case because I enjoy the
Okay,
shit out of
that's
the
fair.
tone. I
That's
enjoy the
your
way they
opinion.
talk, and I enjoy the way
Yes.
the game plays, and I'm the person who's
Accept
really
mine,
like.
I accept yours. Don't accept mine, I will challenge yours.
But I mean, accepting it doesn't make a difference. I accept it, but it's like you're
Okay.
never going to play this
But you're
game.
not gonna make it. That's the thing. That's
That's
the
what I'm
same,
saying. So
the
you're
same
never going
way.
to play it. I'm going to play it because I love it, right?
Okay.
So that's all. But I understand. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. The only person who's not entitled to his
Exactly.
opinion
Your
is Dan
opinion-
Stapleton.
your opinion
because
doesn't
he
matter more than
is-
mine.
Exactly. But Dan Stapleton's doesn't matter at all because he
You
is
can throw him
a
on that
joker.
boat if you
Okay?
want.
He's a clown
That's
who should never have done this, but he did. So that is exactly what's
it's like
happening
when
with
I
him.
hear you talking about like Mario games and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Well, he's praised Mario games.
I love
it's
Mario
funny.
Odyssey.
Yeah,
So
he says
it's-
that constantly.
Yes, that one.
So, but
It is a
because
great
that
one.
one's really great.
Mhm.
And I love Nintendo's Mario 64
Mhm.
and I love all the 2D Marios.
Okay, so maybe
Mario
we should go
3,
back to
Mario-
our recordings and then we'll see a whole
It's only
different
Mario
thing.
It's only
Galaxy
Mario
that he has
Galaxy.
beef
If the
with,
game's
and
not, if
Sunshine,
I don't
and
like a
Sunshine.
game, Mario Sunshine.
When you don't like
if I don't
something,
like a game,
yappity, yappity,
yeah,
yap.
but I play them.
But-
I
No, the
play
only time-
Mario.
the only
like
time where
I
it's-
don't not play it.
The only thing I called a little bullshit is when you judge Galaxy because of 5 or less than 5 minutes.
To be fair, the first 5 minutes were making me really dizzy, and I assumed that the game was going to keep doing this because why would you show me this in the beginning? So if you're constantly going around the world upside down, it was very difficult for me to like focus my eyes.
When you think about it, it makes sense because he knows that there will be parts like that. So they give you a giant planet. It has a lot of little things that get you used to the kind of stuff you'll encounter, and there's no surprises later on, so you're ready for it.
Yeah,
I can
but for me,
challenge
it
that,
was
but then
just-
we'll be here for a really long
yeah,
time.
it was just difficult for me to get used to it. By the end of it, what did I say?
You liked it.
I liked it, right?
Yes.
Because they did start showing me the regular Mario stuff.
Mario
that I
Galaxy 2
enjoy.
is very linear, meaning that it's kind of like courses, but on planets. Like,
Look,
it's
the
a little
one
more dumbed
thing
down.
that I never will do and never will be is someone who says something just to say it.
I agree. I'm the same way.
I don't.
Exactly.
I'm not slandering Mario because I think
and
I'm
I'm
so
not
pumped for Super
slandering
Mario Wonder.
Starfield
Our
when I
next
say
topic.
what I need to say.
I love.
like,
No.
like honestly, like I
I
I
understand.
don't
but
want it taken out of context.
Of course, you shouldn't be taken out of context.
No.
It's just
like,
understanding
it's so
that.
good. It
Because
makes,
if you can take
like
the good, then you can hear
yeah,
the
like in the
not
beginning,
so
I
good.
already knew that I was like, shoot, this looks beautiful. This is definitely a great game that we can play together and stuff like that. But now
Mario
I want to
Wonder.
play it genuinely myself.
honestly,
after
like
the direct.
I first thought it was something that we would play like together,
And not
but
much else.
I now wonder. I'm like, yo, that
think
shit
I'm gonna play
looks
that on my
dope.
own.
I think I'm actually gonna play that game
Ah.
because it is
the
stunning.
epitome of 2D
It
Mario.
looks so dope, and it looks so interesting in ways that Mario has not been interesting before.
It's
Not that
definitely
it is not interesting. I'm saying that it
Well,
hasn't
I mean,
been
to be
this
fair,
type of
if you
interesting.
look at
is
the new
what's
Super
crazy.
Mario Bros. Series, those are the most generic looking Marios you can find.
That's what I'm
This
saying.
looks
They really,
outside the box.
They really took this to a
Whole new level.
agreed.
But
Agreed.
that's kind of what they do, though. They keep topping it. though.
No. Like, that's,
On
again,
what?
New Super Mario Brothers. That was literally
Should we
basic
wait for the
ass Mario.
Nintendo?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we should
let's
get
not
to
talk
it.
because we're gonna
this is
talk
where
about
we're
it.
going in then.
Yeah. We're gonna talk about that.
But yeah, like, it's not about Mario. But what I'm saying is that I kind of like the same way. Like, even something I love, I don't bullshit give it like, it's amazing just because I love the property.
Yep.
I
Like,
agree.
if it's not great, I'll say it's not great. Like, I've been judgmental of stuff, just because I might feel a certain way about a video game franchise doesn't mean, like, I love Mario. But Sunshine's definitely the weird looking one out of the bunch, So,
Yeah, I mean, look, it's obviously again, I enjoy playing everything, and if a game's worth playing, I want to play it, right? So I think that's just, when I see something like this where it's obvious that the game is high quality, you can't look at this game, see the world, see the gunplay, see all the different parts they put together, and think this is a 7.
bad.
This is not a 7. This is not a good game. It is an amazing game for people who like this type of game. People who like RPGs, people who want to get lost in a world, people who want to figure the stuff out. And I can tell you right now, I'm typically not one to figure things out. I don't like when I get
think
lost
about it
or
or something
stuff
like that.
or anything like that.
Very few
But
games do it.
If I'm playing Halo and I don't know what to do, I don't say, F Halo, this is a 7. I say, shit, I got to figure this out because I want to continue this path. I want to continue this game. I want to continue this story because I love it.
It's like when
Same boat I'm in with
yeah.
Starfield. Whatever nonsense little things that might pop up here and there, they mean nothing to me because the overall experience, the overall feeling that I have when I'm playing it, when I'm seeing the worlds, when I'm experiencing all that it has to offer, outweighs it like crazy. It's not even in the conversation for
Okay,
me.
I
It was
to
get
never
think
more
that.
about those
prevalent.
things
I
that are a
remember
problem.
when Breath of the Wild came out, like when previously if you play a Zelda game you got stuck, you're like, well, that was a fun journey. But
Yeah.
Breath of the Wild, you figure that shit out and beat
Exactly.
it.
So that's the easiest way to see that I'm not full of shit because I can't stand any of the Zeldas before Breath of the Wild. So I'm one person that you would think if you hand me another Zelda game, it's going to be like, fuck this game, right? I don't want to play it. I don't care about the story. I don't care about Link and Zelda and their love or hate
friendship.
or bro. Like, are they bros? Are they lovers? What's going to happen?
never kiss
Who
or
cares,
have any
right? I have no
romantic
idea. But in Breath of the Wild, they made me fucking care. Breath of the Wild, they made me be like, holy shit, this shit is amazing, right? If I was somebody who's just like, screw Nintendo or screw Zelda, right, because I'm an Xbox dude, then I wouldn't have loved it. I wouldn't have praised it. The new one is amazing, but it's just I have other things that I prefer that came out that kind of took me away from it. But if there weren't those things, I would have probably still been playing Zelda as my main game,
and
right?
The funny thing is I made like a video where I used footage, and it's one of those games where you can open up the game as much as you want. I didn't collect many memories and stuff like that. You know how you collect memories, shit. I put a YouTube video where I found a bunch of clips, and I'm like, shit, I didn't see any of this, and it made it 10 times better just by watching it.
Well, that's the cool thing too, because once you naturally go through the game, you can then be like, what did I miss?
I missed too much.
And then you can Google like, and then people like literally put up videos, 10 things you may miss. And they're like, oh shit, I could go get that. Like certain armors or whatever. It's like, okay, let's go. Right. So like, that's dope. G Maybe says, Purpleberry, the problem with the personality is because there are so many choices and reactions to what your character has done. Having just one or two vocal reactions might seem more awkward than making them basic and monotone. So G Maybe has a good point there, right? This is not like a normal conversation. You know, they have to kind of give you more of a baseline depending on what you answer. That's not to say that they couldn't do more, but we also know that the amount of lines in this game is more than Skyrim and Fallout 4 combined. So that's a lot of dialogue. This is all voice. This is not
it's not like just read the text.
This ain't Zelda, okay, where this is like a bunch of words typed on the screen. Everybody's talking. The facial animation, the facial animation is amazing.
But I did say that, though.
Yeah, exactly. So it's all on point, right? So if you have to sacrifice certain things to make it where the experience is, overall experience is better versus putting more maybe range.
And I understand that. However, when we're talking, it has to be fairly seen, right? So I understand why maybe it's just a lot of lines. It's a big world. All these excuses exist, right? But at the same time, like, we have to judge it for what it is.
Well, that's fact. But then at what weight do you give something that's one of many things, right? So if there's something that has, if Starfield has 100 things that are amazing. Okay. And you say the voice acting is monotone. Okay. So does that 100 scale to...
Yes, but that ambition has to...
But does that 100 scale to a rating? So if 100% is the rating and it does 100 things amazing, it does one thing not great. Does that make it a 7 or 8, or does that make it a 99?
That's like, like a 9 and a half at the least.
Depends.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, when you have to gauge, if they're doing a million things amazing, why would one thing chop it down?
And also understand.
That's how I grade stuff in my mind.
Do understand, though, that, like, yes, that sounds fair, but when you have so much that's going on, and it is stunning, and it feels... close to, like, it's like next gen, right? So we're looking at something that essentially we kind of never seen before. The expectations when you see something like that it's like, oh, that shouldn't have happened. It's also a bigger disappointment. And we're also talking about a game that was highly anticipated.
Yes.
So the letdown when you see something like that feels a lot heavier, because I think the build-up for this game and what it's supposed to be and how perfect it's supposed to be in our heads, right, in our minds, it created this huge expectation that anything that takes away from it, it's like, wait, I thought you were like, Jesus.
Okay, so but let me ask you this: do you think that
that's not fair, but that's think about it in your mind.
That someone who is coming from Skyrim and Fallout and the Bethesda games, right? Who without a doubt, 100%, the talking in this game, the levels of how they talk, the facial animation, all of that is leagues beyond a Skyrim or a Fallout in all capacities, right? So from somebody who is actually anticipating this game because they know that this is the game they've been waiting for, they want to play this game, for them, that's not even a blip on the radar.
So this is what I would say.
Because it's an upgrade from a huge next-gen upgrade for them.
If we're talking about the type of game, and this should make it very clear, if everybody's flipping out about BG3, right, because it's such a big leap, then it should be the same thing for Starfield. It should fall in the same situation with what you're saying. Meaning
Say that one more
that
time? There wasn't a huge... So there's
you're
not a
saying
huge...
that coming from these games, what they've been able to do with Starfield, right? And we were talking about how BG3 is so ahead of everything else that's got everybody else freaking out. It should be treated then with the same type of mercy as BG3, like with the same type of look. Rather than looking at the flaws, it's like, look how far it's come from what they've done before. As a reviewer, then that's the way that it should be seen.
Yeah, because it's a big difference. And to be fair, I don't think Dan Stapleton didn't even talk about the acting as an issue or the
But
tone.
I'm not Dan. Are you talking?
No.
Like,
I'm not.
okay.
You're not the person. You're not on trial here. Nobody's worried about.
All right.
We're not talking about what Doodle said.
He's not attacking.
Yeah, we're talking about the whole situation.
When you come in and you say not even Dan, and I'm the one that's bringing it up, then it's associated to what I'm saying.
Yes,
so
but what
it's
we
kind
were
of like if
talking
he
about
didn't bring
is
it
how
up, why the fuck are you saying
What I'm
anything?
saying is how people were looking forward to this game from these other places. That type of issue is not there. I'm assuming when you're speaking about what you're seeing with the voice acting and stuff, that's from that perspective that you have, right?
From my perspective.
From your perspective.
That's the only one I can
see
it from.
No, because when you talk, you're talking not only for yourself, but you're talking for other people who are not into this type of game. So when I say,
this is not my type of game, but I appreciate this, and that about it, that's me talking from a perspective, right? That can be accepted, right? But then when I say, well, this is lacking, or I don't see the rain looking properly, I would have loved more range, then that's just me talking from only my perspective. So there's a judgment there, right? So the positive is accepted. The other stuff, I'm just Cocoa Puffs.
No. Nobody's calling you Cocoa Puffs. No, again, it's what you're predisposed to, right? Like, what are you most likely to like, right? So again, if you are somebody who has no interest in a game like Starfield and you find all these amazing things to praise, then it's like, wow, that's crazy that even you who doesn't really like this type of stuff will see that. But somebody who is predisposed, who doesn't actually like this type of stuff, then you find problem with the things that we already know you don't like because you are not into that type of stuff. It changes just how you look at it. It's like, okay, I get that. But the important thing is for you to know that is your opinion. You're not even just speaking for yourself. You're speaking for a lot of people who don't like this type of game. It's all valid because that's why there's going to be a group of people who would never, ever play Starfield.
So this is what I would say. I
even
went
though you
ahead,
did like the shooty bang bang.
Yes, that was fun. Yes, and I think it's a different experience.
Which honestly, that's a big win. Just to kind of give you context, that's a huge win for the game because that's one of the things that were least liked in previous Bethesda games.
Okay, so that was huge because I loved it. It was, you feel in there. It goes, visceral. It's very smooth. I love the combat. Like it's really engaging. I also think it's very different seeing someone playing the game and actually being in the game and playing it. So I wasn't, because you were playing, I wasn't consumed in anything other than when I was able to. And then I still had to like rip it out your hands to go ahead and play the combat.
It was amazing.
So, and it wasn't my journey to take either because it's your story. But I would say this again, The Last of Us, not my type of game. I could not stop playing it.
Yes,
that's what I'm saying. Like it's games like that it's like crazy. Like it doesn't need, when a game is not your type of game and you can't stop playing it, because it's that good,
100%.
Then you have something special. Again,
beyond special.
Animal Crossing, not my type of game. Yep. I got super into it to like 2,000 freaking hours.
Yep.
They're different types of games, but again.
Well, let's also be clear.
Obsessed.
There's a reason why PlayStation and Nintendo are where they are, right? Let's not pretend that PlayStation somehow bought their way to the top.
They did not.
They made banger
Yes.
after banger after banger that we all begged Phil to like, yo,
Dude,
we need that
Why don't you make
level
that
of
happen?
banger.
Yes.
Not that you're not making good games, Phil. It's we want that level of banger.
so they're
And
like, well, we're rich. Let's buy it.
well, you gotta, right? If there's no other way to give it to us and we're demanding it, you gotta give it to us some way. Spend your money, make it happen for us, which Starfield by far is 100% on that caliber of quality, but you have to be able to be into it. If it's not your bag, just like Forza is not the bag for some type of people, even though it's amazing.
Well,
Guys,
here's a real
listen.
question.
I could drive, bro.
You
like,
can.
That
we have
was
recorded footage of
that
you
was
on Forza
pretty dope.
Horizon doing
it's
stunts like no one
yeah,
can
I don't
believe.
think you've ever
I
hit
can't
those
even try.
levels.
I couldn't even try.
because
Not even close.
It takes a certain type of. I didn't even know I was that good at playing the game.
well, now you know.
It kind of came naturally for me.
It did.
I'm not gonna lie.
It did.
was just
if you guys
like
want to see it
a
yourself,
connection, a
we
really
did
intense
a
connection.
very secret Doodles Never Have I Ever Played Forza Horizon
Yeah.
5
Yeah.
that is buried in the Barbie review. So when we
Yeah,
did the
and I
her, him, and a
think,
Mike
like-
Barbie at the end, Doodles Never Have Ever Played.
If you need some Forza training, great for you. If you need to just get an idea,
If you want to experience Forza like you never experienced it
never have
before.
before.
Yeah.
Madman, what were you going to say?
I was gonna ask you a question. Do you think all this like fluff around Starfield is gonna hinder its Game of the Year chances?
Oh,
I would say probably.
I mean,
would say
we saw this
probably.
happen, even though it wasn't necessarily controversy. You saw Red Dead Redemption 2 lose the God of
God of
War, even though you could argue is way more fleshed out. than God of
100%.
War.
It's not even a conversation. Red Dead was way better.
God
than
of War. How about God of War 2? They want Game of the Year.
Ragnarok? No,
They
they
lost.
lost.
Okay,
So,
they
yeah,
didn't.
do you think
Okay,
it'll-
they shouldn't have won because there
Shouldn't
were
have
a
won.
lot of problems in that game
But
too.
here's the problem. Elden Ring was universally beloved, kind of like a Baldur's Gate 3 situation, where even though people were excited, it wasn't like Starfield excited. It's just that a lot of people heard about it, like you, who probably have never touched Elden Ring.
So to be clear, though, to be very fair, Elden Ring was reviewed by people who liked Souls games.
Yeah.
That's the reality. So this was not a Starfield situation where you have a Dan Stapleton trying to screw them. This was the people who like that type of game were playing that type of game, and they saw how amazing that type of game was. There's plenty of people, individuals you can see on Twitter who did not like Elden Ring because it's still a Souls game, even though they made it more fleshed out and
Probably
easier
a little friendly
to do. It still is a Souls game, and it was,
a Souls game.
G Maybe says Forza Off-Road Edition unlocked.
Yeah, thank you, G. Maybe. Thank you.
It was high quality. Okay. But yeah,
So,
I mean, go
sorry.
ahead.
I was wondering when it comes to Game of the Year, there's always, most of the time, there's always that one other game that's like that. Like two games that are like the rivalry and shit like that. Like, obviously, we talked about God of War and Red Dead Redemption 2. Last year was Elden Ring and God of War Ragnarok. Do you think there will be
This
like
year's
that
gonna be a
competitor
lot.
that people are like,
This year's gonna be
you
crazy.
have,
like
you
people
have
act like
Zelda.
Spider-Man 2 is going to be such a threat. I think Zelda's probably going to be the one that's going to scare people off.
Spider-Man is going to be in the same exact place Spider-Man 1 was. Because it
It's
came out the
there,
same year as God
but
of
then
War.
everyone knows it's not going to win.
Spider-Man is not going to win.
No, there's
100%.
zero way.
Just like Spider-Man, the first one didn't win.
It was nominated, but
because
God knows it's not
it
going to
will
win.
get nominated, but it won't win because there's too many big dogs, right?
Yeah.
Like you could just tell, like, where's the hype for Spider-Man? The console came out. Who's talking about it?
Yeah, it's like when Animal Crossing New Horizons was nominated
Nobody.
for Game of the Year. The
I have
same
it
year
in
The
our
Last of Us
box.
Part 2 was.
We haven't even taken that
honestly.
shit out of the box.
The
We're not even
disrespect.
bothered
The
to
disrespect.
unbox
I
that
brought
shit.
it up because that one is
I'm
your
just-
thing. I brought it
I'm
up,
just
but you were
saying,
like, you gave it the stank eye.
listen, I gotta say,
I think right now you're in your feelings with Starfield, and I don't think that you're ready to open that box.
I'm not ready to open it. But listen, I see something cool over here, so let's
Let's
do
go.
this because I
Give
like this.
it to me.
Fonto says, so far, guys, what is your Game of the Year top 3 contenders?
Ooh.
Well, me, I only have one contender, and Resident Evil 4 Remake. That's the only game,
Oh my
2023
God, that
game
was
I
so
played,
good.
and it is a great game.
That was so good.
So
Right,
I think that's gonna be really damn good. Yeah, I'm sure that it'll probably. I don't know. I think when Tears of the Kingdom comes out, I think I'll probably pick that one. But as of the meantime, Resident Evil is at least going to be in top 3 by the end. I still think so. And right now, it's my game of the year, so that's fire.
All right.
Yeah, I spent mainly a lot this year catching up on the backlog. You know, like I beat Skyward Sword HD. I beat Super Mario Galaxy. I beat Triangle Strategy. Good for Metroid Prime Remastered. Good for me. Oh wait, Metroid. That's the problem though. It's a remaster.
It's a remake. Same thing. These are Resident Evil 4 is
Metroid
a game
Prime's
that
a funny
was
story.
already
Yeah,
known to be
technically, yeah.
amazing that they just made pretty. So obviously it was going to be amazing,
How
right?
about you, see?
Oh yeah, I forget that. I don't know. Metroid Prime is weird because it's called remastered, but it feels more like a remake. Because I've looked up like walkthroughs of like, and I click on a
Oh my
GameCube
God.
version, and I'm like, holy shit! It looks so like even the user interface is different. Like they
So-
couldn't have just prettied it up a little.
So I don't actually remember what games came out this year that were
Diablo
that
4?
I played. Oh, Diablo 4.
Oh my God! Yeah.
Okay, so
that's
I would
that's
say
a top one
right
for me.
now, I think my easy answer so far is
Starfield.
I already know it. Starfield is my
Yeah.
game of the year.
But let's just make it more
For sure.
interesting.
I
So
know.
let's
Just
take that out.
even the 10 hours I played or 10,
Of
11
Baldur's
hours that
Gate
I
3?
played of Starfield,
Oh. It demolishes everything else.
it's my game of the year. Easy. Not even
So-
not even a thought.
All right, to
But
make it more
my
interesting.
next one down would be Diablo 4
All right.
for sure because we had fucking really fun playing that. I
Right.
loved playing it. It was really really good. And then what else?
There's
else
Baldur's
came
Gate
out?
3 and Tears of the Kingdom.
Oh yeah.
Resident Evil 4
baby.
remake, like I
Are you
mentioned.
gonna throw them
I would
in
say
there?
Tears of the Kingdom
Tears of the
over.
Kingdom.
I would say Tears of the Kingdom over Baldur's Gate 3
Ooh.
Oh.
Okay.
as a whole. Baldur's Gate 3 is really, really good. I love playing it. And I think I would really enjoy it when I go back to it. But Tears of the Kingdom is the shit. Like, Tears of
And
the Kingdom
Dead
is
Space
really
Remake also came out this year.
good. That was fun, but that's not game of the year.
Okay.
Hi-Fi Rush came out. That
Oh,
was fun.
forgot
not
about that
game of
one.
the
I don't
year.
think that's it's not big enough.
I really
Call
don't know
of
what
Duty?
else.
I think when it comes to like a full package, Diablo is a lot of fun on top of its look and everything else.
I mean, that game could last you a while, even if you beat the game. Which
one?
the game is shorter.
I
Diablo
say
4?
Diablo is
Than
very
some of the
well
other-
rounded
Oh,
when
yeah.
it comes to everything.
Like Diablo 4 is shorter by definitely than Baldur's Gate or Zelda or like Starfield, but outside of that, you can grind at a bunch of different caves,
Well, and they do
side
different
quests.
seasons and they do a whole
Like
bunch
there's
of other stuff. to
the
keep you
game
going.
is not dead after
We're
you beat it.
essentially just waiting for Spider-Man at this point.
Well,
right?
Spider-Man's the last major release after Forza
I'm trying to
Motorsport,
think.
and that's kind of it for
I'm
this
trying
year.
to think of what PlayStation
Oh
has.
wait, obviously there's
PlayStation never
there's
released
Mario.
anything.
Nothing. So we're
I
waiting
mean, there's
for.
Nintendo
I mean,
side things.
they
They
did
have
Final
Mario
Fantasy
Wonder coming out.
Final Fantasy, which not.
Oh yeah, 16.
Which was not is not my game of the year.
I mean that. I
Forspoken,
think
which
it
was
might
trash.
I think Final Fantasy could get nominated. I think it probably will get nominated if I'm being
So
really honest.
this
I'd
is
probably get
it's-
nominated.
People
but it won't
love
win.
it, but I don't know if it won't win.
No.
So,
I
parts
mean,
of it.
also,
are
don't
stunning.
forget Nintendo's
And
got
then
a
there's
couple
just the
titles
garbage
in their
in there.
arsenal. They have obviously there's Mario Wonder, no shit, but there's also Super Mario RPG remake. Like, do you think that'll make a
I
dent?
feel like I don't think the
anywhere?
remakes are going to be a part of it because there's too many new games that are out that are bangers.
I think Resident Evil 4 might have a chance because Resident Evil 2 was
I
nominated.
feel like Resident Evil 4 shouldn't even be nominated
because it's not fair.
because
I mean,
it's not fair.
that's actually
it
a
was
problem.
a game of the year for its time,
Because
right?
they did say
that's
like the
like
big
just redoing
rule
it.
with remakes is that it has to be so different that it kind of feels like its own game, like Resident Evil 2. That
But
was
it's not.
over the head horror, but it turned into a third person. If you compare them, they look
Resident
different,
Evil 4
but
literally
they play
started
the
the
same.
over the shoulder.
Shit, so technically
type
that
of
wouldn't
game.
be allowed.
Fanta, look when you started.
You took
Actually,
us down
technically,
a,
Dead
you took us
Space.
down a road.
I mean, Dead Space
we
and
tried to make
Metroid
this
are in
a
the same
shorter
boat.
podcast. Fanto.
So
Okay.
for Fanto, it's Hogwarts Legacy.
Oh my
Tears of the
God,
Kingdom, and Starfield.
Hogwarts
Oh my
Legacy.
God, that was really
I
that
love
was stunning.
Hogwarts
That
Legacy.
was stunning.
Shit, top 3, Hogwarts Legacy drops
You
Zelda.
started yelling.
Damn. All
Stop
right.
Zelda right away.
All right.
Drop
all right.
Zelda right away.
You what a whore you
I
are.
forgot about
you
Hogwarts.
just
Oh my
dropped
God, I
it.
forgot about it.
I forgot
His-
that game existed.
So
bro.
Fonto's is Hogwarts Legacy, Tears of the Kingdom, and Starfield.
Fair.
He says he'll say Diablo 4, but devs have ruined the game post-launch. Well, see, this is my thing. I'm not a post-launch guy. Okay, meaning like
You don't need to be
Yeah.
entertained for 50
like
more
I don't,
hours.
I don't need the next season to be dope or anything like
You
that.
want the next game.
Yeah, I just want the next game.
Like I already completed the game.
I rarely
I'm done.
play after the credits roll. And like, that was my journey.
Yeah, like New Game
Shut it
Plus and all that
down.
shit.
Like,
Jedi Survivor came out this
what
year.
you went
forgot about
bonkers
Survivor.
with that you
That
like
ain't Game of the Year.
really like beat, and I think Mario Odyssey really took you for a ride.
That's true. You
love
did
Mario
play
Odyssey.
beyond the
That-
credits.
Dude, I played that for so long.
Because I think you
Too
got
long.
further than
Yeah, I got to
Madman
the
did.
darkest
You
dark
got-
moon,
Yeah,
like
I
the
know.
super
Than I
duper
did.
dark moon.
Like, I mean,
And then it deleted.
That was
The
you
Switch.
I lost
went through so
everything.
much shit. You guys, I don't even think you know. Like CMoney has gone through so much crap
that was
with
when
the
Nintendo
Switch.
update happened.
I think maybe that's
Oh, it's all good, Fanta.
your little situation with Nintendo
With the
and why you want
Switch?
a new one.
Yeah. They burned me
Yeah,
so
they had
hard.
an
bro.
Yeah. How
update,
many
and that
hours
update
did
was
you
a
have?
game-breaking update, as in it destroyed a Switch.
So many hours.
Breath
in
of the
Zelda,
Wild
Breath
is
of the Wild,
lost.
I lost all my save for that.
Yo, you beat the game, right?
Oh, I
And
beat
then
the
it was
game,
just
and
gone.
I paid for the pack.
Yeah,
The
which
DLC
you didn't
you
play,
can't play
right?
it anymore. You
I
can't
mean,
play
you
it.
could,
Did you
I could
play
still.
the pack?
I tried playing again, but I was so disheartened.
Yeah,
that
I get
just
it.
stopped.
That
Like,
put,
it's
So
like,
I
yeah.
paid for the pack and I never used it.
This
Yo.
makes you feel shitty. I get that's
it was
fair.
fucked up. And then same
Yeah.
thing with Mario Odyssey. Love that game. That's what I'm saying. Like
I'm petty like that.
I'm
Like
not-
if I love something, I don't care how much I love it. If I feel like burned by it
Yeah,
or like
it's
annoyed
burned.
by it,
The
and
only thing that I
was
would play
hardcore.
again would be Halo. So if I was playing Halo and got to the end and it
And you-
fucking died, I'd be like, fuck, I gotta start that shit over.
Yeah.
But nah, man, I couldn't, man. I was so heartbroken.
That was pretty bad. You literally used it like everywhere. Like anybody you talk to that would listen about your story
Yeah, it was a
and want
problem.
to
Thank
play.
the Lord and Jesus. I did not update that game-breaking update.
Well, this is what I tell you. I tell you guys all the time. I am nobody's guinea pig. I am not gonna go ahead and be the first
Nintendo
one
won't
out
do it again.
to
I
go
doubt
and
it.
try those updates and all that bull crap. When they do that,
Yeah.
get it a week ahead.
I mean, that's
just
far
to
in
use
between,
you
to
so
be
you
fair.
can test
Like,
the crap.
I doubt Nintendo will let that happen again. I really doubt it.
Well,
but,
they better not.
Yeah.
Fonso says he's hoping Spider-Man 2 is good. Big Spider-Man fear. Listen, I don't think
Yeah.
there's any fear
Nothing's
needed
wrong
for
with
Spider-Man,
Spider-Man.
2.
It's just not
I
going to be
think
better than
Spider-Man 2
Starfield.
is going to be amazing.
game.
I think it's going to be a great Spider-Man. I'm not a big Spider-Man fan, but I played the first one and I really enjoyed it. And I love what they do with the game. My only problem with Spider-Man 2
It's the
is
graphics.
that undeniably they are not pushing the graphics further for what is a part 2 next gen only experience.
So I agree with that because
That's
I
my only problem.
saw the freaking video and I was like, oh my gosh, that's from a year ago. I can't even imagine where this
Yeah.
game it's
like,
what
come
this
on,
game is
man.
really gonna look
And I
like
love
if it
how
looks like
it's-
this now.
And it's very ironic how they did the literal opposite with Spider-Verse. They said we gotta do everything but 10 times
Yeah.
more. It literally.
They were like, just get
But
the
that's-
shit out there.
But
Literally,
I
that's
don't
what
even
Sony
know
was
if
thinking.
that was like self-inflicted because
What do you mean?
I saw it and I was like, oh my gosh, I can't even imagine where is going to be now.
What do you mean?
So
Yeah.
it's kind of like I set up this expectation in my mind of it's much more than what I just saw. And then I felt like it was just what was expected.
Yeah, I mean, Miles gets a pass, the Miles Morales game, because that's not only like a
Well, it was like
standalone,
it was an expansion.
so like kind of like expansion
Yeah,
pack.
they just-
and also it was a launch title, so it's like
Yeah,
and
but
on
it was,
PS4 as
it was
well.
obvious that they just did it to, make a quick
And it takes place
game.
during Christmas time.
And it was amazing. I love Miles Morales, the
Miles
game.
a great character.
It was so good. So I 100% feel like this is, Spider-Man 2 is going to be awesome. I'm just, as I play it, I'm going to be doing the same thing I do when I play Switch games. I'm going to be like, damn it, man, this could have
could've
looked
been
better.
better.
Like
Yeah.
it could have
The
looked
irony.
better.
I'm
Right?
still
Like-
getting over Peter's look. Like, remember
Honestly,
they
I think
changed the
that's the-
face? That weird.
Yeah,
he looks
I
like a
don't- I
Tom
don't like
Holland
that. I don't
knockoff.
like that. That's the problem. Like he doesn't quite look like him, but kind of close. And it's like,
Yeah,
but
it's
he
like,
doesn't.
oh,
Like
It's
that weird
weird.
in
up.
between, where it's
Like
like,
the
might
uncanny
as well
valley.
like just
Like-
hire Tom Holland at that point.
Yeah, like you either go full in and you hire the freaking kid or you
Exactly.
just
By the time I beat
divert
the
from
PS4
it
Spider-Man, I'm like,
completely.
well, that's Spider-Man. He looks great. And he looked different from the other ones, too. Like, he didn't look like a copy and paste. He just looks, literally. Like, they made a tie-in game to Homecoming, but they just didn't have the time to make him look human,
Yeah, for sure. Quick question. When did Shadow Warrior 3 come out? Did that come out this year?
3? I
don't know.
think so. That was developer Devolver, right?
Yeah, Devolver. Was that this year?
I think that was this year. I think.
I got to tell you, because that came to Game Pass and I played it on my ROG Ally.
Cool.
Mhm.
Fire, bro.
yeah.
That game is so good.
Damn.
Crazy good. Like unexpectedly good. It's crazy.
All right.
That one that's a banger. G maybe says, I haven't really. Oh, Svanto says, I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. It scrolled down. I thought I had it in a certain place, but it moved.
CMoney has failed us.
I have.
Yet again.
Svanto says Boulder Gate 3. I haven't finished enough yet, but that he thinks it'll be Game of the Year at the Game Awards.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, statistically, it is the highest rated.
Sorry,
game.
which game?
Baldur's Gate 3.
I mean, yeah, Metacritic, that is the highest rated game.
Metacritic-wise, it is, the best rated. But then when you think about, what bias was done to Starfield, who knows? Who knows? He says he's looking forward to Mario Wonder. Abso-freaking-lutely.
Oh my God,
That's going to be great.
wait.
It won't be Game of the Year, obviously, but
it's not.
I cannot wait.
It's going to be really good. Like, I can't wait to play it with us all together. And I think I'm going to.
I was on the same boat. Literally right after that.
I might not be playing it because I'll be playing Starfield.
Yeah.
But it will be the game. It will be a game that I will.
Yeah, it was the direct because I liked the art style, but after the direct, I was like, I got shit on my own. Like, I'm genuinely
Dude, it was crazy exciting to see Daisy in the game again.
But we already knew.
Yes,
now they got Justice.
Let's stop talking about it. We're going to talk about it shortly. We're going to talk about it shortly. Let's not dump it. Let's not jump in. Jimmy says I haven't played many games outside of Game Pass. Shintaro says, hey, I don't blame you. Game Pass is really a blessing. Absolutely, it is. G says I want to get Dead Island 2. Yes, Dead Island 2. I'm really hoping it comes to Game Pass at some point, especially with Embracer. Especially Embracer hurting the way they are. But I keep seeing it on Boom Show. Like, he uses a lot as the gameplay, and I'm like, man, that shit looks fucking fun.
I saw CMoney showed me your fishing game today, G-Maybe.
Which fishing game? The Call of the Duty? No, Call of the Mountain? Call of the Wild? Call of the Wild, the fish game.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I see what they're doing there.
That was
Call of the Wild.
Yes.
Listen.
Starring our fellow blonde protagonist who likes to wear green t-shirts.
Listen to Purple Berry out here dropping the facts.
Tell us.
I don't 100% care for either, but Starfield is definitely better than BG3. Yes, that's my girl. Oh, yeah. All right. With that, we're going to start wrapping up the Starfield topic because we've been going long and hard on it.
Very long.
You know what I'm saying? I did want to put out there, I don't know if you saw it, baby, but somebody has made the Pelican from Halo.
Oh, you showed. Yeah, I think you flipped over the fold or something when you saw it because you kind of lost it. I guess you blacked out.
Find them and kidnap them and make them do it at your house?
No, I would just love to be able to
build that.
To build it. Like, I want the schematics.
Oh my God.
And dude, it just
looks asking Doodle to make it?
No, look at how dope it looks.
It looks cool. Yeah.
It looks
like a pelican.
Really cool. Like, it's really fire.
There's always that one guy who's like, I'm going to create a new game inside this game. Yeah,
he's actually making a bunch of stuff. Supposedly he's making a lot of the Star Wars.
Like the X-Wing and the Falcon, the Millennium Falcon.
I haven't gotten to shipbuilding yet. I can't do anything yet in Starfield, pretty much. I can't craft anything. Every time I go to craft, it's like, you ain't got the materials. Like, God damn it. I want to upgrade something. Can't do it. I'll get there. Don't worry. This is going to be a journey for me.
Your breathing. How's your breathing going?
Well, I haven't played it again since we played it.
This freaking guy. That was
it's getting used to the systems. And again, as much as I'm being a hypocrite because any other game,
you would have been like, well,
fuck your systems. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to learn your systems. I want it to be nice and easy. But this game makes me want to learn it.
Okay, that's good.
To be fair, just like Gears of War Tactics made me want to play a tactics game, which I don't normally like. So did
not even
the Mario plus Rabbids.
Not even Halo Wars made you beat. Like you never beat the game.
I beat Halo Wars 2, absolutely.
Not one.
The first one at the time, it came out so long ago. I was a different person. And I played it for a long time. Don't get me wrong, but I didn't understand how to play it. And it was hard for me to play it. No, it was my Halo.
Not a real Halo.
Actually, I got to go back to play the definitive edition.
Yeah, it's on Game Pass.
Yeah.
Right?
So, but I beat Halo Wars 2, which again, not my type of game in any other context. But Halo, I play it.
You did it.
So Halo, I did it. Gears of War, I did it. Starfield, I will do it.
Okay, we believe in you. See,
that's just
need you to believe in
be.
yourself. Listen, I'm glad the game is out. I'm glad you're having a good time.
Yes, thank you so much.
That really sucks.
And honestly,
because
listen, you guys obviously you hear Doodle here, and she is passionate about how she feels, and that's amazing because I love seeing your passion.
Thank you.
Fire in your eyes.
I don't know I don't know any other way that you should be. You need to speak your truth, and I love it.
Dropping bombs.
And I will say that I played for 10 hours of this game, and for 10 hours of this game, Doodle was there with me streaming this game, and I really appreciate it because that made my experience that much better having you there with me.
I'm gonna
So I really appreciate you doing it.
Wow.
Okay? So love you so much. I really appreciate
when did
that.
this become a Pixar movie?
Listen,
Don't cry, Madman.
So I just
Don't
just
cry.
needed that to be known because you're my everything.
Oh,
But
thank you, baby.
you're very welcome. We're gonna finish off with two small
that
things. Again,
Evil
just in the
laugh.
Star Wars, Starfield. Listen, Starfield is gonna be a thing. They're gonna make a movie. It's gonna go everywhere. Watch, you'll see.
I mean, I know comics are expected.
So
Really? Already?
No. Like, I guarantee you there's going to be comics
okay.
about it.
So Todd Howard has revealed his most played game of all time. He told BAFTA in a new video interview that his most played game ever is NCAA football.
Yep. College football.
College football.
Todd Howard's game.
Listen, he makes all these RPGs and then he wants to go home and shut
relax.
his brain off
And
just play college football.
And just have fun. Yeah, like a
Listen,
leveled out situation.
Good for him.
You know what I mean?
you know what I'm saying?
I get
Absolutely.
it. See, everybody has a different way of like tuning out and relaxing.
Absolutely.
And college football is the way to do it for him.
Yeah. And then to finish it off, the Starfield discussion.
Wait. He did note that his favorite game of all time is Ultima 7, an RPG from the 90s.
Oh, that's his favorite game of all time.
Yep. And I looked up a YouTube video of what it looked like, and I'm like, holy shit, this looks atrocious.
Dude, but that's how games look back then, bro. But you look at it now and it looks atrocious. But when you're coming from worse than that, and then that's what you play, you think it's the best thing ever.
Yeah,
That's why I'm so, like, I haven't shut it off. Like, there's people, I think there's a lot of people who, like, got to good enough and then they're done, right? Like, there's a lot of people who
you hear a lot of people
came
saying,
up and saw, like, the pixels and then 3D and all that stuff going higher and higher. And then they just were like, okay, well, this is real enough. I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm not good. I want the shit to
You want
look
to see the
so
most you
fucking
can
real,
see
bro.
That
in
is
your
that is
lifetime.
almost
I
impossible
think
to do
that's
between
the
live
thing.
action and CGI.
I do. That's what I want. That's what I want. I want it to be, I want to play Toy Story 4 on my screen. Okay?
I mean, goddamn it, that rain.
Yo, that's just fucking rain. You talk about rain, Doodle.
Yeah.
Shit. That's
Oh my God.
You
I
know
love,
what? You know what's crazy
when
about
I get those chills from the sound and like the look, it's like the best feeling. I can't even describe it. It's crazy.
So you know one thing that we haven't talked about with Starfield that it's not really out right
They
this
should
second.
mod Buzz Lightyear in there.
Well, somebody will. But
Yeah, right.
we haven't talked about the fact that mods will exist.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the shit that people complain about, people literally fix it. They mod
that's
it.
true.
Rain, there will be a rain mod that makes that shit look crazy.
Well, you let me know when
Because
that
they do it. I'm
happens,
telling you,
I will be right
Skyrim, you can play Skyrim right now on a PC with so many mods on it that it looks better than
Starfield.
like brand new games out there. Like because people go in and they add all that detail.
Yeah.
They do it because they love these games. That's what Bethesda makes. They make games that people fall in love with, that they don't want to leave these worlds.
Yeah.
How can you imagine? Like, how can you play Skyrim still? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That game
that's
came
a
out in
long
2011.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I played it for a long time
Yeah, you did.
when it came out. But man, what's crazy
And
is
that
that
was-
we were together. We were married for 6 years when that game came out.
Yeah.
Oof.
Jesus, we've been together for a long time, fam.
It's been a bit. You
God
know,
damn, that's crazy.
It's been a
Yeah.
hot minute.
It's awesome.
it's been a while.
That's a beautiful thing, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, once modding really comes into play, I'm gonna have my Master Chief armor. I know it, 100% fact. I'm gonna have my Pelican. It's gonna be there. They're gonna make it so I don't even have to do anything. They're gonna make the mod where I could just take my ship and they'll just swap the assets of my ship with the Halo ship. I don't gotta build that shit. It's boom right there. Oh
There
my
you
god,
go.
I'm gonna.
Oh my God.
Woo.
You're going to have Mr. Krabs as your commander.
It's gonna be a whole new world, man. It's gonna be a whole new world. I'm so pumped. All right. So the last thing about Starfield before we move on. Good thing this is going to be a shorter podcast, guys. We are keeping our promises.
Word, okay?
It will be shorter. Starfield has a Funko Pop, and it is our boy Vasco, and he looks dope.
He looks cute.
He looks super cute.
Yeah.
Ooh, Vasco. Wait. Vasco or Astrobot? Who's the cuter robot?
Astrobot. He's
adorable.
He's adorable.
Though.
He's like a little.
Yeah. He's like a little child.
Robot.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
So yeah, they do have a pop.
Oh,
Unexpected though. I feel like I didn't hear about it until it went out for pre-order. Now it's
you knew before me?
I did.
Oh.
Ooh. It was
I did it immediately.
Xbox Gear Shop exclusive. And so this is what I was gonna say before. So IGN has this problem with Xbox, right?
Yes.
But I saw it first from Wario, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then who came right after? IGN with the link. Because they make money if you click on the link and you pre-order it from there.
If you go to IGN, you see nothing but Starfield videos.
Exactly.
They think the game is just good.
This is the
thing. But they have nothing but Starfield on their mind. Maybe they should hop off Starfield's cock and give it a better score instead of worrying about constantly trying to milk it for the cash that it's going to bring to them.
Listen, you made up a really good point with the clickbait, making people feel like, okay, so there must be a problem that no one else is seeing or that most people are overlooking.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
There's so many videos of 10 things you missed on literally everything that exists. Like literally.
Yeah. And there's many more. They have a bunch of videos. It's ridiculous.
Redonkulous.
She maybe says to Purple, if they don't like your truth, just kick them in the face. LOL.
Yes.
Purpleberry says, LOL, I literally could if I wanted to. Y'all don't even know.
Nasty.
Y'all don't even know.
You guys don't know.
She maybe said, I don't even have my Cobra Kai shirt on today.
No. Purpleberry says Cobra Kai never dies. Chitaro says, oh shit, not the Pixar talk.
No. Sorry, that was a graze. A graze.
We
ain't going into it.
So we got to see a movie news block that we're going to have to talk a little bit
Disney night.
In the future.
So get ready, Shin, and like get your rest
get the
when we announce
vest.
it and get, hydrated because
we will. That's gonna be a
that's gonna be a bloodbath. Intense.
That's gonna be a bloodbath. All right.
We're so aware of it though. You're like, yeah, we'll do it.
Yeah.
No problem.
For sure. So this is the thing. I completely forgot that we have our snazzy new oh man, I didn't even put the topics in here. That is sweet.
That is disgustingly awesome.
All right. So I'm just going to put the timestamp right now.
This game, look at this. Look at her face, dude.
16.
This game sucks you in, though. Like
Hellblade? Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's going to be a crazy.
Like,
game.
I love that crap when you you feel something strong.
At something, anything.
Yeah, it's
no,
definitely,
like it just pulls you in,
It's definitely going to be a whole different level of game. It's so amazing.
Yeah.
Do you think it'll be better than Starfield?
It's not going to be better than Starfield. It's going to be a different game. It's just a different game. You can't compare them that way. It's like saying is Forza going to be better than Starfield.
No.
It's going to be the best Forza there can be. And this is going to be the best, adventure, action, movie, scary, psychosomatic, whatever. Yeah. It's going to be a fantastic game. All right. So we are moving out of our topic of the show, but we didn't even play our jingle. So I'm going to play the jingle for topic of the show. All right. And then we're going to play the jingle for Gaming News Block right after that.
Get ready.
So I'm going to do it right now. It's going down right now.
How delicious.
Is it?
Yes.
Is it?
Maybe.
Is it?
Yes.
I don't know how. Let's see. Is it?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Apparently not.
So, and there you have it, guys. That was our jingle.
What the hell just happened to my jingle?
It's all right. It was not meant to be.
My jingle is not cooperating with me right now. Yo, seriously?
I'll put on the Gaming News Block 1. We'll try again next year.
It's not even trying to. I don't know why. It's not happening. Well, there would be no. That's going to be something I have to figure out and fix. So there would be no
jingle today, guys.
I just put on the first one works. The intro works. At least the intro works. All right. Let's just take our wins where we can get them today.
Yes.
All right.
Here comes CMoney. Oh my God. All right. So we're in our gaming news block right now. So we got some more juicy topics. Nothing. I don't think anything that's gonna last us as long as this has.
Good.
But the next topic is Nintendo Direct. Super Mario Bros. Wonder.
Let's go.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to discuss what we feel about it. But for those who haven't seen it, I do have a kind of like recap of like the 6 major takeaways.
Mm-hmm.
I already have my big takeaway.
Okay.
So, first thing, playable characters.
Yes.
You're going to have Mario, Luigi,
Never guessed
Peach, Daisy, Yellow Toad, Blue Toad, Toadette, Yoshi, Red Yoshi, Yellow Yoshi, Light Blue Yoshi, and Nabbit.
All right, 2 things to take away from this.
Yeah,
1,
everybody
justice
in
for
that.
the Toads. Have you noticed in the last few Mario games they've had with New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe, it was only Yellow Toad, no Blue Toad. Super Mario 3D World and its deluxe remaster in on the Switch, it was only Blue Toad. Now the Yellow and Blue Toad are side by side living in harmony.
Well, you know what it is they kept putting you in a situation where. Wait, what happened?
Toadette's the she was the bitch ass
You
version.
said what?
No. Purple. I just read
Toadette.
Purpleberry, and I don't understand. She said, "Shh, they don't know that we know that they know that we know that it's not working."
What?
Shut
Yeah.
up, Purpleberry.
Here's the
All right, don't give me no shit right now. I don't know what just
it's
happened.
complicated.
Don't cry,
Okay,
see.
but that's pretty cool. I didn't know that. But this is the problem with them. Before it was like if you like Toad, and like somebody else like Toad, you're screwed.
That's it.
You know what I'm saying?
I like Toad.
Like same
Yeah.
thing with Yoshi's. Like if you wanted a Yoshi, it was
You
like
have to
you had
find one.
be. Well, I guess you couldn't pick.
You can
a
never
Yoshi,
play Yoshi
but
before.
now you could pick them. And then there's Nabbit.
The only time you could kind of play as
And if-
Yoshi is if you were in Super Mario Odyssey and you went on top of the castle and threw a hat at Yoshi. You're kind of playing as him. But other than that, you never got to play as his fuck unless it was like a spin-off like Mario Kart.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And if you wanted to play as a female character, you were just stuck with one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's all they
that's what
add
I'm
in
saying.
there.
So like
Yeah,
it's
it's cool.
like finally they're like they realize that maybe you should have more than one. You have 2 Marios, right? You have Mario and Luigi.
Yeah.
Right now you got 2 Princess
How
Peach,
dare
Princess
you.
and Daisy.
Yeah. And Toadette has been promoted from bitch ass mode to normal character. Meaning that in New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe, she was like an easy mode. Now she
Bitch-ass
plays like
mode.
everyone else. And now
She's-
Nabbit is the only loser mode. You
That's
know?
hilarious.
Also, they took the
Now,
only
hold
good
on.
ass.
Look at this,
Yeah.
okay, and then compare that to Starfield. This is their last game, Fallout 76.
Damn.
Oh, okay. Bethesda?
Yeah,
Yeah. Night and day.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's a big,
Yeah.
like
And
we
also-
we felt that big ass monster
Yeah.
last night on the stream.
I remember.
Look at what this looks like.
Yeah. It's not even a competition.
It's nowhere near, obviously.
Yeah.
And
I
you
don't
know what? As shitty as that looks,
It looks good.
there's-
That's
it looks good, and millions of people are playing that shit right now on
Yeah.
Game Pass, which is wild.
All
which is
76 of
wild.
all of them.
But
Honestly.
see, this is what I'm
happens-
saying
wait.
about expectations,
But
though,
what
because I
happens when
was
it gets to
looking
the
at it and I'm like,
76
this
entry?
doesn't look too bad, right? Like, because it's an old game, right?
Yeah, but here's
But-
a real question: what happens when Fallout reaches its 76 mainline entry? You're just gonna call it Fallout 76 again, or are you just gonna call it 77?
What?
I mean, if they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way to like 75, and then their next game is 76, and they're like, oh, there is a 76 already. What do we do?
They're
What are
screwed,
we gonna
man.
do? Just call it 77?
That's
like they're
it.
skipping. They're gonna be the Apple of the gaming industry and skip a
That's
number.
gonna be insane.
I think so.
Yeah. So sorry, back to Mario. I think the one thing they took from the new Super Mario series that was a good thing that I'm glad they didn't let die is Nabbit, because he was a sub-objective in and he has one of the coolest Mario character designs in
I
the
like
Mario
him.
franchise for sure. And it seems like that he's been promoted from that bullshit series to like an actual Mario game that's not connected to that. So, he's gonna be sticking around the universe for a while, which is good.
Yes, I think they have a good breadth of characters.
Yeah, like
got a lot of
there's not
choice.
anyone complaining that man, it's just not enough.
Yeah, for sure. Then they showed us the new power-ups.
I like
Right.
the power ups.
Oh my god, I'm obsessed with the power ups.
I gotta say that elephant form
It's
is one of the
freaking adorable.
dopest.
It's so chubby, chubby chub.
It's
He's
one of the
so
dopest
cute.
ones ever.
It's so cute.
It's so cool.
freaking cute.
Yeah.
They did make him look like the elephant from Sing.
Yeah.
Mina or whatever.
Yeah.
It's so cute. I love it.
Absolutely.
And then they have the drill.
yes,
where
but
you
the
get
one thing about
to-
the elephant is that it's not universal, and that's the one thing I don't like. So,
Oh, well, you say that not everywhere they have elephants.
so if you pick
Not
Yoshi-
everyone
I know
what
use
you're talking
it.
about.
if you pick
Yes.
Yoshi, you can't become an
Yoshi
elephant,
can't
or
turn into an
Nabbit
elephant,
can't
yeah.
turn into an
They're
elephant.
basically-
But Nabbit, I don't think Nabbit turns into anything.
No, but here's the
Yeah.
thing. They have their quirks, what means that they are easier. Meaning that instead of Toadette, Yoshi is the new easy, and Nabbit's always been easy mode. Meaning that Nabbit can't get hurt. No matter, you could
Yeah,
try.
he wears
you
that
could, You
crown.
could put him in boiling lava, he just won't die. But with Yoshi, even though he could die, he could jump higher than everyone else. He could run fast. Like, he's got all the perks to make him easier. But what's a trade-off? You can't use power-ups. And I think that's kind of fair, because you don't want that overpowered Goku character running around while you're struggling to jump over a ledge. You know?
But you know what? I think that's short-sighted, because I think you're gonna have maybe a lot of kids who are end up
It would have
using
been super
Yoshi,
cute. Yeah.
end up
for
using
him to turn
Yoshi
into
or
an elephant.
Nabbit because they're falling all the time. So parents
Yeah.
are like, "Here, beat
So
them
then
so
they
you
can't
don't
use the
lose."
power-up.
And
Oh,
then
I
they're gonna
agree.
see everybody else with a power up, and they're gonna be like, "I want to turn into an elephant."
Wait.
Well, you can't, little Timmy, because you ain't good enough for this fucking game.
Mommy, why?
That's
I
fucked
want
up.
your firepower up. Get good, bitch ass fuck.
Oh my god, this house would
Now
melt
you
down,
take your
bro.
bottle.
This house would melt down if we told them that they can't turn into the elephant.
Oh my god, so fast.
Holy shit.
But yeah, I didn't even think of that. But yes, the easier characters can't turn into that. Those are the ones that the kiddies
He's
will
like-
play with,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
And poor Yoshi being left out.
He can't be an elephant because he's already a
Yeah.
dinosaur.
Yep.
That's super racist.
So
Like, to Yoshis
Justice.
in that world.
Yoshi lives matter.
Justice for Yoshi.
justice for Yoshi.
Yeah. But what I do like about the elephant, by the way,
Hmm.
is the fact that it kind of adapts. So like Toad is still wearing the little vest. Oh my God, it's so cute. Did you see it?
Which one?
Toad, when he
like he's
transforms,
still
he has a
rocking
vest
the
on.
little
Oh,
vest.
yes,
and I think he
yes.
still
Too.
has, yeah.
Yeah, they make up like they change the outfit, not
Yes,
just the color, but like how they make it,
it
look.
adapts to
Yeah,
the
it
look.
looks much better.
It's super cute.
So they
you
have the
guys.
bubble form and the drill form are the
Yes.
other ones
I
that they
like the
showed us. I
bubbles.
don't know if there's more.
The bubble's super
But-
Well,
cute.
there's gonna be more like the staples, like Fire Flower,
Yeah,
Star.
probably.
But like talk about like our new stuff. Those are the three that were shown.
Yeah.
Oh, and what's dope is that they're going back, because I think before they did it and then they stopped, where if you have something on and then you pick up another thing,
Yes.
the thing you have
keep it.
gets kept, as opposed to losing
Yeah.
it because you turned into a mini by mistake.
Yeah, that's
oh my
the
God,
trend
yeah.
in modern
But did you
Mario.
see them tiny though? They made them chunkier. Like the characters, they're
Oh,
so cute.
Yeah, yeah.
They're
Yeah,
super
They
cute.
really
that
did a
in-
lot with the art style.
Yeah.
They did that in Super Mario 3D Land, where you can hold an item, and then in Super Mario Brothers 3, the 3D World, sorry, you could do the same thing. And the Bowser's Fury expansion also lets you do that. I think if I'm not mistaken, there were like the DS entries in New Super Mario Bros. I think maybe let you. I'm probably wrong, but yeah. So 3D Land and World were the main ones that did it, and now Mario Wonder is doing it too. So that's
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty
And,
dope.
Yeah. The drill is
Pretty.
really cool. I didn't know
The
that you
drill
can
is
like drill
dope. You
up.
can jump
yeah.
up, down. It's really good. I
Yeah.
like that a lot. Yeah, it's honestly looks interesting. Like it
Mhm.
looks like creatively they are really like moving forward, which I really enjoy. Graphically, it looks really nice. On
like
a
it's like a
big
2D,
screen,
3D
the
stuff.
video looks amazing.
Yeah, and also what I've noticed is that they gave them all more character, like
Visually, like
when
there's
when
visual storytelling,
Yes,
you
when
know,
the
like-
elephant is going into the pipe, he's like squeezing in, and when he's coming out, he's
Oh,
like
yeah,
trying to
he's trying to
squeeze
get
out.
in.
Yeah, like wiggle
He
his
looks
way.
like the Santa
The
Claus.
animations,
Yes.
they nail it kind of like
They
they
did.
gave them a level of expressionism. Like,
Even
you
the
know,
turtles walk with like a little swag. Like
Yeah.
that Goomba got
Yeah.
No,
swag.
it definitely looks
in a wonder
looks really good.
Well, I think we're gonna get to that.
Yeah, so that's the next thing. The Wonder Flowers, right? So that's the main gimmick.
It's like they trip out your game essentially.
Yeah, so they completely transform the level. So it's like some way to really kind of now. Do you have to do it, or can you just pass by?
I think you can just pass by. It's like a power up. You just pick it up.
probably. It
Which,
takes
I
you to
mean-
another dimension. That's a
It's the
sensitive
Mario
word
multiverse.
in this place, but yeah.
Yeah,
it's Mario multiverse.
Yeah, I think that's cool. I like the fact that they're doing that, right? They're pushing it.
But they
further.
didn't have to. They could just make a basic as Mario, but with a cool new look. But like Sonic Superstar. Damn it. The problem is that I was so excited for Superstars, but now it looks basic as shit compared. And there we go. The old Sonic is bullshit in comparison to Mario. You know, it rings true.
I mean, it definitely looks better
again.
than Colors. Not Colors. Is that what it is? Sonic Colors?
That was a 3D. Oh, Frontiers was a brand new one.
But the new one, Superstars?
The one that's coming out?
Yeah.
Jeez.
The Mario one looks way better than that, even though that one looks really good.
Like
It looks really good. I think the biggest excitement is to have Sonic back in his element, like the way that it used to be.
Yeah, his best shot of being a good game.
Yeah.
Purpleberry says, why are all the Timmys and Billies always getting picked on?
It sucks to be a Timmy.
G Maybe says, Yossi is just a side character anyways.
Damn.
Fonto says, slander G Maybe. G Maybe says, I laugh maniacally as I push the button. Fonto says, FYI, CMoney, Starfield just got a ton of updates and mod support according to Mr. Maddie.
Ooh, Maddie. Nice.
Snap.
You made his day, Fonto.
You're going to look
Starfield is going down tonight.
So you're going to play a SpongeBob?
Listen, no. Master Chief. Somebody has to. I know there's somebody who had to be saying themselves, the first thing I'm going to do is make a Master Chief armor. Has to be.
I mean, it's probably taking a little longer.
I won't believe it.
He doesn't have a face other than a suit. Unless you want to go for a TV
armor,
show.
fam. I'm not saying you're not going to be Master Chief. You're going to be Master Chief's armor. I want it green. I want the 117. I want when I put on my helmet.
So essentially, the suit has to be like.
Yeah, I just want the suit.
Yeah.
Made green, made to look like his armor.
Like not just a green
the
spray
sword
paint.
should be in there.
Make all the weapons. All the weapons should be in there.
The energy sword.
I'm so ready for it. Right. I know it. This is going to make it so much better. And then I want to mod the Pelican.
The game was a 10, but now it's an 11 because Master Chief is there.
Listen, what can I say? I'm really pumped for that idea. All right. Now, this is the cool thing that I didn't really pick up too much because I kind of saw it, but then I didn't.
Okay.
There's something called badges in this game.
Okay.
I noticed.
Really transform your experience.
It does. It's not even like a joke. It does.
No. So badges are an all new mechanic for 2D Mario.
Okay.
And they aim to change the way you play the game. In each level, you can pick one badge to use, and that badge will give an ability of some kind that can drastically alter how you approach things. So in the screenshot, they have wall climb jump. So jump against a wall and then press B to jump straight up once. So you can like jump on the wall and then jump up the wall.
Yeah.
Right. But that's just like a power. If you don't have that, you can't do that. Right. So it's a badge.
That's
you have
that's a
that
demotion,
cardboard
technically. Like they used to let you do that.
Back, right? When they did the badge in the back,
no,
it looks like a
it's a badge that you just pick. That's that's multiplayer stuff. We're going to talk about that.
Which, I mean, technically, you were able to do that in past games, so technically they took away from you.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just one. I think there's many. When you look at the amount of badges they have, there's like so many, and I think you unlock them too.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
wait, to be fair, like they waited to show in the trailer. It's just you're on the wall and you can go directly up. It's like if you miss a platform barely, but you grab on the edge and you just hop up.
Yeah,
I think that's what it is.
Okay, well, it looks like there's a ton of different options.
Like the parachute cap, that's a big one.
Yeah, the parachute cap
just won't stop
slow
advertising.
your fall or increase your wall jumping capabilities with a wall climbing badge. They have other badges that you can swim faster underwater, get a high jump from crouching like in Mario Brothers 2, or even grapple to walls and ledges using a vine. You'll be able to earn badges from challenge courses spread throughout the map or from poplin shops that appear on the world map. That's really dope.
Yeah.
Then you have multiplayer. And this I was not expecting the way they're doing
like
this.
Nintendo of all people.
So as you expect, you can expect up to 4 players in local couch co-op, right? Mm-hmm. So we can all play in the same place. Each of whom can play as any characters. That's great. You'll turn into a ghost when you die to get picked up, which I thought was super cool.
Very,
looks
like Luigi's Mansion. Yeah.
So that's cool. But then there's an online multiplayer component. But it's a little different than the main co-op feature. So instead, you'll see random players or friends if you're set up on a lobby. So you can. So basically, we don't have to be in the same way. If we want, we could just all be on our Switches playing the game, and kind of connect to each other.
But not, yeah.
But what you'll do,
I wonder. See, but then you guys can't push around.
So you'll see them as transparent ghost players throughout levels. It does get a little touchy.
It gets crazy, guys.
Absolutely.
It's a little suspect.
You'll get bonuses for finishing levels at the same time as the other players you encounter, and there are even new game modes throughout this feature, such as racing through a level or beating a boss fight. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And it looks like you can like set your little marker. That's what you saw. So you set your marker like, hey, I was here. And then if you die, they can help revive you. I think it's pretty dope. I think that's all. I think that was dope. What am I reading here?
What are
Hacker
you
says, who was first? You were first, Hacker. He was here first. That's only fair. Oh, I think I got to sneeze.
God
bless you. Thanks for censoring.
Thank you. Sorry about that. But yeah, so that is that's what's different. The fact that they have that going on is really cool.
So I'm
like
super excited for it. I'm super excited for when he turns into an elephant and they can push the pipes, how the pipes are moving too. Like it's crazy. And they have a little like caterpillar. So this is supposedly like Flower Kingdom. Was that
Flower Kingdom's the name?
Yeah. So that's why it has like the little elements. It's like the flower buds. Remember it looked like little huts. That's what it was.
Thanks, Chintaro. He said, "Bless you, CMoney."
Oh, thank you, Shin.
Oh, how
thanks,
cute.
Brother. Yeah. I honestly, I really love the new powers, like the elephant, the drill. Like it looks so intriguing. Like it looks like it's going to be fun ways to play. I'm hoping that this is that Super Mario Odyssey moment for the 2D.
Yes.
For the 2D games.
I do. I prefer the 2D with Mario for some reason. But even the shrimp is back. I call it shrimp, but
shrimp? What are you
I don't know
talking about?
when I started calling
The shell
them.
with the spikes?
With the spikes, yeah.
What are they
Oh,
called?
spiny.
They
well, I
come
was lost.
the red ones.
Yeah, I know what you're talking
They're
about.
like little
They're called
balls that come
spinies.
down. Yeah. I don't know when
To
that
be fair,
started.
even Bowser didn't know what they were called. So,
Bowser looks pretty
Remember
dope
them all.
too. You saw how he turned into that. I think he turned
into a literal machine.
Yeah. It got a little wild.
Can't wait for the explanation for
crazy.
that.
Oh my gosh, the little the piranhas, the green ones or something. They spit out seeds. Did you see that?
Huh.
Yeah, they shoot out little seeds.
Yeah.
He maybe says that Super Mario Wonder was the least expensive game for Mario to make in franchise history.
Really?
Interesting. I don't know. Nintendo's put out some really cheap looking Mario games before. I don't know about that.
No. Mario games?
Yeah, Mario games. Like, have you seen the 3DS shit? Like the Mario Party Top 100? That's the most basic shit you've ever gotten for a $60 game or $40, whatever.
Really?
I don't know. But and they just made Flash games of Mario where they're basic ass whack-a-mole from Nintendo. I don't know about that.
Oh my god.
Maybe console entries.
What was that Mario game that MADMAN was like obsessed with? Mario Fortune.
Fortune Street?
Yes,
He was
Fortune Street. Oh my
obsessed with
God.
wanting us to buy it for him.
Even
though it was such
so
a bad game,
bad.
we kept saying it's garbage.
It has its charm. I don't know. Mario is interesting. I still know the goal, but
Oh my God. Guys,
Yeah.
it was a joke.
Yeah,
G
the
maybe
Mario.
no. G maybe finishes the joke because Mario works for peanuts now because he's an elephant.
That was good.
And he gets paid in
That was
peanuts.
good.
I was like, I don't know.
I saw
about
it
that.
coming. He got you guys.
I did get me.
I thought
He
you
got
were-
Madman.
but-
Madman
I
thought you were
got
serious.
so
I was
deep
like,
into
well,
that.
that's
But
totally
he did get
fake
me. That was good.
news.
I did not expect that. That was a good one. That was a good one.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is I honestly I feel like this is gonna be the first 2D Mario since I was a kid that I actually
Enjoyed.
would want to would want to play
Like,
myself.
are really looking forward to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
I
the
agree.
other ones, New Super Mario. I love playing all those games with you guys.
But it's not like, play me.
As soon as we saw
know?
the direct, you said that's a game I will play with everybody. Like we'll all play
But the
together.
direct showed you the possibilities.
Oh my gosh! I wonder since there are so many characters, if we can all go in.
No,
Can
it's still
you
4
imagine?
player.
That sucks ass.
It's still 4 player.
I mean, 8
That's
people,
not
that would just be
cool.
too claustrophobic.
It would because
Imagine
of 4
like
of
when
us.
we play Smash
like,
Brothers and you got 8 people on there playing. It's so
It gets-
far
it
away
gets-
for you to see everything.
Yeah, it gets a little.
It would be
crazy.
too much, I think.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so. Now, obviously, the game looks dope. We're all excited for it. Now, they did announce as well in that same direct, they're making a new Switch.
Oh my God, I saw
all
it.
red.
A variant.
Which doesn't make any sense because, first of all, they already made a red one. The only thing different now is that the dock is red and it's OLED.
Yes.
Right? So they already did the red Switch for Mario Odyssey.
But with the basic
Switch.
Yep.
And
the basic dock.
Yeah, and it has like a little Mario in the
cute,
back.
at least it's
but it's not like,
like
colored in. It's just like the outline.
Yeah, like the back, like it's cool, but like you're not gonna put the back in the front. People are not gonna see that. It's cute if you have like a Mario, even like if it was Mario's hat or an M or a character from the like Elf in Mario.
I feel like at this point though, like we are close to the other system. I feel like they're just really like this was an obvious like let me squeeze some money out. They literally just made it red completely.
Yeah,
and that was it. That's a bit much. I feel like the Pokemon was dope. The
Splatoon was cool.
Splatoon
Zelda was
super cool. Yep. So it's like it had like a purpose. If you're gonna make it Mario, you have to like really go in.
But they do this all the time. I don't know what it is, but they always get lazy when it comes to Mario. Probably because they know they could slap the name on and it'll sell stuff. If the kids want to Switch, they'll be like, all right, a Mario Switch, surely. So, you know.
Like this one felt like really on the nose. Like, okay, here, I'm hoping you'll buy it. And like, I don't understand how this one doesn't make sense for me. Like how anybody will try to pre-order it.
Like they put more effort towards the Diablo 3 console bundle in terms of design than the Mario one.
Yeah, this did not. I was like, damn, they really pushing it, huh?
Yep. So my thing is they're out here pushing this one, right? But we just got rumors from none other than the man, Jess Corden himself.
Boy, Jess Corden.
Who said that he heard some rumors recently that Nintendo maybe discussed the new Switch behind closed doors to select press/devs at Gamescom. And he thinks that a full reveal
is imminent.
/leaks may be relatively imminent. So we already have an inkling that next year it's coming out. But obviously, if the game's coming out next year, then people need to start making games for it, right?
Yes.
And not only making games for it, but making their version of the game, right? So people who are making an Xbox game and a PlayStation game, like a multi-platform game, they need to, who are missing the Switch because it's too weak, right? They need to go to them and be like, hey, listen, look at the Switch 2, super powerful, bring your game here.
Yeah.
Right? I'm very hopeful, man. I got fingers crossed. It's been long enough. Shit was in 2017. It's been 6 years.
Yeah.
It'll be 7 years before we have it. Come on.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Let's make it powerful. Let's make it worthwhile. Let's make it good. That's all I want. That's all I want.
And let's give it a good name.
Yeah, the Switch 2. Easy, no confusion. Just make it happen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What do you think, man? We're gonna get a leak soon.
Yeah. Here's the thing: Nintendo consoles always have a trend of leaking before, like whether it's a console design or name, one of the two. One leaks first, usually. Like we all saw it come in when it came to like the Switch. We knew that it was gonna. There was a lot of word going around about a portable, but also a home console.
Hybrid, yep.
Yeah, and the Wii U Project Cafe was the project name, and they knew there was gonna be a controller with a screen. And that's kind of what everyone thought. People thought it was going to be like a classic controller for the Wii, but with a screen. It was different. Like the Dreamcast controller, it was obviously much more different, like a tablet more so. But still, the Wii, we already knew it was going to have something to do with like motion control. We always figure things out. And I think this will not be an exception.
Yeah, I think the difference this time is that it's going to be very similar. So like, there's not going to be like hey, it's going to have a screen. Like we know that. Hey, it's going to be a hybrid.
Yeah,
we know that, right? So
I mean,
it's going to be
always surprises.
The specs are going to be. I don't know, man. I feel like they're not.
I think the specs are going to be the big part. Like, what's it going to look like? Is it going to look like a little better than Xbox One game now when it was a little worse back then? So I don't know. Is it going to look like an Xbox One X game and then maybe like an Xbox One game on screen? Like,
well, the thing is that on a Switch, if a Switch in your hands has the power of an Xbox One X, but they're only using it to do 1080p. Remember, Xbox One X was a 4K machine.
I mean, I'm saying to the TV is Xbox One X, and Xbox One is like 1080p, so like a 1080p screen portably. I mean,
I mean, it would. I think with the amount of handhelds that are out there, remember, AMD has been making all of these handhelds. They're not making the handhelds, but these companies are using AMD to make these handhelds. I got the ROG Ally, Steam Deck. Well, they're Linux, but the point is that they're powerful. Like, I can play Starfield in my hands. The Switch can't do that shit.
Yeah.
Right. But a new Switch should be able to do that. And NVIDIA, they have so much like AI and, their DLSS 3.5 or whatever it is. Like, if they put that in the new Switch, they could take any game and make it crazy. Like, the Switch can literally run games better than the Series X could.
In terms of like frame rates and shit.
It's for terms of frame rates and resolution if NVIDIA puts DLSS 3.5 on there.
That would be crazy.
Cyberpunk, if you play that on a PC with DLSS 3.5, I can play 4K ray tracing at 120 frames a second.
That's scary.
Which is crazy because of their technology.
Not like a PS5, it'll be like a jet engine in the room.
Dude, they can do it. They can do it. It just depends on how cheap Nintendo wants to be.
That's a problem.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're not being cost effective. And like they put less money towards it. They make crazy shit with it, and then they sell for cheap price. That's where the money comes.
Yeah, but the point is that NVIDIA is it's just the tech. It's not like you have to have this crazy graphics card in there. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
So
if they power the Switch, I wouldn't be surprised if they do it again.
So I feel like they're going to do something AI based to really take hardware that's not that strong on paper and really ramp it up, push it with the tech behind it.
Well, I mean, I'm interested to see why they signed that 10-year deal with Xbox.
Oh, yeah.
Because I feel like that all falls together. So I feel like we're going to get some answers soon enough.
Agreed. I believe that.
They're working on something. But then again, when was the deal signed? This year, right?
It was.
I feel like they were already working on whatever
I feel like
we've got coming.
They were trying to make it happen.
Yeah.
And I think they wanted to be prepared for it. So they were going to make a more powerful chip. I think they were always going to do that. So, I think that overall it's going to be really good. I think we're going to see it soon, relatively speaking. All right. Anything else you guys have to add or want to add to that?
Yeah, no.
I'm freaking pumped.
Oh, wait. I guess on the topic of Nintendo, there's a rumor that this September or like November, like October, like this little fall area, we might be getting a Nintendo Direct, like a traditional one, because September is typically where they come. And there's been rumors that they might have an arsenal of remasters from the GameCube era. What they didn't go specific, but they could be some first-party Nintendo games from the GameCube era, which they refused to re-release digitally, that could be coming back.
CMoney, you didn't even know they had a Direct, right, this week? Like what before happened?
No, I didn't.
I heard about it, but there wasn't screaming about it, right?
Yeah, they are freaking. But I found out like the day before, maybe like 2 days before. So that's like super early for Nintendo to be letting out that information. They're freaking bonkers with that.
Yeah, I agree. I think they're just going to, out of nowhere, tell us, hey, we're going to have a Nintendo Direct tomorrow. And then everybody's going to watch it. Yeah, so we're going to move on to the next topic. So this one is good news over, like, all around.
Yeah.
Xbox makes a pretty big hire in Japan.
What do they do this time?
So, no, it's a good thing. So obviously we know they struggle, right?
Badly
in Japan. So what they went ahead and did is they hired a former PlayStation executive to lead the partnership ops in Japan. So, Mina Sato Kato. She was in charge. She actually worked there for over 20 years at Sony.
Really?
Doing different things. But she got up to the part where she was dealing with the other, like all the companies that they worked with.
Yeah.
So all the relationships with like the third parties, but not like third parties that were like second parties. You know what I'm saying? Like made games for them. And she did that for over 8 years. So in 2021, she left. So she must have had a 2-year non-compete.
Yeah.
And now that passed.
And she's in.
Now she's in.
This is crazy, dude. The
thing about this is actually really, really important. She's going to be running this, but they're also hiring for a Japan gaming category lead. And the whole thing is that both of these people and everybody they hire there are going to they're going to have full autonomy without needing to be managed by Xbox USA. So it's basically going to be like, go do your thing in Japan. You know what I'm saying? Do what you got to do, make the moves you got to make. You know, they give them a budget and it's like, just do it.
Yeah.
Right? Like bring us to where we need to be
make it
in
happen.
Japan. Which I think is a huge thing. You gotta remember, we already got Kojima, right? Yeah. But is this also their like official branch of like reaching and dealing with Square? Is this why their relationship is getting better now? Because it's like, listen, we just hired this person. You already know them. You've been doing business with them for years. She'll be your point person. She's going to take care of you guys. She's going to deal with everything.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a good chance for them to make some
like real money there.
Well, I mean, right now it's not even about the money. It's about making
building
headway
the
over
name.
there.
Yes.
Yeah, like making Japan a place that people
are interested in Xboxes.
Yeah, when they can be like, oh man, I got an Xbox.
Care, you know?
Yeah, like they can give a shit about it, right? Like that's ultimately, I think the biggest deal. Like they want to make a mark, you know?
I agree.
Obviously, they haven't been able to.
Like, they've gotten to a point where like 99% of the games that release there aren't even physically released because people know they don't buy them.
Yeah, it's wild. G maybe says she ran Sony's mobile gaming sector, so she will be looking the same
mobile
direction
gaming.
MS wants to go. I think this is a huge hire.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, obviously out there, that's where all the like big mobile games out in, you know, that Asian market is crazy over there. There's a lot of potential with this, man. They could make a lot of moves. He says someone with big vision and major connections. I think is the biggest thing.
The big thing is the
because
connections.
She has those connections with all those people she's worked with.
And,
before.
you know, Phil keeps chasing this mobile, you know, situation. He really wants to make it happen.
Absolutely.
So look at that.
Yeah, they're making the right moves, man. They're not afraid to spend the money. I'm sure they had to pay her a pretty penny to get her to do this. Especially out there where there's not really a presence for Xbox. But this is building blocks, you know, like it's not, Xbox has made it clear that they're not in it for the short term. They're in it for the long haul, right? You don't spend $70 billion on one publisher knowing that you're not going to make $70 billion on them right away. This is like a long-term play, right? So these are all the moves that they make. G-Baby says Psylocke joins the X-Men. A new member. But yeah, they're making all the moves that they got to make, right? To make it the way they want to be a brand that's global, right? Not just mostly in the US and then in some Europe and then barely in Asia, right?
They're trying to build and gain ground, right? Because where they don't necessarily exist. So they figure out what they need to change. And they're getting to it, dude. Because I know it feels like, oh, they have this plan laid out that will figure out how it goes or whatever. But I feel like it just keeps coming and shit just keeps happening.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're doing it, right? They're spending the money. They're doing what they have to do to make it happen. And hopefully, you know, we start seeing a lot of developers start making games again for Xbox. Xbox 360 era, people,
like,
you know,
that was
forget.
the place for a long time.
Japan, they had tons of support from Japan.
Like Blue Dragon, Lost Odyssey.
Yeah. Those were huge games that were made exclusively for Xbox 360.
Yeah.
And I think that, it's time.
Xbox One, they stopped giving a shit for a while there. And then with Series, like when the Series era came around, like they have their thumb over like a Dragon and Persona and stuff like that. And they're trying now, like a lot more than they ever did. So yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, again, when we're in a situation where Xbox is investing the amount of money they are in content, right? Like they have all these studios, they're having to make these amazing looking games and just letting them rock. Like nobody's rushed, right?
Yeah.
Nobody is saying, if you don't bring this game out, you're screwed. And it's like, no, take your time, make the best thing that you can make.
Yes.
They're putting that out there. That costs them a lot of money, right? It saved a lot of money if they'd just be like, release it now, right?
Yeah. And it's a business, right? So we can't imagine that they're spending all this money and they're like, well, we'll see what happens if we make any back.
No, like they know that these things are going to be big.
Yeah.
They're going to be huge. So, investing in Japan is just the next logical step there because some of the best games in the world come out of there, right? I mean, that's just what it is, right? I mean, From Software, Elden Ring, over there, man. There's so many. And now, is this our way that we get a little closer with the negotiations for Sega?
Sega.
You know what I'm saying?
Maybe.
You know what I'm saying? Bring a little Sega.
Actually, when I said it out loud, there are two Japanese franchises that they have a chokehold on, like Dragon Persona, are Sega. That's one of the tentpoles, both of them. So, what, Sonic's next? Sonic's Xbox exclusive.
I mean, Crash Bandicoot is going to be ours.
Wow, geez, you're going to get all the mascots.
This is going to be the land of the mascots. Only them against Mario. And Mario still wins.
I know.
That's a problem.
They still can't take him down.
Nobody could take him down.
Build me a team.
How much money did the Sonic movies make?
Like 300 million, I think, was like 2, maybe. I'm just thinking off the top of my head. I can always look it up. Still.
No $1 billion Sonic movies, huh?
Not yet.
I mean, to be fair, the first one came out right in the midst of the pandemic. So that kind of had a little sting on its butt, like money. Let me look. I'm going to look up the total and see how disappointing it was. 319 million for the first one.
Oh, you were close.
You were very close.
306 million for Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Yeah, people gave a shit a little less with that second round.
They fool me once.
Yeah.
Money.
Well, it's like the same people went to go see it, except for some.
Yeah.
They're like, man, that was shit.
G maybe says money talks, but relationships are a major thing in those areas.
Yeah.
That is factual. And that's the reason why they haven't been able to break in. Because you imagine they could just go and spend their money to make it happen. But they don't care about
that simple.
They care more about the relationships that they have.
But they got Kojima
so
now.
I think
like
that by saying, hey, listen, we're Xbox in Japan, we're separate.
Yeah.
I don't even have to talk to them. You're dealing with me. The deals we make are between me and you.
Yeah.
Right? I think that goes a long way.
I agree.
For them to be able to do it. And it's just
and the more people
they
get on board, right, the easier it'll be that entire situation.
Yeah.
But
absolutely.
I admire that though. That's pretty dope. That it's been that hard to crack through.
And they're still trying.
Yeah.
Like they didn't just throw in the towel. They didn't just say, oh, it's not worth it. It was just focus all our energy here. They're like, no, we want to be everywhere. And, just like G maybe said, the mobile market is a big way to get in there. A big way to introduce your franchises that you have.
Mm-hmm.
There needs to be a Starfield mobile.
Yes.
I
mean, they do need to do that. And that's an easier way to tap into those fans that, again, don't have an Xbox, right? Especially in Japan, right? It's they're not just going to be like, all right, well, bye-bye PlayStation.
No.
It's going to be difficult.
Not at all.
But
yeah, it's going to be big things, man. So I'm Philly Phil. He doesn't stop. He keeps making the right moves.
He's making it happen.
Pushing things forward. Absolutely. All right. Let me timestamp this bad boy.
You do that. See, you do that. Get it.
Go ahead. Don't be shy.
2:57. All right. So
what was that?
Oh, nothing.
Giving us some excitement.
Yeah. A little more than just excitement.
Okay, so next topic.
Go ahead, see.
PlayStation.
Oh, what do they want?
They want our money.
Of course they do.
And they want more of it.
Greedy bastards.
and it never stops. It never stops. So there is a pretty significant price increase that's happening.
Okay.
And it's kind of jacked up because they literally this year just came out with their new pricing structure and their new, their
new plan.
Premium plan and all that fun stuff. And they are already boosting up the prices. So the prices are as follows. The original is boosting up to $80 from $60. The extra is boosting up to $135. These are for the yearly prices. By the way.
Okay.
Yearly prices.
That was going to be my next question.
Yeah. I needed to clarify that. To $134.99 is the extra, and the premium is boosting up to $160 from $120.
That's a big jump.
Yeah, the extra I think was $100 to $134.99, and then premium is from $120 to $160. What's up, Paige? How you doing?
Paige, welcome.
Hey, howdy, hey.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely, of course, want our money, but it's like, let's just be real here. Like, we paid for the year for the premium, which was the biggest waste of my money because
never touched it.
Nothing has come from it.
Nothing's happened.
I think I beat Stray when it first came out. That was like the first game that they had when it launched. And I beat that on there. And then that was that. Yeah, I played maybe once or twice on played the old games on the cloud.
Is what you're saying.
Oh yeah, I'm not re-upping this crap.
Yeah.
No, I don't even need multiplayer from them, to be honest with you. It's like
you barely use it anyway.
Play online.
I don't play online with their system. I mean, obviously they're making a lot of first party multiplayer games, so I will need it at some point. Well, I mean, I'll try them. If they're free to play, you know what I'm saying? Why not try it?
Yeah.
But what have they done to justify even the price we were paying? Let alone
I was barely giving you that money, and now you boost me up $40 freaking
for what?
Yeah,
I mean, unless this is their way of saying, "Hey guys, we're pretty soon going to be doing day and date, and we're going to give you Spider-Man 2."
We don't even know. They're still trying to figure out their shit. We don't even know what they're working on. We don't know what's happening.
Seriously,
we're blindfolded, and they're like, you know what? Give us a little bit more money. I think you promise that we're gonna figure something out. I don't know. It just seems like a way to continue to squeeze, and there's nothing in return. Like, at least a lineup should be demanded.
Yeah.
I don't understand. I don't know what they're doing. Again, I said it before. I'm hoping that they're working on stuff and they just shock us with how much they were working on that we didn't even know about. But at the same time, you look at Xbox and they tell you guys everything, and it's like, give me something.
Seriously.
You know what I mean? Like,
seriously. Just tell me what you're working on.
Tell me.
Like, you did that shit when the PlayStation 5 launched.
Yeah.
That's the problem. The only thing we've been right before the PlayStation 5 launch, they had that big ass E3 that was dope, right? You know, their summer event where we saw God of War. Well, I mean, we saw the logo for God of War. We saw all the things that they were working on, right? And it was like, oh snap. The problem is all those things are literally the only things that we're still waiting to come out.
Yeah.
Like, the last game is Spider-Man 2. And it's like, what? I mean, we know Wolverine, right, is being made.
Years from now.
Really
when is it coming?
Excited me though. Like, it's crazy. Like how it was just that one little clip and it was like, holy crap. Yeah.
But it's not coming to anytime soon. Not even close. So
we don't have any info, guys. There's nothing I can say.
We have no idea.
Jimmy has not returned our calls. And I wouldn't be surprised if his number's disconnected at this point. You know, I stopped trying.
Absolutely. Purple Berry says, well, if you divide how dumb they are by how long it takes to make them a game,
my baby,
carry the two, and we should have a new game in about 18 years.
That sums it up. That's my girl.
tomorrow they announce fucking God of War 4.
It does sum it up.
God damn it, not 4, 5, 6. Jeez, stupid naming schemes.
Say that again?
I said tomorrow, watch them announce a new God of War or some shit. Or Last of Us 3.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe. I mean, obviously, we know
I
that
thought they weren't making The Last of Us.
No, Uncharted's the one that they're
Factions.
sworn off of. Like, they just refuse to do it.
So they're making factions, but that got wiped or thrown away by Bungie when they got bought. Bungie told them that they don't know how to make a game, so cancel that shit. So that happened.
Your card has been declined.
Your card has been declined. Sorry. Do not pass go. Do not collect your $200, sir. But no, it's like that's all I want. Like, just give me, like, make a dope ass fucking show and be like, this is what you gotta look forward to. Show me a clip of Wolverine CGI, something. Just give me something. Give me an idea.
You're at the point where you just want CGI.
I just want to see something. Ghost of Tsushima? Ghost of Tsushima 2?
Tsushima.
Show it to me.
Ghost of Tsushima.
That'd be dope to see it's coming. Maybe I want to beat the first one.
Maybe.
You know, I got pretty far in that one. I think I'm almost done with it, but I just stopped playing.
An emphasis on me.
God of War, I played for a little while. I don't know what they can show me that I'll actually play.
PlayStation?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's easy answer. Last of Us Part 3.
The Last of Us, yeah, for sure. That easy. That's 100%.
Last of Us Part 3, yeah.
But
or Part 0. You don't know what.
But God of War, I beat the first one. Second one, no interest. I mean, I played it. Don't get me wrong.
That'd be pretty dope, though.
Maybe they bring back Infamous or something.
I beat Infamous.
Oh, you love that game.
I beat Infamous. That was a good game.
Yeah.
I don't know. Days Gone, you tried.
Mm-hmm.
You liked it or no?
I think so. No, that
was the motorcycle one, remember?
Yeah, I didn't. You thought I would like it because of The Last of Us. I'm very particular. It didn't fall in line for me.
What about New Twisted Metal?
Didn't feel great.
A New Twisted Metal game?
Yeah.
It's a car combat game. It would have to be
multiplayer.
So special.
Maybe like a Rapper 3 or some shit.
So good. I don't know, man. I really don't know. I don't know if they have anything interesting. I mean, Spider-Man, I'm going to play.
Mm-hmm.
Like it. Even if you don't like how it looks.
Yeah, I'm going to enjoy it. I know.
Listen, anyone with a PlayStation that doesn't have like an Xbox or any other system, and that's where they prefer to play, or if that's their system of choice,
because they know that they like those games.
The other ones, right?
Yep.
So if that's their go-to and that's where they play their games, they're going to have games available, right? That are just not made by them, but there are games coming out.
What do you mean? Like third-party games?
Yeah, we're particularly speaking about just what they're actually working on.
Like, it sounds like tumbleweeds are going to be on the platform, but technically there's a lot of games if you consider all the multi-platforms.
Yeah.
It's just the first-party output, because that's what defines, the meaning behind your system, the urge to buy it. It gives you reasons why you should own that console.
Yeah.
That aren't graphics.
I think a lot of people who bought a PlayStation 5 have been a little bamboozled. They got a little tricked.
Yeah.
Into thinking that Sony was all in on next gen, but all the games that released before were essentially on multi.
Remember the PS4 where they just couldn't stop making like 10 out of 10s for like a while there?
They need to go back to that. They need to figure that out. Well,
I think that's what they're probably trying to do. That's why the games are taking longer.
Yeah.
That, because for them, they need it to hit, right? Like they need it.
The PS3, they barely survived on the skin of their teeth when it comes to outdoing Xbox. And they're like, we don't want to do that again, boy. So they locked down and, the PS4 generation happened.
Well, funny that you mentioned that, right? Because the one thing I wanted to go into is, see, these guys, they raise the price. They don't give us anything more. They barely gave us anything to begin with for the original price. But they do it because they just did, they had some US video game sales data. The PlayStation 5 right now is tracking 5% ahead of where PlayStation 4 was.
Oh.
At the same time.
Okay.
So it's even sold more than PlayStation 4 has sold right now, life to date. And then it's 87% ahead of the PlayStation 3 at the same time.
Damn.
They keep
Whereas Xbox, they're behind the Xbox One by 10%.
That's bad. Xbox One did horribly in comparison.
But it leads the Xbox 360 by 6%.
Damn.
But 360 was way more successful. That's a
Now
question
the
mark.
Switch has passed the Wii lifetimes. No, the Wii.
Oh no, the Wii
lifetime sales as of July 2023.
Yeah, everyone saw that coming.
So
I already thought
is
they
this
did.
the best-selling Nintendo system now?
The DS and then but home console, yes.
console
No,
is
like
the best.
yeah.
Home
So
console,
it is.
yeah. But device, it'll have to be the Game Boy and like
How much are those?
DS. I know the DS is like 155 million. The Game
Damn.
Boy is like 100 something. It's close, but not quite. Actually, it's the biggest gaming device. Period.
It's always good to like continue to do better. So
118 million for the original Game Boy. Advance.
So I think we all came into this generation of Xbox thinking that this was going to be the generation that they leveled the playing field and did it. The problem is that none of the games were ready. So we all thought that the games would be ready, the ones that we knew about, because we knew about them in 2018, the games that were being made. So we assumed 2021, 3 years, shit will start dropping. 2022, shit will start dropping. They didn't start dropping, right? It's 2023 and we're finally getting the banger, right? So, I mean, we had like Halo and shit, but it wasn't, you know, even though it was amazing.
Anything that was going to pull someone new to come and get an Xbox or something like
because
that.
Halo was already there.
Yes,
and
it's
people,
been there.
The people who
wanted to play it
are the
already
Xbox
have it.
fans,
Yeah.
right? So, like, we thought that these new games would be out, but they're not. And to be fair, the COVID situation and that all delayed everything further back. So that's what he said. Now we're finally getting to the point where those games that would have been out got pushed back. And this is when they got pushed back to. So basically now we kind of have to essentially just, you know, accept defeat at this point as far as numbers. Like, don't worry about it. You're not selling as much as PlayStation. But what are we going to do for the next console, right?
Yeah.
So do they come out? So some of the talk has been this whole mid-gen refresh. Calum Lurie's Stubblefield. What is up?
What is going on?
How are you doing? That is quite the name.
Hey, howdy.
Welcome.
Welcome, my friend. So there's been some kind of like talk that, you know, the mid-gens, right? People thinking the PlayStation mid-gen is coming soon or whatever it is. Some people are saying that instead of doing a mid-gen, okay, that Xbox might be looking to jump first into the next gen.
Okay.
So instead of waiting until 2028,
like, let's go.
Well, they want to do like a repeat of the 360, right? So instead of going in 2028, they're going to have enough studios. Like, if you figure we're getting these games, right? Like Hellblade, all this stuff coming out this year, right? Or next year, 2024. But if you give those same people who now have a foundation with like their new stuff, if you give them 3 years, 4 years, they can make you a new game for 2027. And you could launch your new next gen system with all these games already.
Which will make it really tempting.
Which will make it crazy, right?
Yeah,
especially if you go
Elder solo,
Scrolls 6,
and you go early.
If you figure if they come out fall 2027, so they jump early, a year before PlayStation 6 comes out.
That'd be awesome.
And they launch with Elder Scrolls 6.
Bro, it's done. It's over. The end.
Who is not going to want to buy a new Xbox to go play that game?
Yeah.
Or I guess if you have a PC, you don't need to. But if you're console only, who's not going to do it?
I mean, that's it. The game's over.
Like, Starfield is one thing. Starfield is amazing, but it's not a known quantity. It's new. They have to build this franchise. They have to make it into something. Remember, this is just the first game in this world.
Yeah.
10 years from now, they'll make another one.
10 years, yes. By then, we'll know what it is.
By then, we'll know. But the point is that, like, this is unknown to people. People are just, the hype is real. That's what's getting everybody going. But Elder Scrolls has legacy.
A huge
legacy. Deep fan base.
Plus, it got online, which is still going. That people play that constantly.
You say, hey, we're coming out with the new Xbox fall 2027 launch game, Elder Scrolls 6.
Juicy juice.
That's how you slap up PlayStation for the next generation. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
and
it's a
you
good
make
idea.
a next gen version of Call of Duty just for your system because there is no other next gen, right?
Shit, that's something else.
So you have like a Call of Duty that's only on your system, and then you still make a lower version for the PlayStation heads, but
and like the other Xbox.
Yeah,
that sounds like the ultimate game plan.
That would be dope.
They need to figure things out.
And that's not including other games that
real quick.
surely other studios are going to have ready for launch. Like
Exactly.
shit.
Well, they have so many studios, bro. So if you figure like brand new studios that they're buying now, right? Like Activision, okay? This is going to be like 2018 again.
Yeah.
Right? Like the games that the studios they're buying now are going to start brand new games right now under Xbox with new funding and all this shit. Those games we're not going to see till the new console.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The new generation, right? So all these studios that they're going to be buying, they're going to buy studios that are midway through production on a game, and then they're going to grow those studios to work on something else, right? Or have them split and do another game. So the next gen will have so much shit coming out. There won't be a wait anymore.
Yeah.
Like that's the only reason that this was a delay, because there wasn't enough big stuff coming to Xbox from Xbox right off the rip to make people switch from PlayStation. You know what I'm saying? Especially since PlayStation technically actually started strong this gen with, Demon Souls and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
So they, I don't know.
Yeah, the Series X was an investment. Like, I know you're going to come out with some cool shit. With the
Maybe
and
someday.
plus Halo Infinite was no longer a launch title, which I'm sure could have sold more
That
people.
would have been a big, if that was a launch
huge
title,
disappointment.
it was.
Yeah.
It was. That set it back.
Imagine
That set it
if
back. But you know
Halo's-
what? They got to take the L's where they can. If it screwed
You
them.
can only move on, and that's the situation.
They could not release a bad Halo. And if they would have released it the way it looked, it would have looked so bad in comparison that it would have just tainted it.
Killed Halo.
So this Halo looks amazing.
Can you imagine if Halo
It played
7's a
amazing. It
launch
was
title?
great. Oh my God. You imagine Halo 7 and Elder Scrolls 6 as a launch title?
Two guns.
Phil won't let that mess up again. Phil won't let that mess up again.
Yeah.
So G maybe says in the chat, I wonder if they are holding back Wolverine to figure out how to add microtransactions to that.
Oh, because of live service shit?
It's possible, but I feel like that would be so risky.
Like they wouldn't want to fuck up their
Insomniac to do.
single player shit. Like Insomniac is indisputably the king of superhero games. Like sure, Rocksteady, like they would have probably been if Suicide Squad wasn't such a shit show. But if they don't fuck up Wolverine, then they are indisputably the best.
Yeah, I don't think. See, this is the thing. I think Rocksteady, honestly, for me, I'm gonna pretend this game doesn't even exist. Like Rocksteady didn't come out.
Remember,
with this
they made
game.
the Arkham trilogy.
Because this wasn't
bangers.
This wasn't Rocksteady's fault. This was WB saying you need to make a live service game to compete with all the live service games being made. So they had to make some weird shit to make it happen.
Here's a problem.
And then they had to strip out all the live service stuff because now,
You
in
were
the
so
meantime,
mad.
no one likes it.
I am so mad.
He was so mad.
So mad.
You guys.
Yo, the Batman games are some of my favorite games.
Arkham.
I love Batman. I love the Arkham trilogy. I love Arkham Origins as well. So I love all four of them.
Rocksteady. Yeah, that's
They
weird
were
because it's like
cracked out though.
Yeah.
I mean, they look great.
Yeah, but this thing that they did just doesn't. It looks like shit. The story looks amazing. That's what's
Like, that's so
what's
cool.
frustrating.
The Justice
It
League
looks
is evil and shit.
amazing.
Like it's like the Boys, but with DC characters.
Yes.
It looks badass.
But then they turn into this. Yo, you saw how many times those characters were jumping on screen? What
You
type of
couldn't-
shit do I? What am I
Listen,
doing?
You have bad vision. You couldn't keep up with
bro,
the situation
get out of here with that
was
shit,
taking
man.
place.
No, I want to play fucking Suicide Squad in the Arkham way. Give me a single player experience.
I wouldn't be surprised if they try to scrap the game or largely scrap the game and try to form it into a single player game again. Warner Brothers is like, all right, they didn't like
it's
that.
such a pain when they
man.
have to do stuff like
here's
that
wrong.
because
To be
it
fair,
changes it completely.
Yeah, to their credit, like not credit, but to be fair, like when they greenlit it to be live service, that was all the rage. So now people don't like live service. In fact, when they hear live service, they're like, "Well, fuck your game."
That's the problem. It was a fad, and it went bad real quick.
Like unless you're like Fortnite, Apex Legends, Destiny, stuff that was already in the business, you've got no shot.
No, I mean, but something like Halo, that rocks well now. They have enough content. It's a live
That's a side piece
game.
to a campaign. Like that's like a mode.
Yeah, but you got a game that came with the game, right? Like you played campaign and then you play multiplayer. You know, some people just play multiplayer, but what were you gonna say, Doodle? I feel like you were gonna say something.
I just heard Fortnite. I want to play Fortnite so bad.
Yeah, we gotta make time, yo. There's no time
the
for
heist.
anything. It's wild.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
Fortnite's
I forgot.
shit.
G maybe says, I think the Xbox sales are partially self-inflicted because of using consoles to build the cloud. Yes, which is another thing that I think ultimately blew up in their face. They thought, I just think they're ahead of their time again with the cloud. I think that the internet speeds of the 5G and all that shit didn't come like we thought it would.
Yeah.
Because I still don't have good service in most places that I am. I barely have good internet.
Yeah.
So that's not a big thing. So they kind of got screwed there. And now they have to sell. What happened?
That's big.
Oh, yeah. Wait till I'm going to show you some of my ships that I make eventually.
Oh, my God.
Eventually. Keyword. Eventually.
Learn how to breathe in the game, and then you can get to that.
I will update my stuff. I will be able to breathe fine.
I would be very excited.
So
G maybe says shit took forever to come out. That's why it's the Starfield Constipation edition.
That's funny. Oh, Constellation.
There you go.
That's funny.
G maybe says Arkham Combat never gets old.
You know what I feel like they should make a game, but they just won't do anything with?
What?
Blade. If they made a Blade AAA game, that would be badass.
Game. That'd be such a dope ass game.
That'd be sick.
Blade from the movies.
Yeah, we all love Blade.
My favorite Blade was the one
Wesley
with
Snipes. It's weird because I never seen.
Wait,
sorry,
she didn't answer.
I'm sorry.
You just answered it and kept it moving, fam.
Wow, I just realized that.
What the hell was that?
Pardon me.
My favorite was yes, Wesley Snipes, and that is why I'm gonna keep on talking.
Well, that's really funny. Sorry, that was an accident. I didn't even think
that was cold.
Sorry, dude.
That was cold.
Sorry, dude. Please continue.
It's all right.
All right. So, what was your favorite?
The one with Ryan Reynolds.
Trinity.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, there was a Ryan Reynolds one.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought Trinity is the one that everyone hated. It feel like it was one, and then people didn't like the rest.
I
didn't like the other ones.
You like the last one?
I didn't like the other two.
I would like to see
the third
Blade.
The first one
it's
was
weird
wild.
because I had never seen a Blade, but he has to be one of the coolest looking superheroes.
He's badass, bro.
Yeah, it looks badass as shit.
We gotta eventually go back.
I also want to watch The Dark
it.
Knight because I've still never seen the trilogy.
Man, time is not fair.
In Mission Impossible, you guys.
Time is not fair.
I don't even. I think I like the Mission.
I want to see
Impossible.
the new one so bad.
Yeah.
You know,
that's
Oh
maybe
my
I'll fall
God!
asleep.
But Liam has a new movie out.
Emery? I mean, I don't know.
Liam. Well, you can't say Liam because
okay. All right.
That's also the guy who's going to be The Witcher.
Yes, not that
Liam
one.
Hemsworth.
Our old dude, Liam.
Our
Neeson.
boy.
But did I buy it?
Yo, he's a G.
Did I buy it? I bought it, right? Because it was on sale.
I think you bought it. There's a new one coming out. This
We
guy
don't
won't
want
stop.
someone I just
he
bought.
won't stop, yo.
This guy, I don't understand. This man is going to be 90 years old. And people are going to be terrified of him in movies.
I know.
He's an assassin. Always.
He just doesn't stop killing.
He's like, it's funny because they did an interview and he's like, I don't know why they keep wanting me to kill people. Like, I'm like such a nice guy.
He's just that raw though. Like he does it so well. I love his freaking movies. It's crazy.
They always take his daughter.
He's so good.
Not my daughter. You better give up.
That's exactly how he talks.
I know, right? Shintaro says Halo 7, The Elder Scrolls 6, and Starfield 2 as launch titles for the Xbox console that will come out in a couple years would absolutely kill Sony.
Starfield 2 is impossible.
Starfield 2 is not going to happen,
impossible.
but
the other two
are very possible. Shintaro says a AAA Bane game or a AAA Hulk game would be awesome.
Oh my God. Remember how much I used to love Hulk?
Yeah,
I do.
Hulk.
Crazy. Yo,
I
freaking loved him.
It's weird how like the two Hulk movies we got were ass, and you know
because he's not a good enough character as a
Bruce Banner. Like he's not like a cool character.
You know
like man, what
like,
a good character.
He's great as a side character to the Avengers.
Like he's not good.
You know
like he's not like a Tony Stark or Peter Parker sort of situation where you could just gel with their characters.
I also don't feel like they cast him right up
the
until
new one, I think
Avengers.
He's good.
Yeah, like
he never
looks
had
like him.
his own movie, right? Mark Ruffalo.
Not him
No,
himself.
he didn't
no.
get one.
No,
he was a part of the
he
Avengers.
is a good
I feel
Hulk.
like if
Like
anyone
his person,
is
when he's not Hulk,
to pull it
is
off,
perfect.
yeah, that'll be him.
I
It's
agree,
just
Doodle.
that, but that character, dude, that freaking rage that he feels and how he just goes bonkers and releases that shit. Oh man,
You like Hulk?
yeah.
There was
I
an
like-
old
I
game
like-
from
for
back
sure.
in the days called like Hulk Ultimate Smash, like some game back then. That was mostly one of those games where it was a licensed title, but it was actually really damn good. So they could make a good Hulk game, I'm sure, with the money, you know.
Absolutely. I mean, it's definitely,
Yeah.
it's definitely possible,
funny.
especially if they use
Sorry.
Mark Ruffalo.
Yeah, it's
What were you
funny
saying?
because the
Yeah.
superhero movie market is severely dying, and I think people are starting to see that. But video games are starting to like really emerge in that superhero world when it comes to games. Because like you see a lot of stuff is like it's Wonder Woman's rumored in development, a Superman game. Maybe could they? You know, like you just hear so many superhero games now, and it's like a lot. And you know, it's cool. It shows a turn in where we're heading. You know.
Yeah,
I hope they pull
I
off.
definitely agree.
Ultimate Destruction. Yeah, Shintaro said Ultimate Destruction. That's the one that was like a cult classic sort of thing. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that was definitely a fun one. I don't know if you remember it, Doodle.
It's on the GameCube.
Ultimate
and stuff
Destruction.
like
Yeah,
that.
it was on Xbox as well.
Oh, cool.
It was like you can jump on the buildings, I think, and just go ham. Like you could run on the buildings. I'm pretty sure. There was
Yeah,
something
that was a
like
gimmick.
You break through it and
Like you could like break everything. That was like the whole gimmick of it.
yeah, it was definitely dope.
I really want to play. I forget what's that game that's coming out where you can do that, like just demolish everything.
I don't remember.
Wait,
I
which one?
forget. You go around, you break everything.
What type of game is it? Shooting?
Yeah, I think it was, but you can affect the whole world.
Was it that one that
Okay.
we watched the video on? The multiplayer one?
Yeah, I watched it. Well, you're the one who showed me the game.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah,
that,
the way that everything
the
crumbles down,
finals,
super
the
cool. I
finals,
think
about to
so.
say
Yeah.
that.
the finals. Yeah,
Yeah,
that one
that
looks
looks like-
so dope.
Yeah.
That looks some next gen shit. I don't even know if that has like a does it have a release date or like anything that gives us an inkling of idea of like what's coming?
Huh.
Or when is it coming?
I don't know.
I mean, they've been doing these betas, so I don't know why they wouldn't. All right, so we're gonna move on to the next topic. Embracer. Remember Embracer? We were talking
Yeah.
about
Mhm.
them. So they were the ones that got screwed on that deal with the Saudis, and they didn't get the money that they were planning to get. So they have to they had this plan to restructure shit.
Hmm.
Well, sadly, this one hurt me.
Yeah.
Remember we played Saints Row?
Yes.
What'd you think about it?
Thought it was dope.
The
It
remake.
was dope, right?
Yeah.
It was fun.
Yeah.
Stupid fun, right? Like
It was
obviously
silly.
we weren't expecting The Last of Us or something super
Gritty
serious.
and
It was
painful.
fun. It was a good fun. Well, the people who made that game were Volition, and Embracer has closed them down. And they were a
Really?
studio for 30 years.
Damn.
They made the original Saints Row that used to compete with Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
That were
Okay, so
actually
that's
there.
the, that's
People
the
really
game
liked
where
it.
I made that the pink and purple.
Mhm.
I had a freaking blast during that stream.
Yes.
And the crap they would say, so they're shut down.
They are
Yeah.
shut down.
For a little
That sucks.
while there, like Grand Theft Auto and Saints Row were like Devil May Cry and Bayonetta. Like they were
Yeah.
like pick your poison sort of thing. Like people had one or the other that they really liked. And now
Yep.
Saints Row really fell hard.
So
And-
this is the thing.
yeah.
This game is this is what pisses me off about this, right? And why I'm so annoyed that they're being shut down. Because obviously they're being shut down because Embracer's like a broke bitch now because they didn't get the money that they thought they were gonna get. Meanwhile, they bought like 5 million freaking studios for no reason because they're like, I don't know. They come out with some decent stuff so far, but like they obviously were a victim of the times, right? And they were told to make Saints Row, which is like a game that goofs on shit. They made,
Mhm.
they used to hit people with dildos
I
in the other ones.
I didn't
towards
get
the
to
end
do that.
when they got crazy. No, not in this
Yeah.
game.
Okay.
But in Saints Row 4 or whatever, like they got wild.
They got
but, like,
crazy.
The beginning ones were dope, like gangster, you know, like Grand Theft Auto. You played a street.
And they
like it was.
But this is the thing, when there's Grand Theft Auto, they figure we got to find something.
Why
Well,
you
that's
trying to beat Grand
that's
Theft
what they
Auto?
did. They couldn't compete with Grand Theft Auto because the brand blew up, right? So they started going silly, but it was still good games.
I had a freaking blast.
People are pissed because it's like the woke stuff. And
What do you mean woke?
well, they're the characters that they have and the way you play it and the story that they're trying to tell.
Oh my God, wait a minute. Is it like a thing like, I'm sorry. I think that this might be inappropriate to do, but don't worry. I apologize, and I know you are a person, and if I hit you with this bat, I swear that I am not disrespecting you and your identity as a person. Now, excuse me, I'm about to hit you right now, pow. Like, that doesn't happen, right?
No, but I think it's just that it's the idea of it that people have a problem with, you know, and I feel like if you would said, all right, listen, Volition, forget all that crap that you did. I want you to go back and make a Grand Theft Auto competitor.
Yeah.
Okay. Make a crime story, you know, open world game. Here's the money. Make it happen. They can do it because they did it with Saints Row. The original 1 and 2 were amazing, dude.
Yeah.
Like they were so good. There's no reason that Volition couldn't keep going as a studio without telling them that they had to make it to reach some demographic that wasn't going to play the game anyway.
I have a question.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So what was woke about the new Saints Row?
I don't feel that way, so I don't know. Like I don't know, but that's the talk around it, that it's like this woke direction that they had to go.
Maybe they just didn't go so
appease
wild,
people, right?
Maybe it's because they went really crazy with 3 and 4 that they probably toned down some stuff from.
Well, but even still, they could have just, like I said, they could have brought it back to the original roots of it, and like they were dope games, man. Like they were really, really good. And Volition didn't need to get shut down.
Considering how long it takes Grand Theft Auto to release,
you can make one beforehand.
I understand that when these players play these games for like ever, an insane amount of hours, but like there are still people that don't play it or that will like something to clean their palate with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we got rid of that time. I think it was John Wolf who brought it up when I was on, I think, Gamer Circle. But yeah, like when he said that, it just like clicked on me. It was like, yeah, absolutely. I remember that time where when people came out with a good game, other companies would try to make a similar type of game to kind of
copy
compete.
it.
Yeah.
Well, more like compete with them, right? Like, oh, you did that. That's dope. Watch me do it better.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's like we're coming up. That's what happened with games. Like people were constantly trying to one up each other with these games, and actually
I feel like that was a different time in a different generation
because the money was less. So it was easier to try to make something where now for them to say, okay, Volition, go make a Grand Theft Auto type game, the amount of money is going to cost to make that game, and the amount of people it's going to take to make that game it's like super high, right? So it's a big risk because if people are like, nah, it's not good as Grand Theft Auto, or if Grand Theft Auto's like, oh, look at them making this game, we're going to hold Grand Theft Auto 6 until they announce the release date, and then we're going to release the same day or some crazy shit like that and destroy them, right?
Social media too, like people will just say like it's a knockoff of GTA and has no shame and stuff like that.
Yeah, but that wouldn't bother anybody if it was good, right? Because we play knockoffs of other types of games all the time. Every game's a knockoff of a different game.
Essentially.
Nowadays, right? Like, just kind of is what it is, unless you're Starfield, where you're just breaking new ground.
Which is Star Wars.
Taking things.
But without the lightsabers.
Taking things to the next level. But no, seriously, like, I get it, but they should have given them another shot or work with a partner. Like, say Xbox, hey, Volition can make you something big.
Yeah.
You know?
Find someone to fund it.
Yeah, man. It's crazy. So Volition put out this like farewell.
Like, goodbye, everyone.
Oh my gosh.
So
here comes the drama.
Let's read it.
Here comes the seat.
No, it's not.
The tears.
No. Volition.
Thanks, guys.
Okay. The Volition team has proudly created world-class entertainment.
The team? I thought it was that the people that fired them.
No. It was them. It's them. It's them doing it
to justify. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring it back.
My bad, player.
The Volition team has proudly created world-class entertainment for fans around the globe for 30 years. we've been driven by a passion for our community and always work to deliver joy, surprise, and delight. This past June, Embracer Group announced a restructuring program to strengthen Embracer and maintain its position as a leader in the video game industry.
Sure.
They wrote this shit. They just slapped Volition's name on it. Nobody works there anymore. They all got fired, and they wrote this using a letterhead. As part of that program, they evaluated strategic and operational goals and made the difficult decision to close Volition effective immediately. To help our team, we are working to provide job assistance and help smooth the transition from our Volition family members. For our Volition family members. We thank our customers and fans around the world for all the love and support over the years. You will always be in our hearts. Volition Games. Damn. That's cold.
It wasn't even like a sad farewell. It felt like corporate, if anything.
It was. But the fact that they had to say that, I think it's just the corporate wrote this shit.
That's what I'm saying. Corporate is the ultimate killer of
them that they didn't approve. Guys, so it's kind of like,
all right. But yeah, I feel like corporate.
Excuse me, sir.
What the hell was that?
Excuse me, sir. Who answers my questions and then
I
talking?
have some groundbreaking shit to say.
Go ahead.
Corporate kills creativity.
Okay, that was great. Thank you so much for that.
I'm glad that we paused for that moment.
That was unnecessary. I'm gonna go back into the chat after that shit right there.
Let's go, baby.
Okay, so Shitaro says Hulk Ultimate Destruction is the best Hulk game. Facts.
Hulktastic.
G maybe says, yeah, Mark Ruffalo doesn't really have rage energy,
he looks really
in my
nice.
opinion.
I don't know why.
G maybe. I like him, but it's not the same. Well, this is the thing. Mark Ruffalo, so the Hulk, his person, what's his name?
Bruce Banner.
Bruce Banner is not angry. Like, he's not like a rage person. He's a scientist. So
very focused. He's actually very mellow.
Yeah, he's very chill.
Gotta, like,
it's just
poke
the
around
Hulk inside of him
that
comes out. So instead of him being like, I'm a scientist, leave me alone, the Hulk is like,
he's like,
no
you
worries.
Want some?
I will squish him.
I'm gonna give it to you. Let's go.
Exactly. So I think he's
in
fine.
comparison to, like, who were the other ones that played?
Eric
the guy
Norton. Edward.
Edward. Yes. Okay, so like,
who was in Fight Club?
Yeah. Oh my God, that movie's so good.
You still haven't watched.
I've never seen Fight Club. You see, I haven't seen most cult classics.
Yo, that movie is
worth
crazy.
That's worth it.
Yeah, but I feel like in comparison to him, or was the other one? That one was like super. Had a certain look about him. I forget who was the first guy that played him.
Lou Ferrigno from King of Queens.
No, I'm sorry. Then the second. No, from the newer gen. Are you kidding me?
I don't remember anybody before Edward Norton.
I can't remember, but like, so he was right before Mark. So like, I do feel like he couldn't, like, you don't see him and you're like, oh, this guy's gonna, I'm so scared. You know what I mean? Like,
you saw that? I'm so scared.
But like, this guy, I feel like when they transform the face, you kind of see him in there.
Yeah, well, they made the face match Mark. All right, so Shitaro says Bane is one of the most badass comic book antagonists ever. Possibly. G maybe says the finals looks crazy. Purpleberry says G maybe, yeah, I feel like they casted him as Hulk, not because he'd be he'd be a good Hulk, but because he'd fit in with the rest of the Avengers.
Oh, that's
Agreed.
fair.
He does cast well with them.
With the rest of them,
they never been
with
like
Tony Stark and like with
like they
Robert Downey Jr. and
like
stuff
early MCU wasn't silly, but it was never dark and so serious and gritty. Like the DC was, like Dark Knight was gritty as shit, and even Spider-Man. Like after Raimi, they're like, we gotta be like Dark Knight, and they made the Amazing Spider-Man, which was like super edgy and shit for no reason. And they cast Andrew Garfield, who's like edgy as shit and stuff like that.
Edgy. Shintaro says, I wish they would make a new Transformer game on Unreal Engine 5. That would be so amazing.
That'd be pretty cool, actually.
But I would want it just like how you said, CMoney, like make the Transformers not fit in the world. Like
make them
huge.
Make them step on
in their world.
I don't
where
want
they're
them
tiny.
to fit. I want them to
bust,
be oversized,
things.
bust through things,
And
pound
they have
on
to
shit,
turn into a
knock
car
down buildings. To
go through
dodge
the
around.
streets. Yeah.
Some real crazy shit.
G maybe says the finals is still expected to release in late 2023 on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series. It is free to play. That's going to be fire.
Nice.
Gee, I still have to do like a game night where I just play online. You know, like you're here and then you see me play some Halo or something, or Call of Duty, so I can show you that I know how to play, or embarrass myself forever.
I think that you know how to play.
I don't like the way you're looking at the camera when you said that to me. See how you looked at me, but then you looked at the camera?
Because I want to let them know too. You know what I mean? Like,
well, they can hear you.
Yes, but I need.
So the look is the problem.
Okay, so I never said that you didn't know how to play. You know what I mean?
The way you did the look back again?
Yeah.
That kind of leads me to believe
something
that
coming
you're
from that direction.
Lying to me.
I was just making
sure. See how I use all my fingers right now because I'm pointing at you with everything that I have?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? All of them. Pointing at you. The way you looked at them.
Listen.
Talking about me.
Got it. So, CMoney knows how to play. It's not a question of you knowing how to play.
Even the way you said that right now just makes it sound worse. So we're going to stop talking about this.
I think,
No.
Man, if we finish the podcast early enough, then I feel like gradually we will be able to do that. But it seems like we've been
that must be the only reason. Got it.
You guys don't get to see it. Nah, you're nasty. You play really well. I feel like people die a lot in like Halo. You know what I mean?
Halo players are big.
Like it's not a you thing.
Shut up.
Listen, think it through. No. Not because it's because you guys.
Master Chief.
Let me finish my sentence. It's not that. It's because you guys are so good. You keep killing each other so many times.
You start killing yourselves.
It's like you either die the same amount of kills or die more than you kill. But in real reality, it's just because the best players are out there slaying.
So G maybe says Saints Row was intentionally a madcap version of GTA.
What's up? I ain't telling them nothing.
I don't believe Volition. G maybe says I don't believe Volition wrote that letter. That's Embracer PR speak. Absolutely.
Write it now.
Yeah, for real. Sincero says, yeah, Doodle, it takes Rockstar 70 years to make a new Grand Theft Auto game.
Exactly.
Those
Thank you, Shin.
He says coming out 2050. The new one. Purple Bird says Madman trying to drop bombs and instead he drops apples.
Damn.
That's hooked up.
Nice.
Damn.
G maybe says
roasted.
G maybe says Bill Bixby was the Bixby.
Oh my God, I heard something else. Okay, start again.
Bill Bixby was the best banner.
Like Hulk.
The other guy was from that Troy movie. Yeah, I don't know.
All right.
Bill Bixby.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
It was like an old Hulk series,
Troy?
I'm pretty sure. Like it was like painting green.
Was that
and
with
shit.
Brad Pitt?
Yeah, you love that crap.
Yeah, but it wasn't Brad Pitt.
I forgot about from like 2003, right? Like the old.
I did like
there
it.
was an original Troy?
No, I don't think. I can't imagine he's talking about a different
Talk about
Troy.
Hulk.
No, I heard you say Troy.
Yeah,
Did I
Troy.
not? Am I Cocoa Puffs?
He said the other guy was from that Troy movie.
Oh, okay. Well, that led me to think of Troy. Troy was freaking amazing.
Troy was good.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
At the time. I don't remember how that aged, but
Absolutely.
you freaking loved it. Oh
Is
my
it good?
God. Remember, was it 300?
300, that's a Romans. There's like
kicked?
300 Romans, and there was like thousands of soldiers, and they stuck out for a long time.
That kick was crazy.
I don't remember the kicks, but you know, it must be a kicking good time.
It's funny how little violence like we needed in comparison to how much crap they do now.
300 was like, graphic, I heard.
Yeah, but like you think of like John Wick, like he is a murderer.
Yeah.
But no one cares. We're like, oh, we love John Wick.
But like, holy crap.
Yeah.
I don't know. Even like the scary movies back then, it was just like a lot of suspense. Like, oh my God.
Ever seen the original Halloween? It was just always in the shadows.
Yeah,
but now they have the most graphic murders that you could think of.
Madman was like, this is what you wanted me to see?
No, I know. I actually liked the original Halloween.
You did?
Yeah, I did. I really liked the original. I think Halloween, the first one was the best Halloween.
Okay, so listen, guys, this has gone longer than we expected. So what I'm gonna do
8 hours.
is now I'm just gonna run through the rest of the gaming topics because
I'm scared
it's
of where
worth
this will go.
saying, but it's just we
can't keep doing this.
Yeah, it will be here for 48 hours. All right, so Sea of Stars, killing it on reviews, 10s, 9s, has like a 93 Metacritic.
That's high.
That's very high. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
A
93,
on
95 on OpenCritic.
Holy crap.
Which is crazy. When you think of this year, how many games that were rated so high came out, including, even though they knocked us down, you figure anything with an average of like 85 and above.
Yeah.
This year was a banger. This is probably one of the best years overall in gaming.
And
and funny that we didn't even need Sony for that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, that's crazy.
PlayStation didn't even have to exist to give us one of the best years in gaming. Why do I feel like
crying right now?
No, and Spider-Man's going to add to it. Once Spider-Man comes out, it'll be even more.
So I do feel like, because MADMAN was playing, and I picked up the controller to play a bit, and it moves like smoothly and everything. But this is, again, like, it's a good game, but then you, like, I get what you're saying. Like, you look at Starfield, right? Or like Zelda, and you look at this, and then you're like, okay, well, this is a what, 93, 95?
95. 93 meta, 95 open.
That doesn't add, the numbers don't add.
So you see what I'm saying? Like, you're saying this is a 90 fucking 3, and Starfield is like not. Come on, man.
Because I was looking at it and I was like, what the heck are you playing?
To be fair,
it's an RPG. And then you said it was highly rated. And then I was like, Bevan said it runs smooth. I was like, all right, let me give it a try.
To be fair, it is an RPG like Starfield, and typically they take a little longer to get flashy and stuff like that. Like,
yeah, but it's a pixel art game, right? So it's a little different in that way, but it's a certain type of game. And again, the people who like that type of game are they love it. And this one is a very good version that type of game. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's good. I like it. I haven't played enough to be like, this is a 10, but
all right, maybe be easy. He's gonna go watch The Flash with his wife.
Damn,
The
Flash.
Baby, enjoy. That's such a good movie. I can't wait to hear what you guys thought of it. That's
Let us know, G, maybe in
like
Discord, how'd you like it?
Yes.
Right. I want to hear. I want to know
right?
what you think. All right. So moving on. Tokyo Game Show. It's going to be this year, this month, the 21st to the 23rd. Okay. And they have confirmed some of their attendees. And this is interesting.
Okay.
You're going to have Capcom there, Square Enix, PlayStation, Microsoft, Nintendo.
All right.
Sega, Konami, and more.
Actually,
so this is actually going to be pretty exciting to watch.
I'm sorry. This came out of nowhere. But there was a huge leak of a bunch of stuff that Sega and Square Enix, more so Sega, and stuff that they might end up announcing very soon, as in maybe
Persona 6?
Oh.
Well, hold up. Sega's a lot more interesting because supposedly they might be looking for a new Sonic title, like a mainline 3D Sonic, remakes of Jet Set Radio, Comic Zone, and Guardian Heroes. And for Square Enix, remakes of Final Fantasy 9 and 10, some more Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, and a third entry to complete the Final Fantasy trilogy. And, of course, Sega, their final one to cap it off, Persona 6, and a spin-off title.
There we go.
Damn.
Persona 6 going into Game Pass.
Oh my God.
That would be wild.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is actually going to be a really exciting show to see what comes from it.
I'm excited. Maybe we will finally kind of hear
a little something about
from PlayStation, right? Because I feel like I really
but it'll be their Japan studio, if anything.
What do you mean?
Dude, they're not going to show us like the US based teams or anything.
I'm sorry. What do you mean? Square Enix? Oh yeah,
they're PlayStation.
Oh, PlayStation.
Like if PlayStation is going to show something, it'll be something that
maybe Stellar Blade,
maybe the new Astro, whatever that is,
Astrobot,
whatever that team's working on.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Except that little guy hasn't gotten a real game that wasn't VR or a tech demo, essentially.
Yeah, and then
it was such a creative game.
Yeah, for sure, I agree. Xbox is going to be there again. They kept saying it. There's multiple beats for them to keep going.
And that's the thing and if they keep on this track of bringing something new to the table every time they pop in somewhere, they will always be relevant. They will always be what people talk about. So we'll see what they've got. So
that's what I'm saying. They said they have so many beats to show things and come out with things. So because you got to remember, like, they're also working on like smaller things, right? So like smaller things can just come out.
Yeah.
You know, they dropped Age of Empire 4 on Gamescom opening night live. So like, you know, who knows what they got in the store for
like,
us.
you can't like take the excitement that gives you. You know what I mean? Like, there's no like bigger thrill than when you find something that's unexpected and it's like a good thing, you know?
I would say the least exciting is probably Nintendo because they have Wonder coming out.
I feel like
there's
we
going to be more
know,
advertisement for that
Unless
game.
they're going to freaking announce their new system.
I mean, can you imagine the next Nintendo system?
That would be wild. That would be
they would blow up in that one day, like explode.
All right.
It's a combination of the names that Shintaro, Madman, and
the Omega Supreme X Triple Deluxe.
Nintendo Switch 2, the Super Deluxe
Omega
Edition.
Supreme Super Deluxe.
All right. So yeah, so we're looking forward to that, but we have some time still. September 20th is like, you know, basically towards the end of the month.
Yeah.
So
which is exciting because that's a perfect time to bring up anything that's going to come out for Christmas, and a lot of things will probably be announced and then go into pre-order for like the holidays.
Agreed.
Like, oh my gosh. Madman's been talking to me about Christmas already.
Yeah.
And sending me like ideas.
For
ideas
maybe
and stuff.
a certain C-based character in the room. Or, you know, a P, maybe a D. You never know.
Ooh.
I don't know what any of these letters mean. So
okay, whatever.
C-based character, C-Money.
C-based character?
C-Money. Jesus Christ. It's you. It's you.
He still doesn't get it.
Okay. Sorry. I was very confused. I was like, I have no idea what's happening right now.
Wow.
Sorry.
He is
Cartman.
sharp.
I appreciate it.
He's sharp.
Okay,
He's sharp.
sorry.
He's on point.
All right. That's because I'm trying to get through this gaming stuff before, so we can move on. All right. This one I'm excited for. I don't know how many of these things I'm going to have by the time this is all over.
Okay.
But the Lenovo Go was leaked. Remember the new portable?
Yes.
Like I have my ROG Ally, which I love.
Oh,
There's
my
a new
goodness.
one, Lenovo Go.
You're getting another one.
It's leaked.
It's called Levo No Go.
No.
All right. You have
Go,
one.
for sure.
You have another.
No.
But this is the
power.
problem. You keep putting them down and you're like, okay, that one's no good. No bueno anymore. I don't want it.
You'll want it.
For what?
To play.
No.
You want to play Starfield, your own game.
What?
No. Okay, we'll find a different game.
I would actually, if it was portable, I would do it. Guys, you heard it here. I would do it.
She's gonna, because I'm gonna buy this. Now that she said that,
oh my
I'm just gonna buy this no
Did
matter
I just
what.
give him leadway?
Yeah, absolutely.
This is the thing. Like,
all right.
Just to get to the combat, and I feel like I will play it so much more different than you did, that it would be like super entertaining in comparison.
I'm so excited.
To the mess you've made.
I'm so
oh my
excited.
God. I will so be like a freaking hardcore killer in the game.
I'm so excited.
You know?
I'm so excited.
I will take the soldier. What else? The gangster. It'll be dope.
You heard it here, guys. It's going down. She's going to play Starfield when she gets the ROG Ally.
If I do.
Lenovo Legion Go price, specs, and launch date leaked. And supposedly, you know, I said it. Jez had put a tweet out about it. I was like, about being interested. I said it's all about power. If this thing is the most powerful thing, then I want this thing. And supposedly it will be the most powerful thing. It's going to come out the same price as all the other ones were. The screen is going to be 8.8 inches instead of 7.
Huge.
That's a big difference.
That's a huge
Any little
difference.
bit counts when it comes to these like portable systems.
Absolutely.
And it's such a thin line because yes, you have to make it bigger without making it necessarily bigger, because I mean, it has to still be portable, right? We're like, all right,
let's bring our television on the road.
Listen, I can hold something pretty. I don't care how.
CMoney will be out like this.
I'll just be like this. I got this.
You will hold a table.
Listen,
wait, what?
I'm I don't know. It's gonna be the most powerful. It's gonna have like the super rapid charge functionality. I don't know, man.
Nothing gets past CMoney. Purpleberry says.
Also, there's
from your
shit.
situation.
It says it has the capability. Oh, what? She's talking smack? Yeah, I get it.
See, that was one heck of a moment you just had.
It also has the capability to pair up with Lenovo Legion glasses, a set of AR specs with micro OLED screens and built-in speakers. Wow.
All right. Well, he's like,
so you put on the glasses
really
and you can
selling
see what's on there
himself.
That's wild. Sorry. But that's dope.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Look,
Listen,
they need
it's
competition,
just
man. Just keep going.
It's just going to continue to evolve. That's
and it'll
it.
bring the prices down.
Exactly.
The more of these come out, the more prices go down. So that's dope. This year, DC is continuing. Warner Brothers is greenlighting some more games. There's a rumor that Monolith developers behind Middle-earth and Wonder Woman might have multiple DC projects in development, according to a job posting for an executive producer. And it says oversees development for multiple projects and must have DC franchise knowledge. So whatever they're doing with Wonder Woman, which if you remember, does not have a platform listed yet. They must be doing really good, and they're probably
they want to show
more.
And see. Yeah,
they probably want to try to be like the Insomniac, where they're making like a bunch of these games,
but for DC, sort of.
But for DC, which come on, man, let's do it, bro.
Yeah,
let's get there.
I mean, we need a new DC studio in terms of like someone's got to do it.
And to be fair, they made the Middle-earth games, which stole the combat from Batman, and they did it pretty well.
Yeah.
So maybe they'd make a new Batman for me.
For you.
For you.
I'm just saying. And then just a quick aside, Bloodlines 2 is back. So Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, that was like years ago now. That was like canceled or delayed. And finally, it's coming back by a company called The Chinese Room, and it's coming fall 2024 with gameplay reveal in January.
Ooh!
And that is it. That was our gaming news block. That went way longer
than anyone
expected. As usual,
we tried.
I think we're doing better time. You know what's funny? My chair, since I saw that Jujutsu Kaisen chair,
yeah.
I feel like it's become more uncomfortable.
Do you?
You're funny. You're really funny.
Yeah. I feel like I used to be very comfortable on this seat.
But
and now
which, by the way,
it's kind of not
funny that you bring up Jujutsu Kaisen, but Shibuya Arc did debut, like a premiere this Thursday.
Whoa.
And people are loving it. People are saying that it's better than
the Jujutsu?
Yeah. So you know, season 2, we're out of the past, we're back to the present.
Anime?
And Shibuya Arc is supposed to be the best arc in the whole series. The opening I listened to way too many times, and it's sick. It's a hip hop shit, and it sounds fire. People are trying to make the joke that one episode is better than all of Bleach's new season.
Damn.
And shit like that. And Bleach fans are like, I mean, they're not really fighting it.
That's cold.
So I did see, I think it's funny that you said that, because I think it was Bleach that I saw some pops for.
Orange hair, right?
I think so. And they looked insane.
Yeah, like, they had some badass looking art.
Cool. The freaking characters are crazy.
Yeah, they have some of the most coolest looking swordsmen that you'll find in.
I was like, yo, what the heck is this? Like, I want it, but I didn't know what it was.
Orange.
Yes. And then I saw the name Bleach, and I'm like, damn it, I haven't even watched this thing.
That's a problem.
And I wanted the pops so bad, but I'm like, it makes no damn sense.
That's what pisses me off about One Piece. Because anytime I see like figures, especially Luffy, Gear 5 Luffy, the shit that they make is badass. And I'm like, but I'm not a fan of One Piece. It feels weird.
It feels... Yeah, like
you have to explain yourself.
Right. Yeah,
like,
yeah. Listen, I like this, but I don't like it in the show. But
I have to watch Avatar: Last Airbender at some point in my life, because I have an Aang statue that looks pretty fire. But if anyone asks me, hey, explain the lore in less than 5 minutes, I'm like, I'm afraid. So
you'll be like, just take the damn statue, take the figure, forget it. It's yours.
Worthy.
It belongs to you now. I have not earned the right to have this piece.
Yeah.
But yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Well, that wasn't even a topic.
CMoney said, damn.
So
I'm about to call Shintaro CMoney too. You did the same thing. What's happening with CMoney? He's like all over the place.
What did I do?
No, I went confused. To say CMoney said, because I saw Shintaro's comment, and you did the same thing.
See, don't judge
when
me.
you were talking. I'm saying, what the heck is going on? But Shintaro said, and yes, a new Batman game only exclusive to CMoney. All right? It's going to be one of those things that only he knows about. Well, make me a Batman game.
Listen.
Interesting.
I want a Batman game. They should do it for me, because
make us a Batman game is what you're trying to say.
Well, people out here wanting Suicide Squad. I'm like, yo, Give us Batman.
I mean, no one likes Suicide Squad, to be fair.
That's true. All right, brand new Naruto episodes delayed to improve anime quality. What is this about, Madman?
So I'm no Naruto expert, so if you're expecting me to drop some facts, get away. But like, yeah, I never liked Naruto much, but the shit turned like 20 years old. It's been around for like forever. Everyone hates Boruto. The world goes round, you know, but they just had to do the unthinkable and make 4 new episodes that celebrate the series past and how much it's grown for the original Naruto. Not baby bitch Boruto, Naruto.
Not baby bitch Boruto.
You got those facts,
Which to be fair, I've seen a little bit of both, and Naruto's a masterpiece in comparison to Boruto.
Oh wow! But you don't like Naruto,
exactly.
So damn.
So yeah, I mean, the thing is about when you see like these classic series that are coming back, like Bleach, the latest season, they've been going all out with the animation. One Piece has infamously been trying to beat Demon Slayer in quality, and like, what's the other one? Naruto now, like they're trying to make some top tier animation shit. Like for when the 20th anniversary hit originally, they recreated some of the most iconic scenes, but remade it completely, and they look beautiful, like gorgeous. So they're not fucking around anymore. They're really trying to do some wild shit.
You don't like the story, but you do like the visuals.
I mean, the problem is that it looks ugly too. But even though it doesn't necessarily make me like it, wait, what?
Didn't you just say that it looks beautiful?
Yeah, I was saying visually, like even if I don't like the story much in characters,
that's what I just asked. I said you don't like the story, you like the visuals
of the remake. Yes,
of the remake.
I mean, it's not like episodes. There's scenes like maybe little fight scenes or character moments or like iconic shots or some shit that are remade and stuff like that.
So I do feel like Naruto, I didn't mind as much as like One Piece.
Like it didn't piss you off that badly?
Yes. And I do feel like maybe One Piece, and I've been trying to jump in and kind of watch backwards. I'm at that point because they've made some like...
Oh, I haven't tried yet.
Yes, I'm at that point where I want to go backwards, right? And I want to go see what the hype is about, especially with these new episodes that they've been making.
What, for One Piece?
For One Piece.
Yeah. Bro, but we're about to talk to one about One Piece.
Just wait.
Oh, but he brought it up, so I was...
Oh, pardon my French. I ruined everything. How dare you. So just wait, all of us.
Okay.
Man.
So Naruto, yeah, I didn't mind as much. You actually,
we watched it. I thought it was good.
I thought it was fine. I thought we'll get back to it. The fact that
just there's so much to watch,
get back to One Punch Man.
Yeah.
He said that was a good one out of the bunch.
Too much to watch. There's too much to play.
Too much to
consume. Too much to do.
I agree. So if you ain't cutting it, you got to come strong. You know what I mean?
I do got to come strong.
Yes,
it's so strong. It's got to make you sick. Yeah,
so strong.
Yes.
Yeah.
You got to bring it. You know
Sometimes
what I
mean? All over the place.
And there's a show that's definitely worth it that we're going to talk about a little bit from now. What?
No, you're right. Go ahead. What show?
Oh, no, we're going to get to it. No, not the next one. It's not even anime, but we're going to get to it.
Oh, okay. All right. So, next up, Sword Art Online Full Dive. Official trailer. So what is this, man?
So the show, the show turned 10 years old last year. So in commemoration, they made a feature-length special that will have an original story, not part of the books, made by the author himself, and will be a celebration of Sword Art Online and its history. It had like elements of live action, concert features, as well as animated segments for actual story. It's supposed to be the whole package. It's more like a celebration of the show for fans, sort of thing. And I had no idea, but Full Dive actually released August 29th on Crunchyroll. It just dropped. So that's pretty fire.
Nice.
That is
so
pretty fire.
You really like this show.
I love Sword Art Online.
Yeah.
It's the one that got me into anime as like a whole. So
that's so cool.
Special.
See,
so,
like that's the thing. Like that was the first time that he watched an anime that really pulled him in.
Yeah. It's funny. At the time, I just saw it on Hulu and I thought it looked cool. Apparently, it gets dogged on a lot. Like it's like I love it or hate it. Some people, the people who like it will defend it to their death, but there are a lot of people who call it dog shit. But
well, you made that AMV of it, and that's what made me.
Oh my gosh,
really
yeah,
like it.
and I love. Yeah, it was very unique.
The third season people were kinder to because that they made it look beautiful animation wise.
Yeah,
and the first season was a death game, and after that, it never really went back to that. So the stakes were never high enough and shit like that. Except for like little parts where this is not supposed to happen, and someone actually dies or some shit, and it's like, oh my god. But yeah, so yeah, I really like Sword Art Online, and it is cool that they're doing it. I still haven't seen Ordinal Scale, the movie that they made, like in 2017. I never saw it, but I do want to see it. But Full Dive looks cool.
So you're caught up with like all the episodes and everything. The show,
because I don't have the movie. But
get you
a
the
full
movie.
dive isn't. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not like complaining or anything. But what I'm saying that
didn't
full
think
dive
so.
is like the it's weird. It's not an entry point. It's made for fans. I don't know if you watch it, and you'll be like, oh, I get it.
Yeah.
But it does look cool.
Listen, the cool thing also, like when I watched the AMV that Madman made,
So
the
dope.
freaking sword work, like
The swords.
Yeah, like
Jesus
you-
Christ.
like it's insane. And it's funny because if you have a name like Sword Art Online and you can't use your weapon and it's a sword, like
Yeah.
that'll be a problem.
The guy
right?
who made it was a gamer his whole life. So they do
That's
have
dope.
a lot of illusions. Like season 1 looked a lot like Elder Scrolls, clear inspiration. And season 2, they instead the whole gimmick was instead of swords, using guns, and it's like a Call of Duty, very riff. It kind of
So that might be the problem
like,
that people
it's
have
Gun
with it
Gal
because it's
Online,
not
not
like
Sword Art Online. Season 2, that people were divisive. I actually really like that. And the villain with Death Gun, and the whole thing is that storyline was over. You can't die anymore. But then after a competition that happened, the people who died in the competition just wouldn't wake up and shit. And people were like, "What's going on?" The Death Gun's a serial killer who uses the game to actually kill people with a tech that Sword Art Online used to kill people. That whole part was really damn cool. And then after that,
That's
I went.
pretty
The
dope.
second half was
It
kind of
sounds
lame,
like it.
but still, So yeah,
Yeah, that's pretty dope.
yeah. It's well.
Shin says that he has watched 200 episodes
Damn.
of Bleach.
I mean, there's 375.
Wow, that's
Damn.
pretty
So, yeah.
crazy, Shin.
Bleach
That's
is long.
dope.
Damn, bro. You ain't messing
All right.
around. All right.
Nice.
Watched. He says One Punch Man is peak fiction. I don't know about peak fiction, but it's really
really
good.
good, yeah.
I really liked the first season. Season 2 was dog shit, but the third season is confirmed. Word has it that Mappa's gonna be doing it, and I think it'll be in good hands.
Mappa does
is
everything,
all
bro.
over the place. Yes, like I'm at the
hell?
point that like, were you made by Mappa?
They're
No,
releasing 9 projects
I
this
don't
year.
see it. All right, I'm bougie like that.
That's wild. Like,
I feel like they make everything, and it's
who's
got to
paying
be
these people?
right.
That's the problem. They are one of the biggest suspects when it comes to overworking employees with horrible hours, horrible pay. They're definitely one of the biggest problems.
So who makes Spy Family? Do they make
Wit
them?
Studio.
Okay.
They started off making the first 3 seasons of Attack on Titan. People loved them for it, and now they just do smaller stuff. But Spy Family was one of their big hits that really took off.
That's awesome. I love that show. I cannot wait for it
Yeah,
to
we
come
need
back.
Spy
They also
Family
did
too.
Vinland Saga, but after season 1, they didn't want to do it anymore. So Mappa picked up season 2.
Nice.
So,
they
yeah.
just keep picking up.
Yeah,
and
they became
Mappa.
popular because they picked up the breadcrumbs that people didn't want to do. Like when final season of Attack on Titan came around, they're like, we can't keep doing this.
Yeah.
Then they were like, we got this. And they blew people away because people loved it and it was amazing. And then that's when they became famous and shit like that. It was
That's
that one
so
thing
cool.
that made them blow up. So
That's
yeah.
pretty dope.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
agree.
Well,
Yeah.
last but certainly not least, The Boy in the Heron teases.
Wait, you skipped Ghost in the Shell.
Oh, damn. I thought I looked at. I lied. That's not last. Ghost in the Shell, SAC, 2045,
SAC, I
season
think it's
2.
pronounced.
Well, SAC is just 3 letters. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you're
All
supposed
right.
to spell it
So-
out.
SAC.
I don't know. We're gonna.
2045 season 2 compilation film releasing in Japanese theaters in November. You mess around with Ghost in the Shell? I have.
The original Ghost in the Shell. It's a film, not a show. I think there was this is like a series in that universe because the world's pretty big. The original Ghost in the Shell is one of the most innovative movies, period, especially in sci-fi. It directly inspired The Matrix and like Blade Runner and all that other shit. Well, the 2049 at least. Yeah, there's a lot of credit to be given to Ghost in the Shell. It was a big movie. Everything after, fans liked it, but it never really hit that same amount of innovation. And SAC is a new film coming out in the sort of lineage of movies because Netflix has a Ghost Shell series going on. And it was a show, but season 2 is getting a compilation movie. And it's being released in Japan and may or may not come to the Americas. Probably not.
Didn't Scarlett Johansson play?
That was a
Yes,
live
the
action
live
movie that was supposedly
action. Oh
pretty
my
fucking
gosh.
abysmal.
That
We
yes,
saw
but
it,
there
though,
was a
didn't we?
scene in that movie that was so freaking crazy, like disturbing for me. Oh my gosh! When
Really?
Man, I don't
yeah,
I don't even
Remember it.
remember. I mean, I remember seeing a tiny bit and
I don't
I was
remember
like,
it too
well,
much.
that was Ghost in the Shell. But apparently, it's supposedly pretty bad. And the original is where it's at. One of those things where, So, yeah. Haven't
people
seen
tend
it.
to be a bit close-minded about remakes, though. So I mean, I don't know. I never saw the original.
But to
so
be fair,
to us,
the
that's just the
remake,
movie.
yeah.
but the remake of Where We're Heading has supposedly breaking that curse. It's like video games, like how it wasn't until like Witcher and like Arcane came out that people were like, they can be good, and people start liking them now. Now, when you hear, sorry,
yeah, go ahead.
now when you hear a video game adaptation coming out, it's like, oh boy, rather than oh no. So,
That's true. Listen, they've made so many. You mentioned The Witcher. You mentioned Arcane, right?
Yeah.
And then we're talking about Halo. We're talking about The Last of Us. Gears of War supposedly has like a movie? Is it coming out?
It's
or they're
in a series.
They're going to start making.
Yeah.
Like
so much. Dead Cells.
It's insane how these worlds are kind of merging together. It's really good, and it also just kind of shows it's the evolution of it all, because it started with like, okay, we make our own things, and then there were book adaptations, and now we're moving on to like video game adaptations. So that's like that's a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And let's be honest,
how inclusive it's all becoming. Like how unified.
Like if the Halo series was made in the 90s, Mesh Chief would be blue and have like a ping pong ball as like a weapon. Like they were really bad. Like they would probably do some stupid shit.
Oh, you
remember
mean
the
like
Mario movie where
Doom was good?
Remember the Mario movie back? Not like the new one, the old 90s one where they made Koopa human. They made the Goomba like these giant reptile creatures.
Yeah,
made Daisy the damsel in distress.
They've been trying to make a Halo movie or show for a long time. So.
Yeah, Showtime was the one who picked it up, right? And then it just didn't happen until Paramount Plus came out, and they're like, "Oh, it's coming to Paramount Plus." So yeah. All right.
So Shintaro says that his brother introduced him to
let me look.
Hold on real quick. To Bleach. He recommended it to him. So that's how he got into it. And now he's his brother is reading One Punch Man, the manga. So and he says it's crazy. Okay. We have not finished season 1, Shin. I remember of One Punch Man.
Did we watch?
No, first episode, but not the whole season. There's only 12 episodes the first season. I would say season 1, I don't even think you should bother with season 2. The only reason to watch season 2 is for season 3 context. Other than that, yeah, it's pretty bad. But yeah, season 1 is funny, crazy action. Yeah, it's pretty good.
I'm super annoyed with the fact that I have to wait 3 weeks. So the new episode of Jujutsu Kaisen released this past Thursday.
Oh,
and now, so I got
you have to wait 3 damn weeks for
3
a
weeks,
dub.
dude, to get the dub.
I thought it was a week.
No, 3 weeks. It's a weekly basis after that first episode, but you gotta wait 3 weeks.
Listen,
Jesus,
it's
not worth
stuff
it
to do anyway.
It's just
not
crazy how long it takes.
That's why. That's what made me break away from the dub for a while there, because I just can't keep waiting.
Yeah, at that point when that's your show and that's what you watch, you know what I mean? It's like, oh man, I don't want to wait for it.
Yeah. How many episodes are they releasing?
18 of this new arc. Because remember, first half was super short.
Weeks.
Yep. 18 weeks of just Kaisen. Because remember, the first half was super short, so they're making that up with more episodes.
That's super cool. You know why? Because I think we said Spy Family's coming out in the fall, so it's gonna kind of like overlap into,
Yeah, but you remember like even with this first set that I kind of wasn't into it because like you watch one episode and you stop. I don't think I think
letting it build up.
I think we're gonna let it build up. We'll probably wait for a few months before we go and start watching.
It's like, what are you doing to me, bro?
Because it doesn't. I mean, ultimately, we have so much other stuff to watch and do, and like, there's always something else.
I'm so excited for what's coming this fall. You guys are forgetting. Like, we did not get Wednesday's supposed to come out again, right?
Well, not
they're
anytime
making
soon.
a season.
It's held up because of the writer's strike.
Oh, damn!
Yeah, exactly. Last of Us as well. I mean, the season 2 is held.
Are you
because
kidding me?
Most shows are held until the strike's over.
Good, so we can catch up with the shit we got.
Is
There's
true.
so much we haven't watched.
Yeah,
that
and
is
I think
true.
it's good because have you noticed?
I'm waiting for Squid Games like so bad.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh,
and it's cool because.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, you were really excited about what you were going to say.
Keep going.
It was just running till the Love is Blind, like those last 3 episodes we put on, and they did a teaser of the new season. Season 5. Yes. You gotta see it.
Oh, yeah. Reality TV dominance. It's bound to happen again. Remember how when the 2007 to 8, that whole strike thing, that ruined television for like a little while there?
That's crazy. So that's what
we don't need
did
to worry about actors and writers.
Because if you have reality TV, that just keeps on going. So listen, I'm all for reality TV.
Dude, Netflix,
I want my
give it to me,
regular
baby.
shows, but
Comedy
Netflix,
shows,
keep it coming. Oh my! I feel like they slow down so much. It's crazy, but I do love my stand-up. I do love The Circle. They have freaking Ultimatum, Love is Blind. Like, keep them
Ultimatum
coming.
we're watching now.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be doing having a mic on that.
And remember, it also
so excited.
Yeah, you're gonna see a lot more reality television, also animated movies. You don't have to get actors to act it out. You can get you can make voices out, just some person in the lobby, like you make his voice, and there we go. Like, have you noticed that a lot of the biggest movies were animated this year? Spider-Verse, Turtles, Nimona, all that stuff. Yeah, well, it's like that's another thing, and yeah, we're gonna see a lot of other unspoken or movies that get a lot more attention because of this whole thing.
Absolutely. All right, we're gonna have to pick up the pace here because we're trying to do what we said, which is to shorten it out. So the last thing, The Boy and the Heron teases North American trailer with first video. What's The Boy and the Heron?
Boy and the Heron is How Do You Live? That Miyazaki, that Studio Ghibli movie, his final movie. You remember that?
The one that
they didn't show any footage.
4,000 years to make that 1 minute.
Yeah. Well, so there's a trailer.
Is that art from it?
No. That's it's not. Calm down. That's the same drawing that they've been advertising. Watch the trailer. No, calm down. They don't look
anything like that.
I don't think it's gonna look like that. But here's the thing. So the trailer, watch the trailer, and it's just words, black screen and words with dramatic music and shit, and it has the logo, The Boy and the Heron.
That's the worst.
Okay. I mean, to be fair, it did a good job of doing the job because it's like shit. I'm excited for some reason, but yeah,
because you don't know anything about it. It's
that's
such
the thing.
a stupid
I mean, it's smart because people who
concept.
might just see it because they're like, I gotta see what it looks like. So yeah,
well,
out of curiosity.
Obviously.
I do want to see
then
this
when I see that, I'm gonna rage.
Like if it was
I'm
fucking,
gonna rage out when I see how garbage it looks.
Like if you, hey, but you already paid the ticket.
Son of a bitch.
And it's like, damn it works. God damn it.
I would be so mad, dude.
I feel positive about this situation. So we'll see how it plays out.
All right. So we're gonna finish up with this. We're moving into our TV music movie block. Was there anything else you wanted to add real quick?
I did. One Piece.
No, that's in there. We're talking about it now. All right, let's just jump in. One Piece. The show is on Netflix. TV movie block starts now. Go.
All right.
Do it.
Now Now spill the One Piece goodness.
Because we don't have the song.
All right.
We don't.
So
I don't know what
Netflix's
happened.
One Piece is apparently good. So that's something that no one saw coming because after shit show after shit show after shit show, we start to see a pattern
shit shows.
in Cowboy Bebop, which we actually had hope for, saying that this could be it. It'll break the curse. It did not break the curse.
What's say high hopes for?
Oh, you're so funny. Imagine Dragons. No, that's Panic at the Disco. Wow, I disrespected them. So yeah, One Piece is set to fall in that category, and unlike Cowboy Bebop, it did not show much potential. And what people did not expect is to blow expectations. Because people say that some people even think it's even better than the anime, at least the art that they did, giving a full-on backstory to the villain, which did not have one previously. The acting was supposedly great. Luffy in particular was a huge standout. Like they had what happened?
I figured out how to do the transition.
How?
Okay, ready?
It's too late for the game.
No, TV movie news block. Ready? Bam! There we go.
It happened.
Yep. But now I'm gonna listen. We're here. We're gonna make it happen.
Play
There's your
them all
topic.
back to back.
Hold on.
Anime news.
Relax. Slow down. I've been hitting them all.
Bro, we want peak fiction for the transition. Shit.
Topic of the show. Bam. Topic of
There we go.
That one's done.
Yeah.
So we can't say that it never happened. Boom. Gaming.
Listen, no one else was in the room
Where it happened.
Nobody else was in the news where it happened. All right. Then we got the anime news block.
Little lazy. That's right.
I figured it out.
That's right.
Okay, I figured it out.
Beautiful.
And then, last but not least, we're officially in TV movies. I've done it. Woo!
Wow. You hear this? He feels.
Once you guys see the outro that I got on point, I already got that ready.
Right.
Actually, while you were talking before, I put it in and it came on the screen for a little bit and I had to take it off. But it's going to go down.
So you heard that celebration that he did? He's expecting some type of applause or something for not coming through.
But I figured it out when it counted. Before it ended. Okay? I figured it out before it ended.
Right.
Now I understand what I did wrong. We're all on the same page. Never going to happen again.
We'll
see. We will be on point.
On point.
going forward.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I love
You know what I'm
cheesy
saying.
jokes.
I know what I'm saying. We're good.
Cheesy puns.
All right.
Okay.
Continue
So,
the conversation. Sorry.
I lost track. But yeah, essentially the bottom line is that Netflix One Piece is supposed to be really damn good.
So we saw like the little trailer preview because when you go into Netflix, it just starts playing whatever's highlighted.
Yes.
And CMoney and I were looking at each other like, yo, this
Like,
looks
this actually
pretty
looks
good.
Pretty damn good.
So I literally said to him, I said, well, you know, we should hold off because with a lot of these shows, what happens is it doesn't matter how good it is or how hooked you get on it. Like essentially they take down the show.
What are you talking about?
Because
like
the
cancel
fans,
it?
yes, because the fans of the anime, they go ahead and they are up in arms about the fact that they're not doing the characters right or following the story right or whatever it is. So I said, see, we can't get attached to One Piece real life. You know,
agree.
I mean, some people are already asking where's season 2. Like literally,
That's dope.
like
That's
where
dope.
the fuck is season 2?
So this is what I would say.
Maybe
this is what I would
we're
say.
in then.
This is what I would say. Based off of the fact that I was able to get all those transitions
Oh my
in
gosh,
by
we're
the
back to
end,
the transitions.
I think you guys should definitely hit the like button
I
right
agree.
there. Just
I
hit that
agree.
button because
I
it's
agree.
there, and then hit it once only because that's a good thing. And then hit subscribe, and then come into the chat and tell me that you did it, and I will give you a high five.
Oh, wow.
But
look at that.
Not the one I just did. That's not for you. You have to hit the like button first, and then come back and do it. Then I'll give you that high five.
You forgot a Discord.
Oh, yes. And join the Discord. Okay. So, yes. So, this one, I think all around, we all think that it's good stuff.
Looks pretty
All right.
Yeah.
Netflix Arcane release window revealed during press conference. I'm assuming it's like the second season is
Holy
what you're
shit,
saying.
I'm freaking excited. So
We haven't
excited.
even
Oh my
watched the
god,
first
bro!
season.
I could not wait for
Thanks,
you
Shintaro.
anymore. I
Appreciate it,
had to
player.
finish that shit. Okay, so
Thank you.
after that. So if you did not see the ending to season 1, holy shit!
Well, don't say it.
No,
because we didn't
but
see it.
that's like a what the fuck kind of like. I don't think I've ever felt so goddamn speechless for a TV show ending. I am not even exaggerating.
Okay.
The whole show, like it's not just like it's so good, it's great. Like that is incredible. It's like a master class. I swear to God, I'm not exaggerating here.
Wow.
That show was awesome. I loved it. It looks beautiful. That other than like is like the best Spider-Verse inspired looking anime movie by far, show or whatever. It is really awesome. The voice acting, like it doesn't even feel like cartoon voices. Like it feels like acting that you're hearing from like a real TV show you do. Like it's top tier shit. And Vi, the protagonist, is voiced by Gwen in the Spider-Verse movies.
Okay, so
Really?
hold on. Let's pull a Madman real quick.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Arcane or Across the Spider-Verse.
Nah, TV show and movie are different.
They don't,
Mean
that
that-
doesn't
I don't know.
technically.
Mean that
all right?
I didn't see you this
Mean that
excited when
technically,
you were
that's
explaining
numbered.
Spider-Man
I mean,
to
that's the
us.
thing,
You know what I'm saying?
because technically Arcane, I do think Arcane is better, but
Oh,
it's a TV
shit.
show.
Oh, the
Found it.
betrayal.
Respect.
The
But here's the thing.
betrayal.
Respect.
The Spider-Verse is like in Spider-Verse and Spider-Verse like at 1 hour, 2 hour movies. There's only so much you can do in that time. The fact that they do
Okay.
so much is impressive. But Arcane is like a 10 hour like it's really long and there's like a lot of episodes, like 9 episodes. There's a lot more you can do in that time. So it's bigger and better. That's expected. And for a movie though, Spider-Verse is pretty top tier, especially Across.
Okay, but Arcane,
But
you're
it is-
sweating. So what is this? Season 2 got announced?
Yeah.
When is it coming?
Yeah, I am super excited. So there's no like it's coming out this day. It's coming out winter of 2024. It's still a while.
Damn,
but
that's next year, bro.
yeah. But I think that whatever is gonna come out is gonna be pretty insane. So yeah.
That's wild. You might not even like it by the time you come back to that time.
That'd be funny. But,
You're like,
yeah.
you know what? I ain't into those anime things anymore.
Oh my
Who
gosh,
knows?
can you imagine?
Listen,
no,
you're in a very
animated.
transitional part of your life. You
Yeah.
never
Yeah,
know.
that's true. Oh my gosh, don't even. All right,
That'd be something else.
trying to break my heart. See,
Yeah.
Hey. All right. Well, listen, that's the way you make shit move along. You know what I'm saying? That's how it happens. The Flash sees 1.1 million households in weekend debut on Max, down from Black Adam.
So when you hear
Did
1.1
it come out this
million,
one weekend?
no, a max. Remember, because it's digital,
Oh, we
you can buy
bought
it. But to
So
stream,
it's free now.
yeah,
we bought it early.
So remember,
it was.
We should watch it again free,
bruh.
So we can feel like we got our money's worth of Max.
So remember, 1.1 million sounds good on paper, but then you think about the billions of people that exist and how many people are subscribed to Max. That's really freaking terrible. And considering that it's worse than Black Adam and how much it pulled, which was already a notorious movie, that's freaking abysmal.
I don't understand the beef with this movie. It was so good.
Because people hear this. What do we just say, right?
This
There's
is
no
the problem,
time, right? We don't have time to watch anything, right? So if I was like, oh, I'm interested in that, and then everybody says, and I'm not really interested. Like I'm like, oh, I'm curious about it. And then everybody says that it's garbage. Then it's like, all right, well, that's not worth it.
I'm out. Yeah.
So there's a lot of people who do that. And even though they're paying for Max already, and even though it's just a new icon on their screen, they're like, nah, man, I'm watching my stories.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I gotta know how the school down the street is doing.
So,
but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I wish Flash would do a bit better. Like, it's really, like, they give way too much hate towards it. Like, shit, chill the hell out. Sure, maybe it's not as good as The Dark Knight or some shit like that, but it's still good.
Watch, Maybe's going to come back and talk about how he loved The Flash.
I mean,
the problem, and another thing too, is that it came out in like a time, like it came out in a really good period of movies. Like superhero movies are in a drought. People don't like them anymore. But it came out right in between two movies that people loved, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 and Across the Spider-Verse. And I think there were better options for many people and stuff like that. Like there was Guardians of the Galaxy. We didn't finish Guardians of the Galaxy, but I liked it. It's a problem because I feel like the part where the Guardians were in it was just okay. Rocket's story, where it would switch back to the past, was phenomenal. It's like two halves, but overall, good. Spider-Verse is obviously another fucking tier, which is amazing and shit like that. So, the Flash kind of pales in comparison to other stuff that was around the time, but it's still good in its own right.
Yeah.
Like, I liked it. I actually really liked it.
So at this point, it's almost like not fair because I'm so not into this whole multiverse thing that Marvel has created. So yes, his backstory is really good, but like she's back. She doesn't know, and I forget her name. That's why I'm
the mom. What? Who's she?
It's played by Zoe. I forget her name.
Gamora.
Gamora is back. She doesn't remember Star-Lord, right? And because she's not the one that he knew. And it's like, oh my goodness. I don't know. I just don't have time to buy into that nonsense. If you get past that part,
it's a good movie at its heart.
And I'm not sure that I'm
being fair.
Like I feel like I'm not going right now. I can't let my mind go past the crap that happened in Endgame to like buy into the fact that she's back and she's just
to be fair, she was alive in Endgame, meaning that they killed her, but her variant that's in there now was in Endgame. Just wasn't that big of a focus. She's integral to the story now, so you know.
I'm ready for the Flash and anything new that they want to throw
out the window. Because remember, James Gunn's got his own DCU going.
Let's see what he brings. I'm excited to see what he does.
I don't know. The future, it's weird. Like you're gonna have to really stick out in order to mean anything now, because you just had to have a really big budget and a cool hero costume, and people will go see it in droves. But God knows I'm going to be the first person in line to see Beyond the Spider-Verse in the next Tom Holland MCU entry. So, we got to see.
I know that.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like, people, there's not enough time to give things the benefit of the doubt anymore.
And I think that's the problem.
If you saw it on Max, out of all the hate it's been getting, would you have clicked on it?
Yeah, for sure.
Damn.
Yeah. But not right away. Like when I had time.
Eventually.
Like at one point, me and Doodle would have been like, man, what we're going to watch. And then we would just say, fuck it, let's put on this movie. And then we would love it. All right. Tom Holland reveals his favorite Spider-Man movie. I don't know why this is news.
So I think it's news because it's a very interesting answer. It's an interview. So he was on an interview and he said that you are Spider-Man. You got to work with all the major Spider-Man and shit like that. Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield. And you really clearly enrich yourself in Spider-Man history and shit like that, roughly. Obviously, if you look into interviews, it's probably completely different. And what she asked was, what is your all-time favorite Spider-Man film? And then Tom Holland was like, I gotta say, none of what you mentioned, by far, Into the Spider-Verse is the best Spider-Man movie of all time. It genuinely made me feel proud to be a Spider-Man, and it blew my mind when I saw it. So, yeah, he revealed it. He said that he has not had time to watch Across because of the filming shit he's been doing lately, but he cannot wait to watch part 2. So, yeah.
Damn.
That was an interesting answer. I didn't expect it. I thought I was going to say something like, oh, personally, Homecoming was my favorite. No shit, it was your favorite.
Which was probably what was on his mind.
Yeah, exactly.
The best,
and he went with the politically correct answer, which was to not choose between both of them. And he went and picked the.
Oh, honestly, I thought you were trying to go with Tom Holland.
I'm not saying that.
Spider-Verse doesn't deserve it.
Yeah, that it doesn't deserve it. I'm just saying that conveniently, he couldn't choose between the two.
I mean, it wasn't like, at the very least, like, it's not like he's. Like, no one thinks Spider-Verse is the best, but he just picked Spider-Verse, like how James Gunn said The Flash was his favorite comic movie, even though we liked it, maybe people saw it and were like, what the fuck was he watching?
Now, he could have said, that's my favorite, but between these two, right?
Yeah.
This is my, but he was just dodging.
A lot of people think Raimi's Spider-Man 2 is the peak of Spider-Man, and I gotta watch 2 and 3. I haven't seen them. Because weird. 2 was supposed to be the best, 3 was supposed to be one of the worst. So,
Well, Shin has a question for us, and Shin says, CMoney, Doodle, and MADMAN, what are your guys' favorite superhero movie?
That's a fun question.
Yes.
Doodle, ladies first.
Really?
Yes.
All right. Well, that's, damn. I wasn't ready. I didn't think I was going to go first.
It's all about you, girl. 16th birthday.
What?
60th podcast.
60th podcast.
Oh, man. Did we even say this was our 60th?
Yes,
I don't think you did.
6-0.
You're slacking, see?
I am slacking. Damn.
Oh, man. Shin,
6-0.
I would have, that's an interesting question. I do love, the Deadpool is freaking dope. I love his character. Movie. I feel like The Flash was insane, unexpected. Go ahead.
I mean, to be fair, plural. I mean, you could always list like a top 3 or something like that if you really want to.
Across the Spider-Verse was stunning. Yeah, those are some of mine. What are you guys feeling? And what do you feel, Shin?
You can go next, because I genuinely am curious, because you have explained how you're very sick of the superhero genre lately, especially when it comes to multiverse.
Thank you,
So I want to know what
Shin.
you consider to be peak superhero.
Shin says, congratulations on your 60th podcast. Thank you,
so
Shin.
much, Shin. Appreciate it, brother.
All right. So I'm very interested in your answer.
So, damn.
Oof. I'm actually really excited.
Like, of all time?
Like, what do you define to be a top 2? Whoa.
My bad.
He's got to figure it out. If you tell him, it's not fun.
I think, God damn it. I feel like Flash, honestly, was amazing.
Peak?
This was like phenomenal.
I mean, I really want to see Dark Knight.
I really love Black Adam. If I go back, I think the Avengers, the original one
was great.
One of my favorites. And then if I go further back, I'm thinking, I don't know if it's further back, but I think the Dark Knight.
Yeah, that's 2008. Yeah.
Was the one with Heath Ledger.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
That was my favorite.
It's iconic.
Yeah, that was my favorite Batman. But yeah, those are pretty much it, like, that come to mind. Because I've never been like a superhero guy.
Like, it was Doodle who was into superheroes for a while there. Like with the Raimi Spider-Man and then the MCU and shit like that.
Like, I think the original Spider-Man with Tobey Maguire was amazing.
Saw the
one
first
with
two in
Kirsten
theaters.
Dunst. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Where
saw
the upside down kiss at the iconic.
That's what I felt. Like, when I saw the first Raimi movie, it was iconic, but it's pretty basic. Like, I can imagine that was the first Spider-Man movie, so I can imagine it being like, wow. But when, even like compared to like a lot of the other Spider-Man, I can just feel like that is a good origin.
Well, if you compare it to anything after it, then you can't call it basic. Because obviously things got better over time as far as technology and how they made these things. You can't disrespect. That's like saying Halloween was so basic. You know what I'm saying? Halloween, it's iconic. It's a fucking amazing movie.
I think it's better than the new entries.
On the name of the things that came before. And Toby showed us that a dope Spider-Man movie could be made.
Wait, did you watch 2?
Yeah. The original trilogy was amazing.
Wait, you watched 3 as well?
Yeah.
Oh, what's your opinion on 3? Because people hate
Don't remember.
Well, I want to watch 2 and 3. And the Dark Knight trilogy. Yeah, you see,
we gotta watch every movie, man.
And I want to watch
every movie.
I have superheroes in particular. I have like a little bucket list,
right?
So we could just stay home and watch all the movies.
I have like the ones I want to. For superheroes, the ones I want on my bucket list are the 2 Raimis I have left to watch, the Dark Knight trilogy, and Logan. Those are the ones that are still stuck.
Logan, we tried watching a couple times, but
was it that bad? Or
I don't know. I think Doodle didn't like it.
I mean, yeah, that's supposed to be one of the greatest of all time. So I do want to check it out.
What do you say, Doodle? Are we gonna get a chance to watch Logan? Well, we still got to watch Indiana Jones. First two of Indiana Jones.
Oh my goodness! Look at the time.
Mission Impossible.
So what was going on? So Shin, what are your favorite?
Wait, you skipped me.
Damn.
I thought you just answered.
I didn't answer. Logan. I never seen Logan.
You guys started talking about Indiana Jones. I was like,
what?
I need to.
He's not a superhero.
No, not that.
We're gonna watch
mentioned
it tonight.
No
Indiana
shot.
Jones Part 1.
There's no way.
What's happening? That's why we're finishing early.
TV.
That'd be funny.
That's why we're finishing early.
All right. So your answer was kind of like depending on the generation.
Well, he didn't tell me how many.
I mean,
so I
let's
said
just
my
say
favorites.
top 3, I guess. All right. Okay. So yeah, let's just assume that was it. So for me, now I think I'll start from the bottom to top because I think we kind of predict a few top spots.
You said 3.
So, all right, 3. That's
Your
a good
top
one.
3.
So for one, I think number 3. I debate on which spot goes for 3 and 2 way too much. Like I really don't know sometimes. It's for the one spot. It's a tie between Joker and Into the Spider-Verse. Because I feel like Joker, like I've never been a DC guy. Joker's never been.
So are you telling me you're trying to choose which one is third place?
No,
which one is second?
Second. Which one's second in my mind? Because they
we were starting at 3.
No, here's the thing. If I picked a second place, then the other one would automatically become
the other
my
one
third
fills
place.
in. Yes. So it's a tie.
But if it's
for
my
second
concrete
place.
third place, meaning that there's no changing going on, then the Batman, like the Robert Pattinson, the Batman. I haven't seen Dark Knight.
That was a good
But
one.
out of the ones I have seen, like the Michael Keaton's, that's definitely the best Batman. He's an excellent Bruce Wayne. The cinematography is on another level. The dope ass shots were sick. The fucking it had the cool the Batmobile scene and actually cool driving segment and shit like that. The villain, the Riddler, was really damn good.
Okay, so that's
it was
third place?
really super cool. Yeah, that one for sure.
So what's second?
It might be a tie. I don't know. Sometimes I decide a lot because there are moments I'm like.
So then this is a tie before your first and second place.
Yeah, but it's Joker or Into the Spider-Verse. Into the Spider-Verse is definitely the best origin story in my opinion. It's an excellent movie that has it's not just about Miles becoming Spider-Man, but it proves the fact that anyone can be Spider-Man. What I'm obviously it's like the freak accident, but what I'm saying is that you can okay, guys. Chill.
No, because you said anyone can
wear
Spider-Man.
the mask. What it means is
then
just Miles is he couldn't do it because Peter Parker was just Spider-Man.
He got bit by the spider, so he could do it.
Saying is, they said it in the movie, but Peter feels like that
Spider-Man unless you get bit by the spider.
To this point.
Well, they actually, I rewatched and I missed something. But when MJ was reflecting on Peter, he said that he felt like that he didn't feel like that he could just be Spider-Man, that he wasn't the only one. He just happened to be the freak accident. But everyone has it in them to kind of be Spider-Man, shit like that.
If you get
unless you don't get bit.
Yeah.
God damn it. What type of explanation for your first favorite movie?
And plus, I think it's just a great story. Miles' story from just a normal kid and how he kind of grows and evolves very naturally throughout the story. It never feels forced. It never feels like, sure, they rushed that. It always feels, everything just felt perfectly in place. How his relationship with the Peter Parker and Gwen and how they helped grow his story. And a contrast between Peter and Miles and stuff like that. And Peter and his relationship with MJ and his world. And how he deals with things versus him kind of teaching Miles the ropes, which makes him kind of realize what his flaws are. And I think it just goes really well. My only problem is that I think that what annoyed me, what I realized right away is that the other Spider-Noir, Spider-Ham, Penny, they serve very little purpose other than kind of being there. Spider-Noir felt more like a punchline. I feel like that I wish they had more value to the story. If they were gone, you would not really notice.
Other
than that, huh?
What?
You flicked your hair when I wasn't looking.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I know exactly what happened here. God damn it. I missed it.
So yeah.
See,
and
here
yeah,
saying
I don't
all
know. I
this
just
stuff.
felt, but yeah, I wish they had a little more value. But other than that, it's a really tight movie. It's super good. Like, I still really enjoyed it. Of course, second one kind of makes it look a little basic in comparison. But of course, considering the movie on its own, it's still really damn good. And then Joker, like, I don't give a shit about the that Universal.
Purple Berry just said it. So
No, I know. I saw it.
Yeah, but you just said it.
Superhero origin. Joker's a villain. There's a difference.
Did he say superhero?
He
or
said,
did he said it's the best origin story?
What do you Shintaro?
No, me,
Madman. I think Madman said that was the best origin story, hands down. Not superhero origin story. You said the best origin story. So
pretty sure it's a superhero, but if I didn't, then
so it just subconsciously you told yourself what was number one. So Joker's number two. They're both respectable.
Yeah.
So
Joker
Joker's
was
a
on
great
my
movie.
mind, but I thought superhero, and I'm like, well, Joker's a villain.
He's a bad guy.
Yeah,
well,
I didn't.
I think when I think about the villains too,
Yeah,
because they're still part of this hero-verse sort of thing. But yeah, I don't know.
I'm just reinforcing that it is a really good movie.
Spider-Verse is still really damn good. The problem is I never rewatched Joker. I only watched it once. Spider-Verse I watched multiple times, and you kind of pick up things that you never noticed that make it better.
Yeah,
and stuff like that. I don't know if I'd watch Joker another time and I'd feel the same way, or it'd be
that's a
even
good
better.
question.
But I just feel like
He
it's
played
a really
it very well.
perfect, yeah, he did it perfectly. Like it's perfect villain story. Like, I always annoy me. They always go two ways. One, they make the villain just so evil that it doesn't really do much.
Yeah.
Or they make the villain to essentially the hero, and that's lame. What I'm saying is that they gave perfect context. You understand perfectly why. You almost understand why. You almost feel rooting for him. But you also see that he's also pretty fucking evil too. And it never goes too far in each direction. You never feel too bad to the point that you feel like he's a hero, but you never feel too little to the point that it's like, well, then why are you making this story? He's always just been evil, sort of thing.
I get that.
It's pretty damn perfect, and I think it's still
It's
definitely the best
well-balanced.
DC movie. It's still
Agreed.
an excellent movie through and through.
Agreed 100%.
And then number one, which I think is indisputable. No, that was two in the other stuff. Remember,
No,
the Batman
you-
knocks down the 4 if I couldn't decide. But, like, remember?
No, you said the first place was Into the Spider-Verse.
No. Well, it was for a
You
little while.
can't
But no.
say that's not how numbers work.
No.
If you have 3 spots,
I explained
and
to
you're
you that
tied
Joker.
for
I
one or
explained to
two.
you
He explained to
that
you.
I have my number 1, but 2 is always fought between Joker and Into Spider-Verse because sometimes I go in my mind back and
so
forth.
then why
And
did
then-
you give us Batman?
But then because you kept asking, because what I said is that, well, the one that would lose in that situation would just be 3. And you're like, just what's 3? And I'm like, okay.
That
Then
conversation
I'll go to number
did not
4.
happen, bro.
I'll go to number 4.
This guy.
All
Whatever.
right,
All
so
right,
what's your number one?
I thought that was Into the Spider-Verse.
No, it's Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. It smashes every superhero movie, in my opinion. I feel like it has such excellent writing, excellent character development. It feels like it gets better every single time I watch it.
Wow.
My number one problem with Into Spider-Verse with the other variants, other than Peter and Gwen being kind of useless, that's the exact opposite. Everyone has their role. They have their place. They never feel oversaturated. The characters like Spider-Man India and Spider-Punk, so much cooler than the other characters they had.
Wow, look at Madman. He actually realized that Into the Spider-Verse was the good one. And then you go and take it all away.
In your
I
opinion,
told you
is
when I
his
saw
top?
it. Like, I feel like
Is
that.
his top?
that
when I saw it back
Across
to
the
back-
Spider-Man is better than every
Look,
superhero movie that's ever
I
came
cannot.
out.
Like, I can't fake it. It really is that damn good. Like, I saw Into, like, the thing what made me
Spidey
realize it was that
is
I
real.
saw Into Spider-Verse and Across Spider-Verse like maybe yesterday or maybe the day before, back to back, which I had not done. I mean, I don't think I finished Across Spider-Verse because I got really damn late, but I got the picture. And I still enjoy Into Spider-Verse a lot. It's really, it doesn't change the fact that Into Spider-Verse is still an excellent movie. It's just that I feel like Across Spider-Verse didn't just do more for the sake of doing more, but did more with a purpose. And even though you don't like the art styles, I feel like that the fact that like with 65 Gwen, how I love how they changed the colors in the room depending on the emotions. So it didn't feel lazy to me.
So just to be clear, just so I can understand, okay? Are you taking in consideration the art style?
No,
of
not
the
only.
movie?
No, story.
Hold on. I'm saying, are you taking it into consideration the art style of the movie to determine your favorite
You're fair. Yeah, I know what you're trying to
movie.
say, but no, it has nothing to do with that. It could look like a basic ass Pixar ass movie that we all know and love, and it would still
because
be
you
better.
were just about to explain to me why the art style.
No.
yeah.
Because it gave me the stank eye when I said I think it looks beautiful, and then I was like, but I feel like it enhances. I mean, it's not just like it was like a 7, but now it looks good, so it's a 10. Like, I'm not saying that.
Put your stank eye away.
What I'm saying is that it just makes it all the more better. It enhances what's already an amazing story. That's the difference. It's not trying to be funky looking because that's his identity. It looks amazing and it's already an amazing movie. What do you get when it looks amazing and is amazing? It's another fucking world. I don't know. That is a phenomenal movie. And what I'm saying is that when I saw in Spider-Verse and Across, yeah, and then I watch Across Spider-Verse, and I feel like it looks so much better. Even Miles' world, like you can tell that there was a lot more like detail, the lighting, everything just felt even like pitch perfect.
So that's listen. The
In
fact
the
that you like
story-
it is fine. It's 100% false
Okay,
because
well,
part 2 is blurry in
It's
most of the movie.
Because you have glasses.
No, but that's not fucking why. It's because it's literally blurry. They use it in the background of almost every shot.
Okay,
that.
It's not
You
crisp.
can do that
Well,
when you
Into the
take
Spider-Verse
pictures.
is crisp.
Well, even if you
It's not pin sharp. It's Into the Spider-Verse is pin sharp. The other movie is not pin sharp in any way, shape, or form.
It is.
It's
Well,
literally
Miles'
not.
world is sharp.
I would rather pull that shit up right now. Put them right next to each other, and you tell me it's pin sharp.
dude, I dare you.
No, I don't want to mess up my
I
thing
don't
right
wanna.
now.
I don't wanna.
But next
Nah,
time we'll
I
record
don't know.
it.
It's just not a contest in my mind. It's just so.
I mean,
damn
I'm not
good.
saying you shouldn't like
And
it.
even
You
like
like it, it's your
outside
favorite.
of art style, like the character writing, like I love Gwen's character. Like she was always like a whatever character into Spider-Verse. Like if she wasn't there, I wouldn't be
So
upset.
you like more
But she
of
made a
the,
more
you don't
integral
really
character.
like.
I love Miles.
is
Oh my
not
God.
your
Oh my
love.
God.
This is
It's
just
you
the
just
beginning.
like all the other Spider-Man.
Miles
You were
the
so
dri-
happy to see Spider-Man everywhere. It's like
Oh my God,
Spider-Man.
Miles was the driving force of Into
Spider-Man.
Spider-Verse.
Oh, so many Spider-Mans. I don't know. Oh my God, so many.
That's so cringe.
That's the type
No.
of Spider-Man you like.
With Into
Got it.
Spider-Verse,
Got
Miles
it.
was a sole driving force, and Peter was a good supplement. But that was it. Like, well, I mean, Into
Yeah,
Spider-Verse.
but your favorite
With a-
was when they took Miles Morales away.
They didn't take him away. He was
put
there
him
the
as
whole
a side
time.
character.
I'm
So
sorry,
he
you
can say,
hold
nah,
on to the
I'm gonna
fact.
do my own thing and then run away.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
you hold
Enough.
on too much to the fact
Enough.
that Gwen took the first 20 minutes.
40 minutes.
20.
40.
Nah, when I went to pause it to pee, it was like by the time that segment was
40.
transitioning, like the title card, it was
I
like
don't know.
20.
Purple Berry said that. I believe her.
No, she's wrong. It's 20. I checked.
Shin?
Shit, shit. Oh, God damn it. Oh, God damn it.
Oh, but yeah,
All right.
I don't know. It's super fire. I could go on and on about it,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I
Yes.
wouldn't.
No, I'm
oh
glad.
wait,
I'm glad.
Shintaro asked, "Have you seen The Boys?"
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
that's-
we watched one episode. It was too much.
We did.
yeah. I didn't see it.
But I will say this. That was an awesome question, Shintaro.
That
And
was
he
a-
gave
that
an
was.
answer himself. So he says,
Oh, really?
oh, damn, that's a good question. Thanks for asking me. I would say Spawn.
Damn.
Haven't watched it yet,
Ooh.
but Spawn is my favorite superhero.
Shit.
So when I watch it, I think I'll like it.
Oh.
Spawn, the original one
Oh,
was
that's
watch
dope.
it.
awesome.
I love Spawn too, Shin. Fucking Spawn
open
is
to
the
watching
shit.
it.
I
I'm
can't
open to
believe
watching
that they
it.
haven't done more with this guy, bro.
Yeah, I'd be open
They
to
need
watching
to make
it.
another movie,
Yeah.
like a high tech, like a high end movie
Like a
now,
big
like
budget
like a
movie.
big budget, and give me a game, dude. How have we not had the game? Also, how have I not played this game yet?
Immortals.
Yeah, it's out.
It is?
Yeah, I wanted to play it before Starfield came out, but
Well, you were in your feelings.
I was in my feelings, man. Shit, I wanted to play this, but sorry, I ain't got time for you now.
Damn.
But yes,
That was
no,
cutthroat.
yo, listen, Shintaro, that's awesome. Spawn is dope. So I like that. So this is
Yeah.
the thing. This is the thing. We're actually that question was so amazing, and
How long did it take?
no, I have no idea, but it was so amazing, and the rest of the stuff that we were going to talk about is really not that big of a deal.
Okay.
So we're gonna end it with that, Shintaro.
Wait, end it?
You gave us the perfect
look at that
ending,
shit.
and we are still in the 4 hour and 40 something minute range. So we're going
We
to.
did it.
We're not going
Wait.
to extend further.
Do you mind if I at least say the
No,
last one?
It's not
Not
necessary.
even the next one that is really divisive.
It's not necessary. I don't want to have a new conversation. We're gonna stop before we go into the 5 hour world because we like this new and improved, shorter world. that we're living in.
I'm happy we had a conversation. It was fun.
Yeah, it was a fun one.
It was a great question, Shin.
Very good question, Shin.
Thank you.
That's how you handle that shit right there,
and thank you for hanging with us. You've been amazing.
Yes, guys.
And we've had a blast.
Such a fun time. You know, I like this. You know, keep it
contained,
shorter, even though it's long. Like this is still like Boom just had a podcast that was like 3 hours and 30 minutes on the last one.
Wow, that was
like the longest thing ever. And we're like
shit.
pushing almost 5. And we're like, oh, great. We're getting it down.
We're doing good.
This is a pretty short one.
We're doing fantastic. But yeah, so listen, guys, thank you so much for rocking with us. We really appreciate everyone who came and hung out with us.
Yes.
Listen, on your way out, please make sure to hit the like button.
That would be awesome, you guys.
It helps us out a ton. And if this is your first time here and you like what you saw, please hit that subscribe button and hit the bell so you know when we go live. Again, just to kind of remind everybody, Monday, 9 a.m., we're going to go live with Morning Quest, Doodle and myself. We'll have a nice time. We'll pick something to talk about. It'll be cool. And then Tuesday is the big one. First of all, I'll be on Boom Show in the morning or in the afternoon, 12 o'clock. But then at night, 7 o'clock Eastern time, we're going to have our first episode of Her, Him, and a guest. And it's going to be boom.
We're so excited.
So we're super duper excited.
Yes.
So yeah, make sure you're subscribed for that. And every week we're going to have new guests. So it's going to be a fun time. So with that, we're done.
We're done, you guys.
We're wrapping her up.
Thank you for hanging out. Shin is.
Yes, thank you guys.
He's right there with us, baby.
He's already ready.
Let's go.
So Doodle.
Yes.
Madman.
Yes.
Until next time.
You're intruding.
You're intruding.
You're intruding. Maybe.